for their attitude is entirely understandable, just not convenient for me. What's that on the table? Cold meat, sandwiches, cake, fruit, and wine. Out of a lack of anything else to do, I ordered lunch. I regret having to leave you here, but the parts of Paris I had to visit today weren't places for a woman to frequent. I understand, she said, and as they looked at each other, a long and intimate silence filled the room. For Rosalie blushed deeply as she met his gaze, knowing that he was thinking of the night before, and she had a fairly good idea of which moments in particular were foremost in his mind. Bread, wine, and rose, Rand commented, the shadowed look in his eyes replaced by the twinkle of a smile. Dare I hope for this kind of welcome even after the marriage? Rosalie did not return the smile, for she caught at her bottom lip with even white teeth, hesitating several seconds before plunging into the matter that had to be discussed. Rand, she said, finding it an effort to drag the words up from her heart and through her lips, I didn't agree to anything last night. Except that you're mine, he reminded her steadily, his gaze unflinching. I said that in a very emotional moment, but even so what I said did not constitute an acceptance of your idea. For it was not an idea, Rand said, the warmth leaving his eyes rapidly, to be replaced by wariness. It was a proposal. You didn't accept it outright. True, but you implied acceptance, and I'm willing to take that as a binding promise. Why? She asked desperately. If it's just a matter of convenience, I guarantee you can find someone in a quarter of an hour who would be willing to marry you, probably someone of higher birth and more suitable temperament. For if it's because of any sense of duty on your part, to save me from having a poor reputation, I need not point out that it's a hopeless cause. God in heaven, why are you so eager to run from me? Rand demanded, his voice tautly laced with impatience. You have no employment, no money, no references, no family, no fiancé, no friends who are in any position to help you. For I spent the majority of last night demonstrating some of the more attractive benefits of a marriage between us, and still you shrink from me, as if I had made you the basest offer. Are you still bent on wringing remorse from me for having forced your virginity? Are you? No, that has no part in anything between us now, Rosalie said, her eyes bright and so dark a blue that they shone with almost violet light. For finally she found the impetus to speak freely, and her words tumbled over themselves. I don't deny our physical compatibility, but even in my admitted inexperience, I know that marriages crumble on so small and flimsy a foundation. Do you really think a marriage between you and me would bring any lasting happiness? Are you prepared to keep a vow of fidelity to me? I don't think so. For so far, your commitment to me has lasted for a few weeks, but I have no proof that you will not find someone you prefer over me tomorrow. I can't predict what kind of father you would be, but I do know the kind of examples that were set for you when you were younger, and I doubt that you— You bitch! Rand whispered, his eyes going cold, and Rosalie's voice faltered a little before she spoke again. The words had to be said, for this was the only way she could think of to put him off. If you're starting to assume responsibility for your actions, for the interests of your family, the shipping company, the Berkeley properties. You've made a good beginning, but how far will it extend? What will happen on the morning when you wake up next to your wife and decide that all of your responsibilities weigh too heavily on your shoulders, and that you would prefer to game and roam through London and make love to a pretty stage actress? So you think you know what kind of man I am? Rand said, and Rosalie was suddenly chilled to the bone at his icy expression. He looked like a stranger. As well as believing in my eventual infidelity, you've also implied that I'm a likely candidate for abusing my children, and predicted that I'll let my inheritance and family go to the devil. Don't put it like that, for, in this case, the burden of proof would seem to rest on the passage of time. But unfortunately, time is the missing element, isn't it? I want you now, or not at all. My loss, I suppose, that you don't consider me a risk worth taking. I can't. "It's a matter of survival," she said quietly, beseechingly, and he stood up as if he couldn't stand to be in the same room with her. "Then so be it. You won't have to tolerate my proposals or my touch any longer, for I'll stick to our original agreement. I'll recommend you for a respectable position, and then you can rejoice in never having to see me again. In the meantime, I'm going to be out for a while." He strode to the doorway and paused to rake his eyes up and down her slender, straight form. "Something tells me you'll adapt very well to the art of surviving alone in London," he said silkily, each word driving into her like a sharp arrow. "For if you find that wiping children's noses or reading to old crones is not to your taste, you have one particular talent that is guaranteed to earn you a fortune." As the door closed, Rosalie clenched her fists and held them up to her mouth. She was frozen in place for several minutes, her mind racing and her heart throbbing with regret. Her ploy had worked only too well. She had hurt Rand terribly, but she could not allow herself to be sorry for what she had said. For needing something to settle her nerves, Rosalie went to the small table, which bore the weight of an untouched lunch and an octagonal wine cooler. Uncorking the bottle of wine with an easy twist of her wrist, she poured a hefty amount of it into a crystal glass, raising the sparkling crystal in a mocking gesture. She made a toast. "To the future," she said sardonically, and swallowed the wine with her unshed tears, for the unsettled jangling of her nerves began to calm down. After several more swallows, the shaking of her hands easing even if the aching of her heart did not. Giving in to the weakness of her knees, Rosalie sat down in an embroidered chair and poured more wine into her glass. If only the sweet distillation could bring permanent forgetfulness, she mused, grateful for the temporary peace it provided. How much better off she had been with her wistful dreams of youth. For now she would have to live with bitter-sweet memories that would cause her to die a little each time she relived them. Was it preferable to be ignorant of what she could never have, or to have had a few bright, painfully clear moments of it? Sighing, Rosalie tilted her head and drained the last measure of liquid in her glass before filling it one final time. For wearily she loosened the tiny ruff at the neck of her gown and then relaxed in the chair with the sorrowful resignation of a condemned woman. Reflectively she stared around the room as the glowing afternoon sunlight painted the walls. She loved France. She had known the greatest happiness of her life in this country, a place where all that was turbulent, peaceful, sophisticated, and simple somehow fit together in an understandable scheme. And she could never forget the weeks of paradise at the Lothair or drive them out of her thoughts. Numbly Rosalie set down the half-empty glass as she contemplated her return to England. How was she going to endure hearing the gossip about Rand, wondering how he was, wanting to be close to him, remembering his passion, his smiles, his pain? She shuddered and moved to the window, her feet dragging across the carpet. For the day was cooling rapidly, and a thin icy draught of air curled around her body in a serpentine pattern. Vaguely surprised at the swift arrival of lassitude, she closed the window and then shut her eyes for a moment, all of her energy expended after the simple action. Then she raised a hand to her midriff as she became aware that her stomach was churning. "Rosalie, you idiot!" she scolded herself, thinking miserably that almost 3 glasses of red wine had been too many, for, staggering over to the chamber pot, she opened the cabinet that housed it, and waited only a few seconds before nausea took hold of her, and her body purged itself of the vile fluid. She had never felt so cold, so tired, so incredibly ill. The water from the porcelain pitcher on the silkwood stand tasted sweet and blessedly clean as she rinsed her mouth out, but it did nothing to alleviate the sensation that her blood had been frozen in her veins. For it was becoming immediately clear that this was no simple case of overindulgence. Something was terribly wrong. She had to get help. Staggering over to the maid's bell, Rosalie pulled on it 3 times before she was forced to stop and clasp her head. It was sheer luck that a young chambermaid was passing by at that moment, for almost immediately a light rap sounded at the door.
"Come in,"
Rosalie said weakly, leaning against a damask-covered wall.
"I mean entres."
For she squinted at the maid, who kept lurching in and out of focus. "Listen here," she said desperately. "Something is wrong with me. I've had some bad wine, or— Oh, God, hadn't she read countless stories in the newspapers about thieves drugging hotel guests before robbing them clean? The wine? She murmured again, and then realized that the tiny maid did not understand English. For Aides moi, she managed to say, and the young dark-haired girl began to chatter excessively as she gestured toward the bed and took Rosalie's arm. "Don't leave me." Rosalie managed to gasp, afraid that if she had been drugged, someone was waiting for her to fall unconscious. She did not know which language she had spoken in, but she tried to say it again and failed. For rapidly an opaque cloud was rolling over her. With each second it obscured a larger portion of her vision until she was blinded. She thought of Rand and tried to form his name, and failing that, she submitted to the suffocating cloud. As the maid urged her gently away from the wall, Rosalie felt the floor dissolve beneath her feet, and with a moan she fell helplessly into a bottomless hole. For in the blackness she continued to sink, the ice that collected on her arms and legs serving as added weight to make the pace of her endless descent faster. Only one thought occupied her mind before the darkness swallowed her whole, and it was that she had plummeted too deeply ever to reach the surface again. 9. I will not let thee go. I hold thee by too many bands. Thou ayst farewell, and lol I have thee by the hands, and will not let thee go. For Robert Bridges. The chambermaid tugged in frustration at the crumpled body on the floor, finding that it was nearly impossible to move the limp weight. Although Rosalie was not by any means a large woman, the little maid was of extremely small, fine proportions. Her large, dark eyes, the colour of dark pekoe tea, flickered from Rosalie to the bed, and then she ran to ring the bell violently. For suddenly the room seemed to burst into commotion. For not only did 3 other maids and a small group of curious hotel guests gather inside the doorway, but the maitre d'hotel himself stormed in, asking jumbled questions and then berating her for not knowing the answers. His fine black moustache quivered in distress at the sight of the unconscious woman. For after he sent for a physician, he occupied himself with shooing everyone out of the room, while assuring them that the young woman had merely fainted. However, no one appeared particularly convinced that it was a mere faint. Rosalie's skin was the blank white of bleached parchment, her slender form utterly limp. Hesitantly, the chambermaid picked up her dustcloth and began to leave, casting an anxious eye at Mademoiselle, but knowing that she would lose her job if she did not resume her duties. For none. The maitre d'hotel said sharply, grabbing her by the collar of her shabby but pristine dress and dragging her back into the room. He spoke to her in rapid and excited French, the syllables melting into each other like sizzling pats of butter in an omelette pan. "You will remain here to explain what happened and how you found her. It will be on your head alone. I had nothing to do with this." For silently, the maid nodded, not daring to protest, and after he released her, she went to stand by the bed in quiet and frozen terror. The room became as still as a tomb, for the maitre d'hotel had retreated to the doorway and stared pensively down the hallway in expectation of the physician's arrival. The maid looked down at the prone figure on the bed, lacing her fingers together tightly as she remembered her struggle to help the panic-stricken woman to the bed. For then, darting a cautious glance to the maitre d'hotel and finding his attention focused elsewhere, she dared to reach down and pull away the few strands of hair that were caught between Rosalie's pale lips. As the minutes ticked by, the chambermaid began to develop a vaguely protective attitude toward the unconscious woman, for Mademoiselle was so extraordinarily lovely that she presented an intriguing mystery.
"Comment vous appelez-vous?"
"For?" she questioned softly, the lively curiosity of a child taking precedence over her wariness. "My name is Mireille Germain. Whom will we have to tell? Your brother? Your parents? Your Mary?" No. On closer inspection it was evident that the woman wore no ring. "You are an Anglaise." Mireille's dark brown eyes flickered around the room in search of clues that would explain what had happened. She tried to remember some of the foreign-sounding words the woman had flung at her. "For monsieur?" she questioned, raising her voice so that the maître d'hôtel would hear. "Qu'est-ce que c'est wine?" "Vin," he said sharply, sparing her only an exasperated glance, and she looked at the half-empty bottle on the table in dawning realization that this was what the woman had referred to. Mademoiselle had been drugged, or perhaps even poisoned. "Monsieur," she said insistently, the expression on her small face becoming even more anxious than before. "For, I think—" "Tay's tour," he interrupted, sighing with relief. "Shut up. The physician is here." A stout, elderly gentleman carrying a leather bag entered the room, his thick glasses shining opaquely as he introduced himself and approached the bed. He made a clicking sound with his tongue, picking up Rosalie's slim wrist and checking her pulse. It was weak and hardly stable enough to reassure him that she would live much longer, for after a brief examination of her condition, he nodded in an assured manner that dared anyone to contradict his conclusion. "Some sort of opiate," he said. "An overdose. Is there a laudanum bottle around? What in hell is going on?" A new voice filled the room, charged with angered demand, and the three of them stared at the doorway. Rand could not believe his eyes as he took in the scene. He spared the three strangers only a glance before his eyes fastened on Rosalie, for her head was turned to the side, her face obscured by the loops and curls of hair that had escaped its confinement. He would never forget the sight of her white, lifeless hands, the fingers curled like half-open blossoms. Mireille quivered, with fear as Rand paused only a split second and then reached the bed in 3 long strides. She shrank against the brocade-covered wall as he brushed by her and the physician, bending over the prostrate form of the woman. For Mireille had seldom seen a man of aristocratic bearing as large and dark-visaged as this one. To one as small as she, he seemed vaguely barbaric. He muttered something under his breath, and then turned his head to look at them one by one, his light-coloured hazel eyes contrasting startlingly with the burnished hue of his skin. He asked something in English, his words foreign, but his low, threatening tone unmistakable.
"Levine."
For Mireille quavered immediately in French, unable to keep the supposition to herself any longer. "I found her, monsieur. She rang the bell." She was holding her head in her hands comme quart, and then she fell to the floor. The drink made her sick. "You're suggesting the wine was laced with the drug?" the physician asked, recovering himself sufficiently to look at her, and then the maître d'hôtel with accusation. "There has been a rash of such crimes lately in Paris, for a ring of thieves. But usually their victims are not drugged to this excess. Still, none of the various tinctures of opium are distilled with precision, and if administered with a heavy hand." "Opium?" Rand repeated, switching from English to French. His eyes darkened with a peculiar pain, much deeper, more insidious than anything he had ever felt before. Suddenly he gathered the woman's limp body in his arms, looking as though he would murder the nearest person within reach, for he cursed with a hissing sound as he felt the soft, helpless weight of her in his arms. The other occupants of the room backed away a step or two, watching him as he sat down on the bed and made an effort to waken her. As it became obvious that his attempt to rouse her was useless, he glared at the stout man. "Who in God's name are you?" he demanded, and the physician drew his heavy-set form up a little straighter. "Je m'appelle Monsieur André Goujon. Et vous?" "For Lord Randall Berkeley," he supplied curtly. Mireille's fear of him did not lessen as she regarded his overpowering form, but suddenly she felt a twinge of pity when the woman's head fell against his arms, as if there were no bones in her neck. For a moment something had flickered in his eyes that echoed of harsh anguish.
"How long will it take to wear off?"
Rand asked abruptly, his arms tightening around Rosalie's body.
"Monsieur de Berkeley."
For Goujon said with a great deal of hesitancy, "It is a classic case of opium poisoning. Pinpoint pupils, shallow breathing, slow, weak pulse, but it is difficult to predict the extent of the overdose. I've seen similar cases in which the victims continue to sleep into death, unable to take in water or nourishment, or her heart may suddenly stop beating. Rand interrupted him brusquely, speaking to the maitre d'hotel. "Get another physician immediately."
Monsieur!
Goujon bristled, for I assure you any qualified man will tell you the same. "Get someone else," Rand repeated darkly, and the maitre d'hotel scurried off in fright. Goujon stormed out of the room, muttering under his breath, and Rand gently laid Rosalie back down on the bed, his hands framing her face as his thumbs skimmed the round softness of her cheekbones. For Rose, he breathed, unable to believe how white and cold her skin was, and the seething anger in him drained rapidly as an unfamiliar fear took its place. She seemed like nothing more than a fragile shell deeply entombed within her own subconscious. It seemed that she had fallen even beyond the realm of dreams. "Rose, don't do this to me," he said desperately, as if she were merely playing a trick on him, but her face was utterly still. "Rose," for he heard a tiny voice repeat behind him, and Rand turned with a start to find the little chambermaid still huddling against the wall. He had forgotten that she was still there. She said the name as if marvelling at its sound. "You can go now," Rand said, and at her uncomprehending expression, he repeated the words in French. Immediately her face fell, and she shook her head slightly before regarding him with the darkest, most beseeching brown eyes he had ever seen, forswearing softly. Rand returned his attention to Rosalie, and as it became apparent that he did not intend to shoo Mireille out, the chambermaid leaned her thin back against the wall. She remained unmoving for more than an hour, watching solemnly as another physician was brought in, a tall, thin one this time. His prescription was to bleed the unconscious woman in order to drain out the poison and allow her depleted bloodstream to renew itself. For envisioning the large wooden bowls, the lancet that would open the veins, the gruesome trickle of precious fluid from Mademoiselle's slender neck, Mireille gathered up the courage to protest, but there was no need. Rand received the suggestion with cold disgust, his language both colourful and effective, as he ordered the man to leave at once. For the perfect example, Rand commented to no one in particular as the physician departed hastily, of why most people fear the members of the medical profession more than illness itself. God knows how the human race has survived them so far. Unfortunately, most physicians relied less on scientific methods than on superstition and tradition when treating a patient. For Monsieur de Berkeley, the maitre d'hotel asked, clearly bothered by the black sarcasm and the expression on Rand's set face, "What are you planning to do now?" "I want to question the person who received the order for the food and wine, those who prepared the meal, and whoever brought it up here. As far as retributive action against the hotel, perhaps I'll consider it again tomorrow with less gratification." For he paused, his eyes flickering to the figure of the small chambermaid who had forgone her silent vigil in order to straighten up the room. "If you'll free the girl from her other duties in order to watch over Mademoiselle until she wakes up? Until she—" "Certainly," the maitre d'hotel said, doubtfully at Rosalie, and then issuing a small rush of orders to Mireille. For, as she nodded vigorously, even more dark curls fell to join the profusion of ebony hair that had already escaped her white mobcap. "Bring the employees I mentioned into the next room," Rand said, turning from the sight of the bed, his face turning into an inscrutable mask. He spoke in French so that Mireille would understand as well as the hotel manager. "I don't want anyone in here except for the maid, and I want to be told immediately if someone attempts to set a foot beyond the doorway. For, yes, monsieur," the maitre d'hotel murmured dutifully, "I will find the people you wish to speak to in a matter of minutes." Rand watched the wiry little man depart with alacrity. Releasing a long, taut breath, he raked a hand through his hair, unconsciously dishevelling it into thick amber waves. A potent sense of unreality nagged at him, as if this were some nightmare, for he discounted the theory that it had been the handiwork of clumsy burglars, even though similar occurrences involving petty thievery had been reported recently. It was too coincidental that this had occurred so soon after the news concerning Rosalie and Brummel had been released. Would Rose have been held for ransom, or simply taken by one of Brummel's more vengeful creditors in exchange for a large debt? For it definitely had the earmarks of a botched kidnapping attempt, thwarted by Rosalie's presence of mind to call for help, and the fortunate timing of a small chambermaid. Rand's mouth twisted as he thought of someone planning to come into the hotel room to find him, and Rosalie unconscious from the tainted wine.
Why don't you change her clothes?
He said abruptly, to the maid, motioning to the armoire with a nod of his head. Her nightgowns are there. For, blushing at his casually revealed knowledge of where Rosalie's intimate apparel was kept, Mireille jumped to the task like a startled rabbit as he left the room. Rand was to realize soon, with mild irritation, that Mireille was genuinely afraid of him. She was so small and delicately made that perhaps she harboured the inner suspicion that he would crush her with a booted foot if she displeased him. For he was kind to her when he remembered to be, but most of the time his attention was absorbed by Rosalie. He came into the room to begin the grim vigil by her bedside, after conducting a fruitless interrogation into how the drugging had happened. The information he had elicited seemed to indicate that the wine could have been altered at any one of countless points before it had arrived at the room, and there was no way he could pinpoint suspects, method, or motive. For the first 24 hours brought about no change at all in Rosalie's condition. Although Rand stayed by her, dozing in a chair or staring blankly at her by turns, she gave no sign of returning consciousness and remained in a chillingly wax-like state. Frequently he gave in to brief urges to check her pulse and breath, for there were moments when he thought he could see the life ebb from her still body. For even after the flashes of fear were extinguished, he was tortured by anxiety, for he did not know if she would soon take a turn for the worse or the better. Mireille hovered nearby, her little face solemn, her eyes quietly anxious, as she pretended not to hear Rand's orders for her to go to her own bed and come back in the morning. At one point, Rand left the bedside in order to stretch and walk over to the window, and he stared broodingly outside into the darkness for several long minutes, for the crush of guilt weighed heavily on him, making it nearly impossible to bear the gnawing memory of the things Rosalie had said to him, of the things he had said to her before storming out of the room. He had come back to apologize, to shake and kiss her, to tell her with his usual arrogance that he wouldn't let her go. Damn it! She had a way of driving him beyond all reason, and he should not have let her affect him so profoundly. Not when her safety and welfare depended on him, for his thoughts wandered briefly to the crowd of London bucks he had kept company with the past few years. Would any of them understand the fix he was in?
Probably not.
They prided themselves on being carefree. They would not understand the need, the sense of responsibility, the remorse that plagued him. Until now, he had conducted himself exactly as they would have, handling his obligations with negligence. Finally, it seemed that he was reaping the rewards of his carelessness, for suddenly all the lectures and recriminations of his grandfather began to hit hard. He had treated Rosalie as though she were a posy he had plucked by the wayside, not admitting how rare she was, that she was as fragile and in need of protection as the most valuable of blossoms. Selfishly, he had played games with her, games of desire and indifference, seducing her until she had finally made the first move to his bed, when he should have dealt with her in a straightforward fashion. For knowing what darkness was hidden in his own heart, how had he come by the temerity to demand her hand in marriage with such high-handedness? He smiled bitterly before turning back to the bed. A few times the next day Rand wondered what had caused Mireille's fascination with Rosalie. It hardly made sense, since as far as he knew they had never met before, for the little chambermaid scurried back and forth in the process of sponge-bathing Rosalie, brushing the long sable hair, and braiding it neatly, changing the sheets and making certain that the room was free from dust and clutter. She chattered in French to herself, hummed snatches of folk tunes, and more perplexing still. Her pockets were occasionally weighted with a small book or leaflet. It was clear that she had received some sort of education, a peculiar quality in a French servant. for she seemed to be an unusually imaginative child. Morel's devotion to Rosalie did not stem from any sort of desire to attract Rand's notice. She was distinctly uneasy around him, and ran like a fleet-footed deer whenever he issued even the mildest request. The thought did not enter his mind that she might have pitied him, for he did not know that desolation shone in his eyes with a cold and unmistakable light. For as night approached, and Rosalie still lay in her endless sleep, Rand felt the last of his patience drain away. He left the hoop-backed chair at her bedside to flex his aching muscles, and then strode over to the small satinwood writing desk. He wrote a precisely detailed letter to M. Bonchamps, the manager he had appointed in Havre, concerning the credit affairs of one M. George Brummel. For as far as Rand was concerned, Brummel's loose tongue had contributed greatly to the circumstances that had led to this situation, and he would not let the beau's part in it go unrevenged. Rand instructed Bonchamps to travel to Calais and personally make visits to all of those who conducted any sort of transactions with Brummel, systematically ensuring that credit for all except the most essential services would be cut off. For Brummel would receive only the minimum of coal and food needed to stay alive, no matter how he wheedled or cajoled. No more freshly laundered cravats or champagne in Japan blacking for boots, no more tailoring services, hair oils, almond biscuits, or expensive snuff, no more elegant dinners or leisurely promenades down the boulevard, for Brummel would be reduced to such a state that he would not want himself to be viewed by the public. For savagely, Rand wished that he had a heartless enough disposition to request Brummel's complete starvation. But the mere possibility that the beau was Rosalie's father checked him from taking that drastic action. Rosalie would probably be aghast and incensed if she knew what Rand was doing. But it was either that or go mad from an unsatisfied lust for vengeance. For Rand promised himself as he succumbed to bleak moroseness, if Rosalie should die of malnourishment, he would personally guarantee that Brummel suffered a far more painful fate. As he sat at the desk and brooded, Rand was oblivious of the supper that Mireille herself had undertaken to prepare down in the kitchens. For obvious reasons, she did not trust anyone else to handle his food, and so she had supervised the arrangement of cold meats, fruit, and bread with quite an air of authority for a 15-year-old girl. As the platter went untouched, however, she began tentatively to draw his attention to it. "Vous n'avez mangé rien, monsieur?" Rand looked at her blankly, and then his gaze flickered to the food. For "I'm not hungry," he said, and folded the letter neatly before reaching for a stick of sealing wax.
You may have it.
He spared not a glance, as Mireille approached the food with barely restrained eagerness, for she needed little encouragement to partake of the tempting array. The quality and quantity of nourishments was far superior to the scraps she was usually accustomed to. For after Rand had settled down in the chair by the bedside again, he braced his elbows on his knees and stared at Rosalie steadily. In the corner of his field of vision, the sight of a tactfully proffered sandwich held in a napkin cloth appeared. Mireille had tucked a slice of peppered roast into an échaudé, a round, gold-crusted roll. She regarded him entreatingly as he raised his eyes to her. "For you haven't eaten anything," she repeated in French with a slight quaver in her voice, and to her relief Rand wryly reached to take the food. "I suppose you think it will improve my disposition?" he questioned, and his eyes remained on her as his strong white teeth bit into the crackling crust. "Yes, monsieur," she agreed gravely, and Rand Sud dinly chuckled. For after she brought him strong tea to wash the food down with, he looked at her in a kinder fashion, wondering at the hard life she seemed to lead. She worked hard in an uncomplaining manner, her attitude servile, but she appeared to be far more quick-minded than the usual servant.
Do your parents work in the hotel, child?
I have no parents, monsieur.
Rand frowned. She was extremely young to be married, but perhaps a husband. She smiled at the thought, shaking her head vigorously. "For no, monsieur. I have a brother who takes care of me. We have travelled all over France, and whenever he finds a job, we stay there until he is fired." Rand guessed, and she nodded. "There are always more jobs. He can do anything, she said prosaically. Remembering her shyness, she lowered her eyes as she picked up the tray to take it from the room. "Monsieur?" she questioned. From the way she spoke, Rand guessed that she was nearly consumed with curiosity about Rosalie. "For is Mademoiselle your sister?" Rand was silent for a moment. His eyes flickered to Rosalie, containing a bleak gleam. "No," he said huskily. "She's not my sister." "Ah." Mireille ducked her head in a nervous bob and scurried away as he continued to stare at the bed. The sky darkened, night fell, and slowly the hours crawled by. As Mireille dozed lightly in the next room, Rand searched in vain for any sign that Rosalie would wake, for the entire world seemed to have shrunk to the proportions of the small room, and nothing outside of it was of any consequence. For long stretches of time he held her hands in his, curling and uncurling her lax fingers, warming them with his palms. Finally weariness swept over him in a relentless wave, and he leaned forward to pillow his head in his arms, his hands tangling in the edge of the bedclothes. For Rose, he whispered huskily, the cotton sheet blotting the dampness of his lashes, "Come back to me." It seemed like something out of a dream when he woke much later, in the dead of night, to the tiny clicking sound of the door latch, blinking sleepily. Rand looked toward the subtle noise and saw a thin wire inserted at the edge of the door, sliding upward to lift the latch easily. For in less than a moment, Rand silently moved from the bed to the wall by the door, flattening himself against the brocaded surface just as the portal opened smoothly. A slim, dark shape glided into the room, and Rand's eyes narrowed as he tried to make out the figure in the darkness. The intruder moved with lanky grace and an assured step, approaching Rosalie and staring down at her before reaching to find a pulse in her neck. For Rand felt a protective rage sear through him like a bullet, and with swiftness he crossed the floor in 2 noiseless strides. Hooking a steel-banded arm around the stranger's neck, he jerked the man backward and began systematically to exert the pressure necessary to cut off his windpipe.
"I think—"
Rand snarled, "that introductions are in order." With a smothered sound, the intruder burst into immediate action, and Rand flinched at the crushing blow of an elbow in his ribs. For he cursed as his hold on his opponent was broken, and without a split second of delay, he launched himself at the wiry figure, intending to break every bone in that hapless one's body. The scuffle lasted during a lightning-quick succession of movements, both of them hampered by the darkness. It was immensely satisfying on some primitive level for Rand to have a tangible opponent to fight. All of his building frustration finally had a release, and he thirsted to draw the other man's blood. For he grabbed the first opportunity to fasten his hands around the intruder's throat and began to squeeze unmercifully. His lips parted in the imitation of a smile. "By God," he rasped, his fingers tightening, "if you're the one who did this to her, I'll pop your head off like the cork of a bottle." Rand's satisfaction, however, proved to be short-lived as he felt a quick, searing strip of pain along his right side. Somehow the man had managed to produce a short, gleaming blade in his left hand. For as Rand was forced to avoid another quick jab of the knife, he found that the wall was against his back, preventing further retreat as the stranger dealt him a stunning blow to the jaw. Several seconds afterward, Rand shook his head and realized to his disgust that he was sitting on the floor, his back braced against the wall. The intruder was long gone, but Rosalie was still there, untouched. For wincing, Rand clasped a hand to his burning side and stood up, feeling the dampness of blood on his shirt. The connecting door to the next room opened just then. Mireille peeped around the corner with a lit candle in her hand, her rumpled clothes looking as though they had been hastily donned. "Monsieur, did you call for?" she began, and her eyes widened as she took in the scene. Quickly she approached him, holding the candle up to view his condition. For Rand smiled grimly as he saw her face blanch in the sputtering candlelight. Her huge brown eyes were so dark that they appeared to be black. "We received an unexpected caller," he murmured. Suddenly he swayed. "Monsieur, please sit down," Mireille muttered, rushing to the washstand and setting the candle down. I will make a pad for the wound, and then the physician— No physician, Rand interrupted sharply, half sprawling in a hoop-backed chair, for any report of this, on top of all that had already happened, would stir up a tidal wave of controversy and interest that would make the situation even more precarious.
It's not deep. It's just a scratch. But you should.
Promise that you'll keep your little mouth shut, he said roughly, feeling fire seep from the wound too, deep within his gut, or I'll find a way to— Oui, monsieur, Mireille cut in hurriedly, bringing a bowl of water and a small heap of linen to him. For, open your shirt, please. As he regarded her dubiously, and opened his mouth to question what effect it would have on her maidenly modesty, she threw him an uncharacteristically stern frown.
I will not faint, monsieur.
Rand's lips quirked, and then he shrugged out of the rent, blood-stained garment with difficulty. His compact brown torso gleamed in the weak candlelight. For no, but you'll blush to death from the look of it, he murmured, stifling a colourful oath as she firmly pressed a cool, soaking cloth to the well-separated flesh left in the wake of the knife. The cut ached like the devil. Would you like a drink, monsieur? There is some whisky in— No. After a momentary pause, Mireille could not resist asking another question. Someone came to rob you? As Rand nodded, thick brown hair ruffled over his forehead in a damp swath. For someone came to rob me of mademoiselle, he clarified, his voice as dry as fire. Mireille's eyebrows knit together in perplexion, but wisely she refrained from making any more inquiries and lifted the cloth to look at the wound. Her unaffected, businesslike manner interested Rand, for it occurred to him that she was not unused to the sight of blood, or a man's bare chest. Several questions were on the tip of his tongue, but since she respected his privacy, he would respect hers. For his eyes flickering with gratitude, he accepted a thick square of dry linen to hold against his side.
Before we make a bandage, I will run for some salve, Mireille said, and stood up to leave.
If you mention this to anyone downstairs, Rand said slowly, meaningfully, you will have cause to regret it. His eyes were hypnotic, gleaming through the darkness like golden coins set in a face that was harshly lined with pain and exhaustion. For I promised to keep silent, Mireille replied gravely, and her small figure appeared almost ghostly as she glided quickly out of the room. The wound was indeed only a superficial one, and it showed every sign of healing with miraculous speed. Rand barely gave it a second thought, becoming enmeshed in sober, weary vigilance as he watched over Rosalie, for he became convinced during the next 2 days that every sin he had ever committed had been carefully tallied and that his penance was now being visited upon him. He did not know if Rosalie suffered in the confinement of her unconsciousness, but he did every time he looked at her. Each time he noticed how dry and cracked her lips were, or how prominent her finely structured bones were becoming. He could not bear to look at her, and yet could not take his eyes away from the sight of her, for he became aware of little else but the slight motionless form on the bed, and it was only because of Mireille's insistence that he ate anything at all. Sleep was elusive, except for the short periods of time when exhaustion overwhelmed him. For the most part, he could only stare and wait. Mireille approached him on the 3rd day as sunset began, her dark, clear brown eyes gleaming with compassion as she regarded him with a little less nervousness than usual. "Monsieur," she inquired softly, would you like for me to order something for you?" He raised his head to look at her, his skin pale underneath the coppery tan, his eyes cold. "You will make yourself ill," she continued, wringing her thin hands together. The subject of his wound was unmentioned, but hung between them palpably. "Perhaps you should take a walk in the fresh air? Or would you like me to order a bath?" For a bath, Rand said, rubbing his eyes and smiling slightly, his expression lacking any sort of genuine humour. "Doubtless I need one. And coffee. Monsieur, you would not wish to worry Mademoiselle with your appearance when she wakes. No? You must sleep. You must eat. When she wakes," he repeated, and his lips curved in that same frighteningly humourless smile. Is she going to wake Mireille? For, obviously wishing she could say yes, but unwilling to lie, the chambermaid began to stutter. Finally, she fell silent, her palms upturned in a gesture of helplessness, and Rand sighed grimly. "You should see her eyes," he murmured absently as he returned his attention to Rosalie. "The darkest blue you can imagine. At night they shine like sapphires. She can't hide a single emotion with those eyes. You can read her every thought. This is inconvenient for her?" For Mireille questioned, tilting her head slightly as she watched him. She was beginning to lose her fear of him, for any man who cared for someone with such tenderness was surely not as dangerous as he had first seemed. For her, but damned convenient for me. She smiled at him for the first time, her entire face seeming to glow for just an instant, and she slipped out of the room to fetch the coffee. For slowly Rand moved to sit on the edge of the bed, his hand coming to rest on Rosalie's finely turned hip, his gaze moving over her features possessively. "Petite fleur," he said, and a peculiar, pained half-smile curved his mouth. "I never thought a woman would have the power to break me, but you've been my undoing." He bent his head, his voice becoming thick and unsteady. "Don't leave me here alone," he whispered. He thought he saw her eyelids twitch, for frozen and still, he watched her face, the steady beat of his heart escalating to a rapid pounding. Miraculously, the satin gleam of her eyelashes fluttered, and a small sigh escaped her lips. Rand caught his breath, leaning closer. Softly he murmured to her, stroking her skin with fingers that shook slightly, and the waxen stillness fell away from her. Wakefulness spread through her like a gentle balm, warming her veins, bringing her sluggish pulse back to life. For as if the effort cost her agony. Rosalie moaned and opened her eyes, protective tears coming to ease their dryness. Bewildered, she squinted up at Rand, endeavouring to moisten the coarsened surface of her lips, trying to speak but finding it impossible.
"It's all right,"
he said, reaching for a pillow to prop under her head, as his eyes devoured her hungrily. His hand supported the back of her neck, his touch firm, tender, possessive.
"Everything's going to be fine."
For Mireille returned with a small tray several minutes after she had left, artfully endeavouring to turn the knob without the use of her hands. Suddenly the door was flung open, and she stared up at Rand in surprise. The harshness of his face had relaxed into a strange sort of calmness, and his weariness seemed to have disappeared. "She's awake," he said, as if revelling in the sound of the words, and her lips parted in a brilliant smile. "Oh, I'm so glad, I'm so—" For she trailed off, searching for words, making an instinctive move in her excitement, to clasp his hands, and then stopping in confusion, as she gripped the tray. Rand flashed an exuberant grin, suddenly bending his head to her upturned face, and he brushed a hard, warm kiss of thanks on her cheek. "Take the coffee back, bring some broth and some fresh water, and be quick." With that he disappeared into the room again, for Mireille's eyes were round with shock as she turned away and hurried down the hallway. The kiss had been one of gratitude, not passion, yet still she could feel the tingle of his mouth against her skin. It was a wonder she had not dropped dead on the spot. Although Mireille was not a high-strung girl, Rand filled her with agitation. An aristocrat was supposed to be aloof and idle, yet there was a physical, earthy quality about him, a drive that contrasted oddly with his station and position, for compared with her brother, Guillaume, and the other men she knew, he was exotic and rather overwhelming, handsome in a certain way, but disturbingly unpredictable, a man she would not want to cross in 1,000 years. It was for his sake that she had wanted Rosalie to recover, because he looked at Mademoiselle as if she were the reason why the sun rose and fell, and Mireille was not too young to appreciate love when she saw it, for love was a meagre commodity in her world. For listlessly Rosalie sipped from a glass of water and handed it back to Mireille, her face whitening as she leaned back against the pillow.
"I do not think you will be able to get out of bed today,"
Mireille announced, her voice laced with the infinite practicality that sometimes seemed comical coming out of the mouth of a young girl.
"I think you're right.
Rosalie said, sighing, and then closing her eyes, for her limbs felt heavy and flaccid, and she wondered if she would ever have the energy to get up. She seemed to be able to do nothing but sleep.
Don't relax yet,
Rand said in an impersonal voice, and she heard the clink of dishes near the bed.
You need to eat more.
No, Rosalie replied with weak stubbornness, managing to lift her eyelids and regard him with revulsion, for she would gag if she had to go through another session in which he relentlessly and dispassionately ladled soup down her throat, paying no attention to her lack of appetite.
No more juice, broth, or soup. Then what will you have? He persisted,
seeming to lose patience with her. As she refused to reply, feeling sick at the thought of food, Rand turned to Mireille.
Maybe an egg and some dry toast,
he began, but Rosalie interrupted him peevishly, lifting her head with effort. For don't talk about me as if I'm not here. Why don't you eat something yourself? You need it more than I do. He was a more starkly authoritative figure than before, slightly thinner than she remembered, his skin lighter by several shades, his face haggard. Suddenly he scowled at her, feeling caged by the small room and the pall of sickness that was threaded through the very air. In the few days since she had woken up, Rosalie had been curiously listless, not even asking what had happened to her, for he missed the old Rosalie desperately, wanted to hold her, wanted her to laugh, and press a warm kiss against his lips. And instead he was confronted with a shadow of the woman he longed for. Rand, who had once been the most self-sufficient bachelor in London, found for the first time in his adult life that he was lonely. Though he struggled to maintain his calm, he felt something inside snap. I need to eat? For, he repeated in a dangerously low tone, striding over to the washstand and picking up a small lacquered hand mirror.
At least I don't look like a damned skeleton.
Are you trying to starve yourself into the grave? Do you think that somehow I'll manage to feel even guiltier then? Look at yourself. He thrust the mirror at her, and Rosalie stopped breathing as she saw her own reflection for the first time since her illness. For she was as white as chalk, her skin splotchy, deep circles carved underneath her eyes. Her hair was lank and dark, pulled away from her face for the sake of neatness, with none of the sprightly curl or shine that she was accustomed to seeing. The only sign of colour in her face was her eyes, and they appeared startlingly huge and blue above the fragile, sharply carved lines of her cheeks. To her blurring gaze, the vision appeared to be that of an old woman. For, take it away and leave me alone, Rosalie said throatily, and as her initial shock wore off, misery threatened to overpower her completely. I can't bear for you to be around me any more. You're overbearing and unfeeling, and I can't. I don't. Trailing off in a tiny voice, she looked up into Rand's unreadable face, and then burst into tears, unable to think of anything else to do. Forswearing vividly, Rand dropped the mirror onto the carpeting and sat on the bed, pulling her into his arms to cradle her. Her body shook with sobs as he rocked her gently, and his exasperation fled as he felt her hot tears dampen his shirt.
Rose, hush!
I didn't intend for you to cry, he murmured against her ear. But you're not going to ruin yourself through your own stubbornness. I intended to take care of you, Petite, and that includes keeping you from starvation. For Rosalie's noisy weeping continued, while he tried to soothe her with indulgent words, and Rand's heart ached at the woeful sounds she made. Unexpectedly, he was all velvet charm and tender warmth, the transformation quite startling from the harsh stranger of a minute before. Unfortunately, it seemed that unhappiness was infectious. As soon as the commotion began, Mireille stared at Rosalie with round eyes, and inexplicably she jerked her hands over her own face as tears blurred her vision. For now she stood in the corner of the room, like a tired, punished child, sobbing just as loudly as Rosalie. Either the girl was profoundly affected by Rosalie's condition, or the crying had reminded her of some past tragedy. But in any event, a storm had been unleashed that showed no signs of abating.
Mireille, why?
Oh, hell, Rand muttered, near his wits' end, as he was confronted with two weeping females in a room of tiny and stuffy proportions, for he almost had to smile at the ridiculous situation he found himself in. His mind cast about for the best course of action to take. It was clear that they could no longer stay in the hotel, for it was dangerous for two reasons. Rosalie was easily accessible to anyone who wished her harm, and second, anyone in a physically weakened condition was prey to the multitude of fevers that constantly circulated through the city, fevers that struck at any time and could cause a variety of damage to the victims. And putting all that aside, Rand was beginning to loathe the place, for the city was beginning to press in on them, bricks and buildings blocking out air and light, relentless sounds of the street abusing the ear with a myriad of shouts and clatterings. A deep and basic urge suddenly possessed him to retreat, to find the shelter and comfort of a protected home, a sanctuary. It was the same urge that his ancestors had felt after surviving the taxing clashes with the outside world, when they had finally sought relief within the walls of the Château d'Anjou. For a corner of his mind immediately protested the thought of returning to the chateau, but he countered it with clear and rational reasoning. The chateau was an ancient fortress, strong and protected, surrounded by miles of land through which it would be difficult for trespassers to travel undetected. It was clean and luxurious, although it was staffed lightly, and it was situated in the country, the ideal place for Rosalie to recover. For there were fresh food, sunny gardens that made for pleasant and leisurely walks, and an abundance of grateful tenants who would most likely tend toward minding their own business during the harvest season. "It seems we're in something of an untenable situation," Rand said dryly, and Rosalie nodded as she hiccuped against his shoulder. She felt weak and fretful, completely unlike herself. Lightly Rand pressed his lips to her hair and shifted her in his arms, for his touch was comforting, his cool, hard strength a blessed relief to her. "Mireille, get out of the corner, s'il te plaît. There are some handkerchiefs in the armoire in the second drawer. Get one for Rose and one for you." As Mireille hesitated at the unorthodox breach of protocol, he sighed impatiently. "Yes, one for you also." Rosalie suddenly giggled through her tears as she listened to his overpatient tone, and unceremoniously Rand clamped the fresh white cloth to her nose. "For we'll leave tomorrow morning for the chateau in Brittany. It's peaceful there, and it will provide a welcome change of scenery. I want all of Mademoiselle's belongings packed tonight, Mireille." The tiny chambermaid nodded, mopping her face solemnly with a handkerchief. "What about Mireille?" Rosalie questioned in a small voice. "Are we just going to leave her here?" Thoughtfully, Rand regarded the girl, who was caught in an immediate agony of suspense. Her wet eyes were dark and hopeful. "For are you capable of being a companion to Mademoiselle?" he asked. "Helping her dress, doing whatever she wants done without question?" Mireille nodded violently. "Out, monsieur. I will even learn to speak English." "A sacrifice that would be greatly appreciated," Rand commented, suddenly grinning. "Then she can come with us to the chateau?" Rosalie asked. Suddenly Rand's pulse leapt at the eager note in her voice. He would have given her the moon to keep it there. For smiling down at her, he tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, and then he raised his head to fix Mireille with a meaningful stare. "Only if she is the kind who keeps a promise," he replied enigmatically, a hint of steel edging his voice, and he and Mireille exchanged a sombre glance that utterly confused Rosalie, in order to keep her from worrying. Rand had decided not to tell Rosalie about the intruder in her room, or about the scuffle that had taken place there, for concerning the matter of the opium-tainted wine, he had told her succinctly that it had been the work of inept thieves who had wanted to steal their valuables after drugging their victims into unconsciousness. It was a common ploy of burglars, and Rosalie had not questioned Rand further on the subject. "Oui, monsieur," the little maid murmured dutifully. "Then be ready to leave tomorrow morning." Mireille gave a little shriek of happiness and ran from the room. "For, thank you," Rosalie said, looking up at Rand in a grateful, wondering manner. "But what was that all ab? You'd better try to get some sleep." he interrupted, plying the handkerchief to her face again. "You're going to rest and eat like a country maid until you can barely fit into your clothes." Rosalie smiled faintly. "Do you like the look of a voluptuous woman?" she murmured. His fingertips traced gently over the overdefined edge of her cheekbone. "For I like the way you looked before," Rand replied, and wiped her face with a handkerchief once more. After the last of the tears had been blotted, Rosalie snuggled against him in search of further comfort, pressing the softness of her face against his rough, unshaven jaw. To her surprise, his arms loosened, and he unloaded her carefully from his lap. Had Rand refused her advance because he was annoyed with her? Rosalie stared apprehensively at him, but his face was impassive, for it was then that she reflected on the fact that his behaviour toward her, ever since she had woken from her drugged slumber, had been exactly like that of a brother kind, but completely platonic. Could it be that after the ravages she had been through, he found her too unattractive to kiss? She could not blame him if that were so, or perhaps he had finally lost his desire for her. Perhaps upon reflection he had decided that she was no longer a novelty. For confused, she lowered her lashes and obediently settled under the covers. "Are you going to mind going to the chateau?" she asked.
I know that you dislike.
"I'll mind staying here one more day," Rand said, deftly arranging the pillows behind her head. "I'm tired of inns and hotels. I've forgotten what it's like to live in more than 1 or 2 rooms at a time. I also haven't been riding in weeks. What about your business concerns? For I have appointed an efficient manager to handle them for a while, and I'll be able to get in touch with him without difficulty." "And the meetings in Paris?" Rosalie questioned sleepily. "They can wait. And Broom? He can wait too. Rand, when are we going back to England?" she whispered, closing her eyes, afraid of what she might see in his face. "When I decide we will," he said in a hard manner that squashed any inclination she might have had to question him further, for the prospect of returning to England was loaded with too many indefinites. It was unpredictable as to how their relationship would change when they reached London, but in France he knew how things stood. She was his without question, and there was no way she could alter the fact. 10. Prithee, say aye or no, I, if thou it not have me. Tell me so, I cannot stay, nor will I wait upon a smile or frown. I, if thou wilt have me, say, then I am thine, or else I am mine own. For Thomas Shipman, I've never seen anything so peaceful," Rosalie said, staring out of the carriage window at the wide slate-blue expanse of the Loire River. "From what I remember of my geography lessons, I expected it to be fiercer, more turbulent." Underneath her head she felt Rand's shoulder flex as he leaned to get a closer look of the scene. "The Loire varies from place to place," he said, his eyes turning a bright shade of gold as the rich light of the sun crossed his face. "For Nantes it's as congested with traffic as the Seine at Orleans. It's a docile stream, barely a few feet deep. Just when you're convinced the Loire is tame and gentle, it begins to rage." Rand's mouth twitched as he added, "As unpredictable as a woman, as fickle as a man, you mean," she rejoined immediately, uncertain as to whether or not he was making jest of her. Rand laughed, enjoying the signs of her returning temper, for lately he had taken an apparent delight in baiting her, in the manner of one who provokes a kitten to take tiny clawed swipes at him. Mireille, who was sitting on the seat opposite them, spoke as she peered out of her window. Wisely she had pretended ignorance of the mildly testy exchanges that had been going on ever since they had left Paris. "Vraiment," Mireille said, "the Loire is unpredictable. Sometimes it floods the vineyards, the valleys. For some of the more stupid peasants think it is a punishment from God. Nearer the ocean, the river becomes big and deep, and I do not like it so much there. But at Touraine it is regal. It is aristocratic, avec les châteaux, and the trees. It looks rather dry for this time of year, don't you?" Quickly, the girl's words trailed off as she discovered that Rand was eyeing her in a speculative manner. Rosalie merely appeared to be surprised. "For Mireille," Rand said slowly, "appears to be exceptionally well-travelled for a chambermaid." flustered. The girl turned away from the window and stared down at her hands. "I have been all over France with Guillaume." Rosalie felt a mixture of protectiveness and compassion for the small girl, for she knew exactly how it felt to be alone. Morel had no parents and no one to take care of her, for all that she had said about her brother was that he was away on a new job, and that she had left a note at the hotel in Paris concerning her plans. When they had pressed her for more information about him, her expression had become guarded, almost as if she were bent on forgetting all about him. Morel was certainly an interesting puzzle, for she had talents and capabilities far above those of any average girl of her age and position. For not only could she read and write, but also she had a lightning-quick mind and had picked up an unconventional mixture of knowledge during her short lifetime. "Morel, where are you from? Where were you born?" Rosalie asked. The girl shook her head. "I don't know, and Guillaume says he does not remember anything about it. One year we spent a long time in Touraine, though, so I suppose you could say I'm from Touraine. And what did you do there?" For Rosalie questioned, further smiling gently as the girl adopted a whimsical expression and shrugged.
"Anything, mademoiselle. I can do anything."
Morel suddenly beamed at them both, a wide smile that indicated supreme pleasure with the world in general, and then she looked out the window again.
"I have no doubt of it,"
Rosalie said in an aside to Rand, and he grinned in agreement.
"As long as she pleases you, love."
The endearment was meaningless offhand, for it wrung a response from her receptive nerves effortlessly. Love. The only other time he had called her that had been during a moment of passion, and she felt startled at the intimacy it recalled. The words sounded soft, coming from his lips, slipping through the pores of her skin like an airy caress. Quietly Rosalie eased herself into the crook of his arm, soaking up the nearness of him as the carriage rolled past the Loire. For how much simpler her life would have been if she had been able to choose whom and when she would love. She could have picked a kind, uncomplicated man, someone who would have fit easily into the pattern of her life, perhaps a junior clerk at a bank, or a baker or tailor. Someone whose kisses were agreeable, not devastating, someone who would beg instead of bully, someone whose looks were pleasant rather than sensually disturbing. For she had never bothered to imagine the problems of loving someone like Rand Berkeley. How much better it would have been to set her sights on a man who would make life steady, not mixed up and painful, wild and sweet. She would not have chosen someone who would have turned her world upside down. Rand was the stuff of which her dreams had once been made, but how wrong she had been to dream with such ambition. For slowly her mind wandered to the subject of the Chateau d'Anjou, as she realized that they would reach it in an hour or two. Somewhere in the jumble of sleepiness and troubled thoughts was a twinge of excitement at the prospect of seeing the chateau, for it might provide a few more revelations about Rand's past. For once she recovered her health completely. Rosalie was determined to find out more about Helene d'Anjou and Rand's heritage, about the recent and far-reaching histories of the people who had lived there. She did not know how things stood between her and Rand now, for the former pattern of their relationship seemed to have dissolved in the past 2 days. So far it had not been reassembled, for perhaps at the chateau she would be able to discover what remained and what was gone, and how the two of them would go on from there. As they drew closer and closer to the d'Anjou estate, the fertile green land became gently sloped, and the road pulled away from its parallel course with the Loire. Languidly a dark shape broke through the horizon, causing Rand to tense slightly.
"That's it,"
he said, and Morel jumped to the window, her tiny fingers curling around the edges. Huge walls and cylindrical towers surrounded the chateau, as well as a shallow moat that had been partially filled in and bridged over, now serving an ornamental rather than useful function. Treetops, flowering ivy, and fluffy pale roses swayed lazily over the edges of the walls. "Sang, how many towers are there?" Rosalie asked, unable to see the mass of them clearly through the half-open iron gate. "For 8, Rand said, bracing an arm against the window frame to prevent her from pitching forward, as the hired carriage jolted to a halt in front of the gate. Morel was thrown backward against the velvet upholstered seat. Undaunted, she glued herself to the window once more.
Mademoiselle, look at the gate,
she exclaimed, and Rosalie leaned forward. As Rand withdrew his arm from in front of her, the back of his hand brushed accidentally against her breast. They both froze instantly, for the immediacy of Rand's desire washed over him without mercy. He inhaled sharply, wanting her uncontrollably, images filling his mind, the pliant firmness of her flesh in his hands, in his mouth, anywhere, everywhere. The inward rush of air dried his lips of their moisture. Rosalie could feel her nipple contract immediately, suddenly aching, tingling in unquenchable arousal. For every nerve was thrown into instant confusion, her pulse heavy and rapid, as if her blood had thickened into melted silver. She knew that her body's reaction to him was unconcealed by the thin cambric of her dress. Cheeks flaming in embarrassment, Rosalie blindly focused on the sight outside the carriage.
"Look at what, Morel?" she murmured.
"At the Dangu coat of arms," the young girl replied in fascination. "Engraved on the gate, a young man holding a shield, and a rose."
"A rose?"
For Rosalie repeated, swallowing hard as she became aware that Rand was staring at her intensely. "But isn't that a sign of royalty?" "The Dangus have a few ties with royalty," he answered in a carefully casual way, albeit in the distant past. In the 12th century, Geoffrey of Anjou married the daughter of England's Henry I, and later their son became Henry II. For in the 1400s the daughter of René d'Anjou joined Henry VI in marriage. Gratefully Rosalie seized on the subject, eager to set her mind on something besides her awareness of him.
"But I don't see,"
she interrupted, "how marrying the offspring of various Henrys entitled the Dangu to put a rose on their shield." As his gaze moved from the vivid blue of her eyes to the wide curve of her mouth, Rand suddenly forgot everything he had been about to say, for he had never imagined being so hungry, so starved for the assuagement of a woman's flesh, so needful of her caress, her sweetness. It took a massive effort to collect his thoughts and continue. The rose was won in battle. In the 15th century, Philippe d'Anjou defeated two powerful families in the struggle for the right to rule Brittany. And if that alone didn't give him the right to take the rose as a symbol of royalty, he took to wife a 16-year-old maiden soon after the battle was over. An English bride. Her name was Rosamond. The English Rose, they called her, and it was said that he valued her above all else. Rosalie hastily took her eyes away from him as the carriage edged carefully past the gate and started up the long drive to the chateau.
"What is the Berkeley coat of arms?"
she asked. For a shield, a wolf, and a birch tree. That's why Randall is such a common name in the Berkeley family, given to every firstborn son. It means shield wolf, a shield that makes the warrior who carries it invincible in battle. Even though Rosalie's head was turned away from him, she could feel his eyes upon her as he said softly, "Hence the Berkeleys are usually certain of getting what they fight for, until their overconfidence leads to defeat," Rosalie said stubbornly. For each tiny hair on the back of her neck quivered as he laughed, the sound delicious, masculine, warm. Hasn't happened in centuries. The Chateau d'Anjou was unquestionably one of the loveliest structures she had ever seen. The oldest part of it was a castle, complete with bulky, steadfast towers and rigid walls. For then, rising out of the stone and stability of the castle was the more modern part of the chateau, designed in a Gothic style of dainty elegance, complete with crenellation, cone-topped towers and finely arched windows. The whole of it perched among miles of gardens and wooded forests, tiny ponds, and a profusion of roses, azaleas, rhododendrons, and chrysanthemums. "Oh, how beautiful it is," Rosalie said, and Rand's mouth twisted sardonically. "For the only monument the Dangu family has to offer to its name. There are no more men to carry on the line. It's so full of grace, romance." Rosalie searched dreamily for the exact words to use. Self-conscious grandeur, Rand suggested, and she gave him a withering look before returning her attention to the gorgeous spectacle of the chateau. For the gravel drive passed through two more sets of gates. then wound artfully by small ponds and clusters of trees before taking a more direct route toward the chateau. All of the land surrounding the structure was carefully tended, the trees and flowers so well balanced and harmoniously placed that it betrayed a history of meticulous landscaping and refurbishing. For Rosalie began to see what Rand had meant by describing the estate as self-conscious, for it did indeed seem to stand in awareness of its own magnificence. Underneath the leafy fronds and the careful ornamentation, it was evident that the chateau had once been a fortress, a tough, impenetrable giant, and the resilient strength of it still remained, although its edges had been softened by whimsical decoration. For the entrance to the chateau was dignified and grand, framed by half-columns that edged a wide portico. 4 wings branched off from the central building. Strange how the classical Roman style of it matched the Gothic tone of the rest of the structure. It could have easily been a jarring combination of styles, yet something, perhaps its simplicity, blended all into a harmonious whole. The carriage stopped, and Rosalie felt a quick flutter of nervousness intrude on her curiosity. For so many new places, so many new things she had seen since meeting Rand, whereas before, her life had been the same year in and year out. Morel took it all in with apparent ease, for her life had been nothing but constant change. "It looks very quiet for such a big chateau," Morel remarked. Rand nodded briefly before unfolding his arm from behind Rosalie.
"Right now we have only a small staff,"
he replied, opening the carriage door before an approaching footman could reach them. But in the village there are a number of people who know the ways of the house reserve forces, so to speak. We'll need a few of them while we're here. Then he smiled at her, adding, "Unless you would prefer to help with the cooking and dusting." "If my cooking will please you and mademoiselle, then so be it," Morel said, her fatalistic shrug indicating that the possibility of her cooking pleasing either one of them was highly doubtful. For Rosalie giggled, her eyes twinkling as she regarded the pair of them. "Don't tease her, Rand," she reproved, and he closed his mouth in obedient silence, the golden hazel eyes gleaming with a peculiar light as he threw her one last glance. Then he swung agilely out of the carriage to speak with the driver of the hired vehicle. "His temper is improving," Rosalie observed in a whisper. "He is happy that you are better," Morel said wisely. "Do you really think so? For sometimes it doesn't seem as if, under the scrutiny of those bright chocolate-hued eyes—" Rosalie didn't finish her sentence, wondering exactly how much the girl understood. Surely my feelings for him must be as obvious as a beacon, she thought. Was Morel, young as she was, someone she could trust? Her ponderings were interrupted as a middle-aged footman of gentle appearance helped them both out of the carriage, his band steady under her weak grasp. For the travelling had exhausted Rosalie, and she became irritated with herself as she realized that her strength was far too easily depleted this soon after her illness. Feeling vaguely removed from the scene as she stepped down from the vehicle, Rosalie stood there, blinking tiredly. Although Morel was looking around in lively curiosity, she remained firmly by Rosalie's side, reminding Rand of a little watchdog as he approached the pair. "For our arrival is unexpected," he said, offering his arm to Rosalie and leading her up the wide steps to the doorway. "It will probably take a minute or two for them to prepare the rooms." As the front doors were opened, Rosalie let out a soft, admiring exhalation, forgetting everyone around her as she took in the magnificence of the chateau's interior. For balustraded galleries edged the second floor, rich with tapestries and artwork, while statues of fantastical creatures perched in corners, above arches and doorways. The colours were pale and delicate, light blue, cream, lavender, mint, while thick rococo encrustations of gold glimmered on the walls and ceiling in lavishness and abundance. "It used to be quite elegant," Rand said dryly. "Simple, restrained, tasteful. But during one of my mother's last visits here, she decided to redecorate. For again." Rosalie nodded speechlessly, wondering how on earth anyone could live comfortably in such resplendence. The chateau seemed to be less of a home than a beautiful work of art. It was breathtaking to view. But how could anyone live here?
"Don't worry,"
Rand said, cupping a comforting hand over her elbow. Most of the rooms are a little less overwhelming. Oh, this woman who is approaching, she and her husband are the caretakers of the chateau. For since they are both highly respected in the village, we'll hope that she'll be considered an acceptable chaperon for you. Ah, Madame Alvin. He turned to speak to a pleasant-visaged, rotund woman who advanced toward them with a bewilderingly rapid stream of French. Her expression was exceptionally kind if slightly worried, her neatly kept hair a silvery colour of brown, her clothes and aprons scented of cleanliness and starch, a clean, toasty, motherly smell that was immediately comforting. For in her increasing exhaustion, Rosalie could not follow most of the conversation that ensued, comprehending only a few of Rand's words. He seemed to be describing her as my little cousin from England, explaining that she had been visiting relatives in Paris when a fever had struck, and that they were here for her to recuperate. He finished with the brief introduction. Rose, may I present Madame Alvin, Miss Rosalie Berkeley. For Burke, Rosalie began to say, stunned, and Rand smiled down at her gently, his expression brotherly, as he prodded her in the side. Yes, I know how tired you are, petite cousine. A few minutes, and I'm certain Madame Alvin will have a room for you. Cousin Rosalie Berkeley. It was not a role that would be easy for her to slip into. We have one already, Madame Alvin said, her sympathy and concern turning into a whirlwind of activity. For Eleazar, get the bags from outside, and do not drag those big feet. Ninette, show Mademoiselle and her companion the rooms upstairs, then fetch your sister from the village to help with the cooking. And, Jereem, the trunks outside are— Where is that boy? Eleazar. Find him and tell him that we need his uncle to butler. Rosalie raised her eyes to the long, limitless line of stairs that led to the second floor. For Ninette, a large blonde girl, close to her own age, indicated that they led to the bedchambers, and Rosalie stumbled forward with feet that had turned leaden, determined to retain at least a shred or two of her independence from Rand. Stubborn little fool. She suddenly heard a low masculine voice next to her ear. No doubt you intend to try the stairs without asking for any help at all. Are you planning to carry your own trunks up as well? For Rosalie made no reply, her face pale from the toll the journey had taken. Rand picked her up easily, his arms hooked securely beneath her back and knees. Ah, pauvre mademoiselle, she heard Madame Alvin exclaim, and everything passed in a rush over her head as she rested her cheek submissively against Rand's shoulder. He carried her up the stairs as the maid led the way, his breath warm against her cheek as he glanced down at her. For how strange, Rosalie mused absently, that fate had forced her to depend on Rand so much and so often. She who had longed for freedom and independence, he a man whom few trusted, who had the reputation of loathing responsibility. What impelled him to take care of her and protect her? He carried her into a bedchamber shaded in gold and pastels, the counterpane on the small canopied bed a pale pink hue. For Rosalie could do no more than cast a weary glance around the exquisite room to take in the details. The gilded dressing table, the ornate mirrors, the walls painted with whimsical pictures of clouds, cherubs, and dainty foliage.
Where are you going?
She asked, as the comforting folds of the bed surrounded her.
My room is down the hall,
He said, pulling the light covers over her.
Mireille is being settled in right next door. You'll feel better after you sleep for a while, love.
For bewildered by his tenderness, Rosalie found that her arms were still entwined around his neck. Slowly she released him and slid her hands under the covers, her eyes closing. She looked so absurdly helpless against the large lace-edged pillows that Rand could not resist staying with her one more minute, the mattress giving slightly as he sat by her. "Are you going to rest also?" she asked. "I have some things to take care of." "What kinds of things?" she persisted, and Rand smiled. "For you don't have to worry," he said, his tone gentle. "I won't stray far from you." As he spoke, he stroked the satin tendrils of hair away from her face with a whisper-light touch, letting them curl around his fingers and then tucking them behind her ears. "What will you be doing?" Rosalie questioned sleepily, relaxing deeply under the caress of his fingertips, waiting for you to wake up, of course, and making some decisions. About me? For, she whispered, feeling him trace the delicate line of her jaw, the vulnerable turn of her neck.
No decisions about you,
Rand replied, his voice full of low, subtle inflections that her mind was too tired to analyze. How can I? His thumb brushed against the pulse in her neck, then drifted to the clustered nerves near her shoulder and massaged until her muscles were soft and loose. My dilemma is that of the miner who finds a diamond in a pile of rocks, for never having had such a possession before. He's afraid of losing it. He is besieged by questions. What kind of setting does it require, and how should he guard it, and how does he keep himself from becoming a miser? Dropping off to sleep, Rosalie barely heard his words. She wondered much later if she had felt the soft brush of his mouth against her cheek, the stroke of his breath against her skin, the sweetness of a lover's whisper in her hair. Or had it been only a dream that had stolen over her like a reluctant summer sunset? Rosalie slept in undisturbed peace, finally wakening a few hours later when evening had already settled. Mireille was there, as she opened her eyes, bustling into the room with a bed tray that contained an enticing selection of food. "Mademoiselle, would you like some supper?" she entreated. As Rosalie smiled and rubbed her eyes, the girl set the tray on a gilded table. "For Monsieur de Berkeley said that you would eat up here tonight," Mireille informed her, plumping up the pillows for Rosalie to lean against and rearranging the covers as she sat up. "They are so busy organizing the chateau. New people have arrived from the village, a butler, a man to clean the knives and boots, a girl to help the cook, and another to help open up more rooms." "So you've been investigating everything?" Rosalie asked, receiving the bed tray with pleasure. "What is this?" "For blanc manger d'un capon, very good for a sick person. A capon breast milled with ground almonds, and those little things on top are pomegranate seeds." Rosalie took a tentative bite and found it to be the most delicious dish she had ever tasted. Nestled on the gold-edged plate next to the capon was a sparse handful of mushrooms, sautéed with cream and scallions, and there were also 2 small milk rolls to be spread liberally with butter. For dessert I will bring you a strawberry cream," Mireille announced, and Rosalie laughed. "I doubt that I'll be able to eat dessert after this." "Monsieur said you must eat everything?" "Everything?" Rosalie repeated doubtfully. "I don't suppose you would. Monsieur said I must not eat anything for you," Mireille said virtuously. "Monsieur is extremely fond of dictating orders." Rosalie grumbled, thinking that Rand needed to eat just as much as she did. "I hope he had a large dinner." "For a very large one." The girl nodded, settling on the corner of the bed as Rosalie picked up a 3-pronged fork. "Vraiment, he did, after going to the stable to see the horses. The stable is made to hold 40 horses, Ninette told me, and in the old days it was packed with them." "How many now?" Rosalie questioned around a savoury mouthful. Mireille tilted her head thoughtfully. Let me think. Only 5? For Monsieur de Berkeley said to Monsieur Alvin, the caretaker and gardener, who is also husband to Madame Alvin, that we need another stable boy because he wishes to buy more horses. The ones in the stable now are not fast or spirited enough for him to ride." "That sounds like him," Rosalie agreed, taking a sip of watered-down wine. "Rand's idea of riding is probably to risk his neck by racing the wind and jumping every hedge and fence in sight. For, if you wish to ride after you are better, I will accompany you," Mireille offered, and the hopefulness was so transparent in her voice that Rosalie's lips twitched. "If you're certain you wouldn't mind—" "Oh, no, I would not mind at all. And also," Mireille continued, apparently encouraged by Rosalie's acquiescence, "there are beautiful gardens around the chateau, and even a maze that Monsieur Alvin keeps clipped. If you wish, I will accompany you on afternoon walks." "For a pleasant suggestion," Rosalie agreed, "and I will also accompany you to the fair in the village this month, which Ninette told me about. After I ask Monsieur de Berkeley for permission, of course. Monsieur doesn't own me," Rosalie interrupted, suddenly annoyed at Mireille's assumption that Rand had the right to approve or disapprove of her activities. "We don't need his permission." "But he is your cousin, your guardian, yes? He must be told of these things, or, Fora, he will become very angry with me," Mireille pointed out. Rosalie's expression softened immediately. The last thing she would wish on anyone, especially Mireille, was Rand's anger. One scowl from him was enough to chase someone's wits under the bed. Besides, I do not think he would say no to anything you wanted. "No?" Rosalie questioned, her voice dry. "Unfortunately, he has very particular ideas about what he thinks I should do. And so far her attempts to manage Rand had been met with varying degrees of success. He was not an easy man to manipulate."
"Je suis d'accord,"
Mireille said, nodding vigorously. "You are right. He is a strong-willed man." Suddenly her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. "But when you smile at him, mademoiselle—" She lifted her tiniest finger and waggled it. "His will is no stronger than this." Rosalie gave a smothered laugh and broke one of the soft white milk rolls, shaking her head in dismay. "I wonder if it was wise of Rand to pick you as my companion," she said, chuckling quietly, before spearing a tiny mushroom with a three-pronged fork. "For a pair of brown geldings, an old brown match horse, a chestnut mare, and a bay." Rand listed the contents of the stable thoughtfully, the sinewy, muscular length of his legs stretched out in front of him as he lounged negligently in the frail, elaborately ornamented chair. He had come to Rosalie's bedchamber after an early morning ride, finding her at the beginning of a leisurely paced breakfast. For she was an enchanting sight, her paleness erased with the warm flush of a long sleep and recent awakening. "The bay can work up to a respectable speed, but the others are too old and well-fed to be of much use." He chuckled suddenly. His gold-tinged eyes focused on a distant memory. "I don't recall many details about the old Marquis, except for his love of horses. For I wonder if he knows somehow that his 40-horse stable is currently being warmed by 5 round-sided nags who swish at flies for exercise." Rosalie laughed, pulling apart a croissant and spreading a crumbling bit of it with fresh honey. "You plan to augment the ranks of the Dongu stables soon?" she inquired. "I'm going to visit some of the more prominent local landowners today. Perhaps there'll be a few prospects. For in any event, it's customary here for the new residents of the district to pay first calls." "Really? They're not going to make the first move and welcome us? And I thought the French were so hospitable. It makes more sense the way we do it in England, the other way around." "I would rather that no one came to visit for a few weeks," Rand replied, stroking his lean cheek absently. The shadow of bristle made him appear darker than usual and vaguely unscrupulous. "For the reason we're here is to find some peace, not to play host to a gaggle of curious callers." "Oh!" Rosalie stopped chewing in mid-thought, then forced herself to swallow. "Do you think anyone knows? About the gossip? About the rumours concerning Brummel's daughter?" Rand clarified, and then shook his head. "You'll discover shortly that this little province is an entire world, insulated from Paris just as much as it's insulated from Japan. For local affairs are the concern here. Local news, local gossip. Now, in England, you've been a gossip-monger's dream. But here, well, you won't make the local circuit for quite a while." "Thank you," Rosalie said dryly, as she washed down the croissant with hot, milky coffee. Her eyes brightened with a pleasant idea. "For then that means I can accompany you when you visit. You can rest and relax in bed for a while longer," Rand corrected, his voice containing that autocratic note that sorely tempted her to disobey him. "And if you're feeling stronger, you can have Mireille accompany you on a tour through a wing or two of the chateau. There are paintings, sculptures, and amusements enough to keep you occupied for a while." For smothering her vaguely outraged reaction to his tone of command, Rosalie contrived to keep her reply appropriately mild. Rand would not be won over by her stubbornness as quickly as sweetness. "Will I see you for lunch?" she asked, sounding more wistful than she would have preferred. However, she was satisfied to hear that his voice was noticeably softer than before. "Not today, but I'll be back in time for supper tonight." For, as Rand stood up, his riding boots gleamed with an ebony sheen in the morning light. Hugging his calves and emphasizing well-hewn thighs in a way that any decent woman would probably ignore. As matters were, Rosalie could not help noticing how magnificent he was in riding clothes, how tousled and masculine he appeared with his gold-brown hair mussed and his face unshaven. "If you need anything, tell Mireille or Madame Alvin," he said, and Rosalie smiled at him. "For I never dreamed I'd have my own companion," she said, licking a tiny spot of honey off her forefinger. "I should be at home, running to fetch Elaine's morning tea, and instead I'm lolling in an ostentatious chateau in France, trying to decide how best to spend my leisure time." As the thick braid of sable hair trailed over her shoulder and down to her waist, as her rich blue eyes shone with feline contentment, Rand stared at the appealing picture she made. Still so innocent, so serene. For he wanted to crush her slender silken body in his arms and hold her like that for days, inhaling her scent, hearing every breath she took and every beat of her heart. "You should be at home safe with your mother," he said thickly, and Rosalie glanced up in surprise at the change in his tone. "Deciding which colour your hair ribbon should be, which boy to dance and flirt with at the next ball." She started to say, confused by his mercurial mood, and then she decided to smile again. "For, have a good day," she said. Her smile faltered as Rand ignored her words and left abruptly, his thick, straight brows drawing together as he closed the door with absolute control. He leaned against the wall in the outside hallway as soon as the latch clicked, closing his eyes and taking a deep, even breath. "I can't do this any more," he muttered, his hands clenched into tight, solid fists. "God help me, I can't read your mind, Rosalie, and I don't know what you want. For I'm wrapped around those little fingers, wanting to jump every time you beckon and call. Damn, but you're hard on a man's pride." Sometimes she was a strong woman with mettlesome spirit. Sometimes she was frail and in need of his strength. Her changeability was part of what fascinated Rand about her, but it also made him wary. For a while he had to establish a safer distance from Rosalie, for he was far too vulnerable to her capricious moods, and it was apparent that she needed time to think. "I think," Mireille said, her elfin features wrinkling in concentration. "We think, you think, they think, he think." "He think," Rosalie corrected, turning the pages of the English book in search of another verb to conjugate. For they sat in the small, sunny garden at the back of the chateau, near the glass-panelled doors that opened from a magnificent sitting-room. Chairs and cushions had been set out for them by Monsieur Alvin, so that they could study outdoors in complete comfort. The breeze was warm and pleasant, permeated with the fragrance of flowers, grass, sunlight, summer. "Mireille, you are a wonder. I've never met anyone with a memory like yours. Try this one, the verb to be. For I am, you are, we are, they are, he are," Mireille supplied triumphantly, and Rosalie suppressed a quick urge to laugh. "No, he am? He is," Rosalie said, her voice coloured with no small amount of sympathy. English was not as easy to learn as French, not by half. Mireille sighed in disgust, her dark brown eyes glowing with animation. "The English language is like the English people. Elle n'est pas raisonnable." For, "No, it doesn't make much sense," Rosalie agreed, closing the book while smiling at her petite companion. "I think that is enough for today." "I can do more," Mireille said stubbornly. "What is this?" she asked, picking up the nearest object within reach. "A book," Rosalie replied. "And this?" "A stone. And that is a door, that is a tree." "And this?" "A flower," Rosalie said, taking the blossom from Mireille's tiny hand and examining it reverently, for she had never seen such a spectacular rose. Its petals were luxuriant and profuse, fragile and pale, shaded with yellow near the centre. The stem and leaves were glossy and dark green. Its perfume was sweet, mild, intoxicating, a very beautiful flower. A Gloire de Dijon rose. A new voice joined the conversation. The two women turned to see the stout form of Monsieur Alvin as he returned from pruning and clipping the flowering ivy, for he was not quite so wide in girth as Madame Alvin, but his smile was just as pleasant, his eyes twinkling with the satisfaction of a man who was at ease with his life and his work. He was the general caretaker of the chateau in the absence of the proprietor, but his main love and talent was gardening. Beyond the maze there is another thicket of them, shaded with pink and not yellow, and they are not as large as these. They do not have the protection of a wall, as these do. For Gloire de Dijon roses need protection. They are strong and sturdy at the base, but their petals are delicate. They need shelter from the wind and the elements in order to grow full and beautiful. "Yes, I understand," Morel said, her little grin taking on a mischievous quality as she glanced at Rosalie. "Don't all of Monsieur de Berkeley's roses need protection?" "Morel," Rosalie said pointedly, "you are a little cat." For, although she spoke in English, Rosalie knew from Morel's widening grin that she understood the gist of the statement. Unfortunately, as day followed day and week followed week, Morel had much less cause than she had originally thought to tease Rosalie about Rand. The truth was, Rand was seldom with them. He was gone most of the time, overseeing matters concerning the management and upkeep of the chateau. For there were many concerns that had been put off year after year, repairs, bills, and obligations that had finally accumulated in a pile that the Alvins were not capable of dealing with. He seemed to enjoy the challenges that were presented to him, but Rosalie sensed that something was constantly bothering him. He would come in sometimes after hard, long rides, his hair and skin damp with sweat, his face taut with frustration, for he refused most of the time to meet her eyes, yet his conversation and his smiles were easy, glib, automatic. His attitude toward Rosalie became less and less that of a lover, more that of the fictitious cousin. He seemed bent on erasing any lingering traces of closeness between them, never seeing her alone except for the minute or so each morning when he stopped by after riding to inquire dutifully after her health. For each night, Mireille, Rosalie, Rand, and the Alvins shared the dinner table together, for in some aspects the chateau was run with notable informality. But even then, Rosalie could not speak to Rand about anything other than the commonplace, because after the last course was done most of the residents of the chateau retired at 9 o'clock. There was never an opportunity for her to share a private moment with him, for to her disgruntled surprise, Rosalie realized eventually that he seemed to prefer it that way. She alternated between resenting him and wanting the special intimacy they had once known, but to all appearances Rand did not seem to miss their closeness. At first she was bewildered, then desperate for his attention, then dully resigned to the fact that she was not going to get it. Despite her dissatisfaction with personal matters, Rosalie's health improved rapidly. For in a miraculously short time she bloomed with vigour again, a condition she credited almost entirely to Madame Alvin's cooking. She had never eaten so well before. Everything was fresh and carefully prepared, seasoned and garnished with the vegetables and herbs and spices that grew in the sprawling garden behind the chateau. There was smoked ham rubbed with salt, cloves, and anise, turkey stuffed with raspberries, fried sole and roasted meats of every variety. For each meal was preceded by a delicious soup, such as potage à la Monglace, made with truffles and mushrooms, or à la Crecy with sweet orange carrots, or pumpkin soup, Rosalie's favourite because it was served in a hollowed-out glazed pumpkin. Next came the entremets, a dish that was served between courses. Usually it consisted of light, pungent concoctions such as ember-roasted truffles, pineapple cream, or tiny soufflés. For desserts were always varied and abundant. Orleans pudding, a smooth custard layered with crushed biscuits, apricot fritters, and marzipan tarts cunningly shaped like hearts, heavenly pastries composed of layer upon layer of flaky dough filled with delicate creams and fruits. Rosalie noticed that Morel was also benefiting from the food and the extra sleep. for she was becoming less an unnaturally poised child and more a rowdy, healthy girl, her feet barely touching the floor as she raced around the chateau and the grounds. Together they walked through the grounds, talking excessively and never running out of conversation material. But they never discussed Rand or the obvious fact that Rosalie longed to reawaken his former interest in her, until finally one morning Rosalie broached the subject glumly while Mireille was twisting and pinning her hair at her bedchamber dressing table. "Mireille, it's not going to work," she said, sighing as she met the girl's eyes with her own disconsolate blue gaze. "It's useless to try to attract his attention. You might as well let my hair alone and lay out sackcloth for me to dress in, for the kinds of feelings he had for me in Paris are completely gone. The way he talks to me now, the way he looks at me, absolutely different from then. Dieu, he is so damned kind and brotherly that I want to choke him. Oh, mademoiselle," Mireille said, her smile very wry as she set down the lacquer-backed brush and leaned a hip against the table. "How can it be," she asked, fixing Rosalie with a steady gaze, "that I am 15 and you are 20 when I am so much older than you? For how can you not see what is so obvious to me and everyone else here? And what exactly do you see? Perhaps it is true that love makes one blind. If so, I hope I never fall in love, for vraiment, it makes such fools of men and women. Of course, Monsieur wants you. He does not in the least think of you as a brother would. Don't you ever turn quickly and surprise the look in his eyes when your head is turned, ma foi? How he stares at you!" For Mireille's voice lowered, and she went to close the door. When she returned, Rosalie's head was bent.
"What more can I do?"
she asked, her voice almost quivering with pained eagerness. "I hang on to every word of his. I smile at him, I touch him, and he pulls away so politely. He must know how I feel, for he is perceptive and hardly inexperienced. Mademoiselle, I do not know what has happened between you and him. I know you a little. I know nearly nothing about him. But I can say without doubt that he is waiting for you." "Waiting? For me to do what?" Rosalie asked blankly. "To decide what you want from him, and what he is to you, and he will approach you only when you have made up your mind? Say ça. It is very simple." A long silence reigned in the room, and slowly Rosalie lifted her eyes to Mireille's. As the girl read the doubt in Rosalie's blue gaze, she sighed and made the motion of hitting her own head with a spread palm. "Bah!" she exclaimed, "for I have said too much." "No," Rosalie said quickly. "You haven't. I need someone to help me think through this. I can't quite believe that Rand might still want me as he once did."
"I saw him in Paris,"
Mireille said quietly, "when he thought you might not wake up ever again. He was faux, and that is no exaggeration." "Faux?" Rosalie repeated, frowning curiously. It was a word she had not come across before. Mireille bit her lip as she considered how to explain it. For, yes, faux, when things are not right, in the head or the heart, when something is wrong with the thinking.
"Crazy,"
Rosalie said, and her eyes became round as she stared at the small maid. "Rand was, yes, completely. Well, I am faux right now, completely, because my heart does know what I want from him, and my head tells me all the reasons why it is wrong. Ever since I met him, my thinking and my feelings have been at cross purposes, pushing me toward him, pulling me away from him. And you wonder why he is cool to you," Mireille pointed out gently. "Are you suggesting that he has avoided me because he's protecting himself? Mais oui? Then how do I? I am the wrong one to give advice," Mireille said, suddenly standing up and brushing at imaginary dust on her skirts. Rosalie groaned and leaned her forehead against her hands. "The problem seems so complicated, but it's ridiculously simple. For my heart wants him for forever, but my mind tells me that I can't have him that long, and so it would be better not to have him at all. Isn't the solution self-evident?" "Yes," Mireille said, and suddenly she looked haunted. It was an odd expression for the face of a little sprite to wear. Her eyes turned dark with memories of a short but complicated past, which she refused to confide in anyone. Yes, the answer would be easy for me to choose, mademoiselle, for happiness blows away as easily as feathers in a strong wind. It is not solid and complete. It comes in little pieces. Collect them when you can. It is worthless to spite the bits and pieces that you hold because of all that you cannot have.
I'm sorry,
Rosalie whispered. I must seem very selfish to you. No. Abruptly the glimmer in Morel's eyes disappeared, and she picked up the brush to resume arranging the locks of long, gleaming hair. Abruptly she changed the subject, for I heard in the kitchen this morning that Jerime saddled one of the horses in order for Monsieur de Berkeley to visit Monsieur Lefebvre, the local tax collector. He should be back early this afternoon. If you wish, you can see him then.
A tax collector?
I thought Rand had taken care of the unpaid taxes weeks ago when he came here to put the chateau up for sale. I have heard that Monsieur Lefebvre is a very bad man, a greedy man. For after Monsieur de Berkeley sold the Douangou land to the tenants who worked it, Monsieur Lefebvre raised the land taxes, but the peasants cannot afford to pay him more.
Why would Lefebvre do that?
Rosalie wondered aloud, frowning. Rand told me that land taxes are already heavier on the peasantry than on the rich landowners. You can't squeeze blood out of a stone. The peasants have no voice. This far from Paris, the local men of importance can do whatever they want, for the villages are their own kingdoms. Last night a group of peasants came to the chateau to ask Monsieur de Berkeley to speak to Lefebvre on their behalf, since he is the highest-ranking man living in the district now, and they remember his kindness in selling the land to them at such a low price. I didn't hear a thing. We had already retired, Mireille said, and then gave a smug little smile. But I know everything that goes on here because Madame Alvin is a talkative woman, and what she doesn't reveal, Ninette or Eleazar tells me. Rand certainly didn't mention anything about it to me, Rosalie said, folding her arms and staring at the mirror in disgruntlement. But then, he probably wants me to turn my attention to some other matters that I've put off for a long time. She felt a quake of apprehension in her stomach and determinedly squelched it. Mireille, after you finish my hair, I need some time alone. I have for a letter to write, and I don't know how long it will take. The floor was littered with crumpled attempts, each one more difficult to begin than the last. Rosalie refused to leave her desk until the job was done. She had never envisioned herself in such a ludicrous position. How could she write a letter asking her mother if she were indeed her mother? Would Armil be hurt by her questions? Would she be angered by them? And how did she feel about the fact that Rosalie was living under a man's protection in France, Maman? It is not that I have abandoned the rules of morality you tried to teach me, Rosalie thought, wishing that she could talk to Emile face to face instead of writing a stilted message. But, Maman, you never told me what to do when something else seems more important. I have not been deluded by love or passion. It's just that I have begun to realize there is no happiness in safety, for I have to take chances. When the letter was done, she folded and sealed it carefully, tucking it into a stocking bag and tying the purse to the waist of her jade-green gown. Suddenly, she noticed that because of the hours spent in the sunny garden, her skin had warmed from its usual fairness to a light peach colour. "Good Lord!" she said, examining her face, arms, and bosom critically in the thickly ornamented mirror. "I'll get as brown as Rand if I'm not careful." For the sun had also illuminated her cheeks with bright pink crescents, causing her to sigh in dismay. "Brummel's daughter," she muttered, inspecting her nose to see if it had also been reddened by the sun. "If that's what I am, I've inherited the faults and none of the perfections." Slowly, she raised a slender hand to her neck, touching the place where her gold circlet had so often hung on a ribbon. For an odd chill ran through her as she realized that the father she had once cursed for not being alive might be in Calais that very moment. George Brummel, George Bellow, if they were one and the same, then how could Amelie have kept the knowledge from her?
Maman,
Rosalie said, reaching inside the stocking purse to feel the edge of the letter with her fingertips. How could you be the former governess to my real mother? for, with a quick shiver, she released the letter and went to call for Mireille. Rosalie followed Mireille's more forthright pace into the stable with a more cautious step, for it was unfamiliar territory. The stable smelled good, of hay, horses, leather, and feed, and she peered curiously at the spacious interior. She had never seen so many horse stalls. Even with Rand's recent purchases, only a small fraction were actually occupied, for Jereme, a red-haired youth of 18, sat on a small stool in the act of carving nameplates for the new additions to the stable. At the entrance of the two women, he stood up with a start and whipped off his hat.
Mademoiselle Berkeley?
He murmured, nodding his head in a gesture of respect, and then his pale brown eyes flickered to her companion with a great deal more familiarity.
El Mireille?
"Hello," Rosalie said, her lips tilted upward in a vaguely inquiring smile, for it was apparent that something had occurred between her companion and Jereme, for Mireille pointedly ignored the boy, her little nose lifting in the air as she brushed by him.
These are the horses Monsieur de Berkeley purchased, the maid informed Rosalie. They are very handsome, aren't they? This is Whisper, and this is Lynette. The empty place is for Diamond, a big black one that Monsieur has taken on his visit to Monsieur Lefebvre. For Jereme joined the conversation eagerly, making a pretence of spitting on the ground after the name left his lips. The whole village hates Monsieur Lefebvre.
I do not believe he will make any agreement or bargain with Monsieur de Berkeley or anyone else. Lefebvre is too. Monsieur de Berkeley has had vast experience negotiating with disagreeable officials, Rosalie said reassuringly, reaching out a hand to stroke Whisper's soft muzzle. For, with respect, mademoiselle, not with black-hearted men who like to squeeze every franc out of a little village and fill their own pockets with it. He runs a large shipping enterprise and has dealt very capably with stubborn customs agents who detest English imports, Rosalie replied. I don't think Monsieur Lefebvre will present any difficulty to him. I hope you're right, Jereme murmured doubtfully. Mireille stamped her tiny foot with characteristic impatience. For of course she's right, idiot. Anyone who has ever stepped a foot out of the village would know that a customs agent is 10 times more difficult to reason with than a little nothing of a tax collector. Rosalie grinned at her companion's worldly wise air and sought for a way to change the subject, since Jeremy was beginning to look distinctly offended. She clicked her tongue lightly to the aging chestnut horse beside Whisper. Who is this? For Rosalie asked, unable to make out the blunted lettering on the nameplate. Revenant, Jereme answered. Rosalie chuckled. In English, his name is Spook, Mireille. I wouldn't recommend trying to ride him until we discover how he earned it. As Mireille began to reply, her attention was caught by a tiny movement in the corner of an unoccupied stall, and she flew toward it with an exclamation of delight.
Mademoiselle, oh, come here and see.
For in the stall 4 kittens tumbled over each other, lively bundles of grey fur that swatted and pounced at each other, then peered at the approaching visitors with bright round eyes. How sweet, Rosalie crooned, her eyes gleaming with pleasure. She crouched beside Mireille without hesitation, her skirts billowing on the hay-sprinkled ground, for scooping up one of the wriggling bodies. Rosalie stroked her fingers over the downy fur and discovered the tenuous vibrations of a purr against her palms. The thought suddenly occurred to her that she was behaving with a notable lack of dignity. No lady would squat in a stable to coo over such a discovery, but how soft the kitten was, how trusting and fragile. Wonderingly she fit her palm over the entirety of its tiny head, chuckling at the miniature ears, the wispy strands of whiskers. For as she held it against her neck, clasping the little animal in a gentle hold, it scrabbled for a more secure position and accidentally caught at her skin with one frail claw. Still, she did not release the purring kitten, settling it against her shoulder and standing up as she heard the multiple thuds of approaching hoofbeats, framed in the wide entrance to the barn, ran dismounted from a huge horse that gleamed like ebony, for the horse's large, sensitive nostrils were quivering from a fast-paced ride, his great sides expanding and contracting with deep breaths. Large, shining hooves pawed nervously at the ground in his unwillingness to stop so suddenly. "Cool him down well, Jerem," Rand said, the low baritone of his voice carrying even though he spoke softly. Rosalie stared at him in absorption, hugging her arms around herself as she drank in the sight of him. For so many times she had seen him in the most expensive evening clothes, cool, unruffled, and perfectly handsome, yet nothing or no one could compare with him as he looked right now, exuding unvarnished masculinity from every pore. The sleeves of his simple white shirt were rolled up to just above the elbows, revealing powerfully sculptured forearms and wrists. The garment clung to him in damp patches, especially to the flatness of his midriff and the broad, rock-solid surface of his back. For as Rand turned to hand the reins of the horse to Jerem, Rosalie's gaze skimmed admiringly over his tall, broad-shouldered form, detecting the subtle changes that had occurred in him since they had come to the chateau. He had gained back the weight that he had lost during her illness in Paris, regaining that muscular sturdiness that made him appear so invulnerable. Full riding breeches were adhered by perspiration to the tough, strapping lines of his thighs, hips, and the lean surface of his buttocks. The sun had infused his skin with renewed colour so that it shone with a rich shade of tan. Conversely, his hair was several shades lighter, soaked liberally with the molten glitter of gold. Walking with a limber stride to a nearby well, he bent to rinse his arms, face, and neck of the effects of the long ride. For not many men possessed his type of lusty vitality. Of that Rosalie was certain. She would have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to want him. The kitten mewed in protest at her tightening grip, and hastily Rosalie let it down. Rand walked into the stable, then drops of fresh water flying everywhere as he shook his head to get the excess out of his hair. He stopped short when he saw Rosalie standing there. "I thought I saw someone in here," he said, his hazel eyes travelling over her slowly, "for I wanted to speak with you." Rosalie began, her voice fading away as Rand frowned and walked over to her. "You've got a scratch," he said, looking down at the thin line of red that marred the pearly smoothness of her shoulder. "Oh, that's nothing. I don't even feel it now," she began, flinching as his hand brushed dangerously close to her breast. "It's from—" She found that she could barely speak as his hand settled at her waist. Foran's head lowered an inch as he bent to hear her more clearly. "What?" he asked, his breath moist and cool from the fresh well water. His nearness was so overwhelming that Rosalie could only lift her head to stare at him mutely. They both became tense and still with anticipation, a delicious excitement burgeoning in the silence between them. "I—" For it's nothing. Rosalie finally managed to whisper, her eyes round and as blue as sapphires, searching for what was hidden in the depths of his hazel gaze. She had never wanted him so desperately. Rand's fingers tightened at her waist. He took a shallow breath and started to say something. She would never know what, for just then he noticed the shuffling in the nearby stall. For Morale, Rand said wryly, and Rosalie's hand flew up to her cheek, for she had completely forgotten about her companion and the kittens. "I see you've acquired some new charges to look after," Rand commented, his eyes filled with sudden laughter. Morale gathered up an apron full of kittens and bobbed a curtsy to him. "Bonjour, monsieur. How did it go with Monsieur Lefebvre?" "Very well. He can on occasion be made to see reason." For Morale threw him a brilliant grin, her brown eyes snapping with satisfaction. "That is not his reputation, monsieur. You must be a remarkable opponent for him to change his mind about matters of the purse." "I'm not surprised," Rosalie stated. "Matter-of-factly, it is never pleasant to be on the opposite end of a disagreement with Monsieur de Berkeley." Rand smiled at her, for reluctantly his hand slid from her waist, and he stepped away as if he were striving to place a necessary distance between them. "You wanted to talk to me?" he asked. Rosalie nodded, fingering the top of her stocking purse. "Yes." Slowly she pulled out the letter and handed it to him. "I wanted to give this to you. Would you mail it as soon as possible?" There was a long silence as Rand read the name and the address on the finely milled paper, for his eyes rested on her thoughtfully, narrowing slightly as he read the combination of emotions that played across her delicate features. Her eyes were bright with frustrated desire, her mouth tender as she smiled tremulously. "It's time I was more honest," she whispered. "I'd like to start with this letter, and I'd like to be more straightforward with you." She wanted to say more, but would not dare with Mireille there. For Mireille, Rand said, still staring at Rosalie, "Why don't you go find the kitten's mother?" His voice was husky as he added, "Take your time about it, and if Jereem starts to come back with Diamond, tell him the horse needs to be walked another 10 minutes. "Out, monsieur," Mireille murmured dutifully, scampering out of the stable with an expression of unholy glee. Rand smiled, his manner suddenly lazy and comfortable as he looked down at Rosalie. "For there's no need to send her away," Rosalie said, experiencing a small, unexpected measure of discomfort at the realization that she was alone with him for the first time in what seemed to be weeks. "I've said all that I intended to, for what I have in mind," Rand said, pressing her backward until she was trapped in the corner of the stable. "I thought you'd prefer some privacy." She began to stammer, flustered as he held her fast and lowered his mouth to hers, for his arms went around her to shield her from the rough planking of the wall. She felt the unyielding strength of his body against hers, a large body that could crush hers easily, yet all his power was held in check. She opened her mouth to his, craving the taste of him, suddenly drunk with the sensation of his tongue mating with hers, for making a tiny moan of protest as he lifted his head. Rosalie wrapped her arms around his neck, standing on the tips of her toes to bury her face against the warm column of his throat. She loved him. She could not resist his touch, nor her own unconquerable desire to please him, to touch him tenderly. "My sweet Rose," Rand whispered, then laughed breathlessly at the feel of her seeking mouth on his skin. "Wait a minute. Don't do that, God. You're so small." He hooked his foot around a low stool and pulled it to the corner, swinging her up onto it in one easy motion. Now their eyes were at the same level. Rosalie clutched at him as she felt the tiny stool wobble. "I'll fall," she whispered, and he shook his head slightly while sliding his arms around her back. "Not if you hold on to me." She stood quietly, leaning into him as she accepted the love play of his mouth, for he caught at her top lip gently, then her bottom lip, tasting the corners, delving inside in a soft, knowing way that made her knees weaken. Over and over he kissed her, his kisses light and searching, his fingers threading through her hair and cradling her scalp in order to position her head. She loved being held by him, for she tasted the salt of his skin and savoured the flavour of him. She let her fingers wind through his wet hair. She felt the thud of his heartbeat against her breasts and thought that she would die if only to have him fill her with his own flesh just one more time. His hand slipped intimately inside the bodice of her gown, cupping a breast. For as the soft peak responded to his touch by contracting against his palm, Rosalie sucked in a quick breath of much-needed air, her mind swimming in a rush of pleasure. Suddenly aware that it was possible for someone to hear her or walk in and see them, Rosalie jerked her mouth away from his and fought to pull his hand out of her gown. "Rand," she gasped, "what if someone comes in and sees you making love with your little cousin from England? For it's not at all unusual for first cousins to become involved with each other," Rand said, ignoring the fluttering of her hands as he cupped her breast more possessively. "A little scandalous, perhaps. And if I were your cousin," Rosalie panted, "you would have more regard for me than to do this in a stable." As she tried one last time to remove his hand from her bodice, the stool wobbled dangerously, and she wrapped her arms more tightly around him. "Rand, I'm going to break my neck." For Rand. Her protests began to fade away as his lips touched hers delicately. The light pressure, much more erotic than a bruising kiss could have been. "What if someone sees?" she murmured helplessly, her eyes closing. His mouth was warm and sweet as he kissed her once more, And then all Rosalie cared about was the consummate movements of his lips on hers. "It has driven me mad to watch you these past few weeks," Rand said, his mouth sliding down to the tiny scratch on her shoulder, for the feathery stroke of his tongue soothed her skin, leaving a tingling streak of dampness as he moved on to the base of her throat. So pristine, dressed so immaculately, every hair in place. I've wanted to do this. His hand gathered up the thin material of her skirt, then slipped underneath to find the smooth contours of her thigh, the soft roundness of her buttocks. Her thin underclothes provided no barrier to his invading hand, for impatiently he brushed them aside, intent on reaching the bare, quivering flesh underneath.
Rand!
She gasped, her eyes flying open to cast a glance around the empty stable. The entire scene seemed slightly askew, faintly blurred. What if someone... What if he pressed his mouth between her breasts, his breath now touching her flesh with the heat of steam? She sighed, tilting her head back as she felt his sensitive fingers slide between her thighs in a slow satin caress, for her entire body felt light and weightless, anchored by his possessive arms. He stroked her so softly, his fingertips measuring her responses and focusing on the tiny nerves that softened and expanded in pleasure. "Rose, how I need you," he murmured, and as he discovered the silky dampness of her delicate flesh, Rand groaned as if in pain. Rosalie arched against him, her face flushing as her pulse increased to a rapid pounding. "For I didn't know if you wanted me any longer," she said. Her voice hushed, her lips parting as he stole another warm, languorous kiss from her. Exquisite sensations spilled through her, their melted richness easing the hungry dryness of need. "Not want you?" Rand repeated softly, and his lips slid over the incredible smoothness of the skin underneath her jaw. "Little fool, I've told you before that you're mine. Yes, I want you, for I want to feel you tight around me, holding me inside your body, your arms locked around my neck. I want you to look at me with a different expression in your eyes than when you look at anyone else. I want you to turn to me for anything you need, for comfort, for help, for pleasure. I already do," she whispered, and the teasing movements of his fingers stopped as he caught his breath, his gold-green eyes locking with hers. "Please, for don't stop." Rosalie panted, feeling like a rope that had been drawn too tightly, beginning to unravel. Rand gathered her closer, his low, hungry murmur searing her over-sensitive ears. "I won't stop, sweet. I know exactly what you need." Suddenly, the passionate revelry was shredded by the sound of a girl's scream. "Mireille!" Rosalie breathed, her desire cooling rapidly as she wondered what had happened. In a split second, Rand rearranged her clothing and swung her down from the stool, for the slumberous gleam in his eyes had been instantly replaced by alertness, and he cast a brief warning glance at her. "Stay here," he said, leaving through the stable door at an easy, loping pace. 11. Love bade me welcome, yet my soul drew back, guilty of dust and sin. Quick-eyed love, observing me grow slack, from my first entrance in drew nearer to me, sweetly questioning, I lacked anything, for George Herbert. Morel held a hand over her heart, the childish lines of her bosom moving rapidly up and down as she endeavoured to catch her breath. Standing in front of her was a tall, rangy young man somewhere in his mid-20s. He was dressed in well-worn clothes, a cloth sack slung over one shoulder. Morel turned with a start as Rand approached, pasting a thin smile on her lips.
I'm sorry, monsieur. It's nothing.
This is Guillaume Germain, my brother, for he startled me. That is all. I did not mean to be so foolish." Rand's expression was inscrutable as he looked at the girl, for it was obvious that something was very wrong. Her eyes were filled with unshed tears, her breath short, not from surprise, but from extreme anxiety. Lazily the stranger smiled, as if nothing untoward had happened, extending a hand in greeting. "I am glad to meet you, Monsieur de Berkeley. I see my little sister is as silly as usual, jumping at shadows. For what are you doing here?" Rand asked, calm but hardly polite, as he ignored the man's outstretched hand. I came to find Mira. I returned to the hotel in Paris after looking for work, and found only a little note explaining where she had gone. Nature element, I had to discover if all was well with her. For a little morsel like Mira, you understand, is a prime target for unscrupulous characters. And knowing that, you still feel justified in leaving her alone while you disappear for weeks? Rand inquired, his sardonic expression indicating exactly what he thought about that. A man must work to eat, Guillaume pointed out, shrugging lightly. He was about to continue, when suddenly his eyes fixed on an object past Rand's shoulder, and he fell into an intent silence. For turning, Rand saw that Rosalie had disobeyed his command, following him outside, to see for herself what was going on. Even through his inward exasperation, Rand had to admit that she was extraordinarily lovely in that moment, her blue eyes wide with curiosity, her lips rosy and soft from his kisses, her hair escaping from its precise arrangement into wispy curls that brushed against her flawless skin.
Mademoiselle,
Morel said hurriedly.
this is Guillaume.
For, hello? Rosalie said, coming to stand by Rand as she regarded the stranger with immediate interest. She found it strange that Morel was looking at the new arrival with nothing resembling sisterly affection. The girl's cheeks were pale, her eyes so dark that they were almost black. Guillaume met Rosalie's gaze and smiled, his grin charming and infectious, his teeth white, his eyes sparkling. Guillaume Germain was a very attractive man, and he seemed to be completely aware of this fact, for his face was carved with an exquisite attention to detail, every curve of his mouth, every filament of his eyebrows almost perfectly arranged. Like Morel, he had eyes of the darkest, most velvety brown, and hair as black as a raven's wing. He was tall, his posture one of languid grace, his body lean almost to the point of thinness. He also appeared to have Morel's happy-go-lucky charm, for the twinkle in his eyes and the brilliance of his smile were utterly engaging. For why was it, then, that she could only admire his attractiveness in a disinterested, abstract manner? Why didn't his looks have the forceful effect on her that Rand's did? Succumbing to a basic feminine curiosity, Rosalie silently compared the two men. Although they were of a similar height, there was a night-and-day difference between them. Guillaume's agreeable face and form did not stand a chance against Rand's physical potency, for nothing could compare with Rand's lean, lithe body and square shoulders, his dark gold hair and burnished skin, hazel eyes that could dance with amusement or gleam with moodiness. He was frustrating and arousing, and it would take a lifetime to completely understand him. But only with Rand did waltzing become pure magic. Only he could make her wild with passion. Only he would dare to discipline her 1 minute and then tease and indulge her shamelessly the next. For it would always be Rand, she realized, no matter whom she compared him with. Rosalie met his eyes and saw that he had duly noted her inspection of Guillaume. A trace of moody jealousy flickered in his gaze, and then it was deftly concealed. This is not the sort of welcome I had envisioned. Guillaume commented to Rosalie. I only meant to— Do you usually make it a practice to wander uninvited around another man's land? Rand asked bluntly. For if so, you know to expect a less than enthusiastic welcome. He glanced at Rosalie once more, and when it became apparent that she had no sort of interest in Guillaume, his expression became less wary. I rarely walk into a situation before making an appraisal of it, the younger man replied, his gaze direct and frank. I did not know what sort of people Mira was with, nor what kind of position she might be in. For, as you can see, she is content, Rand said, and Muriel nodded, her little face looking pinched. If the situation had been less serious, Rosalie would have had to smother a sudden laugh, for at the moment Muriel appeared to be anything but content. Now that your concern has been satisfied, Rand continued, is there anything else you would care to ask? Actually, there is, Guillaume admitted. I find it necessary to ask a favour of you.
I thought so.
4. I have spent all of my money coming here to find Mira. I have nothing to eat, and no place to sleep. An unenviable set of circumstances. Is it just that a brother should suffer because of his feelings for his sister? You would surely not judge a man harshly for that, and it looks as if there are several uses around the chateau for another pair of hands. For your estate is impressive, but its condition could be improved, Guillaume said carefully, his smile faltering as he began to see that trying to elicit Rand's sympathy was like chipping away a stone wall with a spoon.
Your diagnosis is appreciated,
Rand said, his translucent gaze flickering to Mireille to evaluate her reaction to the turn of the conversation. She appeared to be holding her breath, her expression apprehensive.
However, I have all the help I need from the village.
For the village? Guillaume parried. An excellent source of unskilled labour, I have no doubt, but for some of the tasks around here, my talent would be more effective. In swordsman's terms, why use a pair of fists when you have the accuracy of a foil at your disposal? You are skilled with a blade, Rand inquired politely. I have skill with many things, Guillaume responded immediately, including horses. I can do anything, monsieur. For suddenly Rand's eyes flashed with brief sparks of laughter, his mouth twitching at one corner. Apparently a common sentiment among members of your family, Germain. He looked down at Rosalie with a mocking inquiry. What is your opinion on the matter, my disobedient little friend? From the undertones of his voice, Rosalie gathered that she had most definitely fallen into disfavour as a result of following him out of the stable, for she chose her words cautiously, wishing she had chosen to stay where he had told her.
Judging from your present mood, you'll do the opposite of whatever I advise, she said.
I think I'll keep silent. Mireille? Rand asked, judiciously giving the girl a chance to offer an opinion, but the dark-haired maid shrugged as she stared down at the ground.
Whatever you think, monsieur,
Mireille murmured. For then, Guillaume, provided that you have no aversion to working in the stables, you can stay. Mireille will take you to the gardens to see Monsieur Alvin, discuss with him the matter of your responsibilities and salary. Since he's getting on in years, I imagine you'll be required occasionally to aid him in his gardening. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness, monsieur, Guillaume said, his smile one of relief. For Mireille indicated the way to the gardens, her head still bent in a dutiful attitude. As soon as the pair had gone a good distance from them, Rosalie turned to Rand with a faintly puzzled expression. Isn't it strange how they— when he interrupted, his hand clenching her upper arm in a decidedly biting grip. Are you going to start listening to what I tell you to do? I always listen to you, Rosalie said, jumping slightly and making a vague effort to wriggle away from him, for but rarely obey.
I'm not some servant.
She countered defensively, who has to jump whenever you—
My sweet Rose, he said.
His voice containing a mixture of weariness and distaste, his fingers dropping from her arm. I didn't tell you to stay in the stable in order to satisfy some petty despotic fantasy. Usually I have a reason for what I do and say, in this case, your safety. Instantly her spark of rebellion was extinguished. Ferran's coolness wound around her, subtly, eliciting a strong feeling of regret. I did not disregard your request out of spite, she offered stiffly. I followed you impulsively. She stood before him with a down-bent head, and Rand's hazel gaze caressed her warmly. Suddenly he wanted to pull her into his arms and tell her that there had been no harm done, that he understood her impulsiveness, and she could do anything she wanted as long as it pleased her. For ruthlessly he squashed the impulse, cursing himself for letting his emotions rule his head whenever she was concerned. It was far too important to make her realize how serious the issue was. The events in Paris were never far from his thoughts, and he was determined never to let anyone hurt her again. I would prefer to continue allowing you complete freedom, he said gently, but I will keep you under lock and key if I have to, until you decide to trust me. I trust you, she whispered, for as she stared into his velvet green eyes, and felt them look into her very soul, she felt drawn to him in a way that no words could explain. Good. Rand let the subject drop, and swallowing hard, He turned her in the direction of the chateau. "I'll walk you back. It's almost time for déjeuner, and I'm hungry." Rosalie nodded and took his arm obediently, her lips having frozen together as questions, few in number but large in significance, plagued her mind. For what about all that had gone on in the stable before they had been interrupted? Rand seemed to have forgotten all about it, but she certainly hadn't. Her body felt empty and tender with unfulfilled desire. Did Rand intend to pick up where they had left off at any point in the future? If he still wanted her, why didn't he make love to her? There was nothing in the world to stop him from coming to her bed at night, least of all Rosalie herself. For the notary and the vicar both wished to call on you later this afternoon. Monsieur de Berkeley, Ninette reported dutifully, bringing calling cards to Rand on a highly polished silver tray. Tomorrow there are also many people who wish to express their gratitude and to give you their thanks. Express gratitude? Guillaume repeated, having come into the sitting-room to partake of a new jug of lemonade, for he had been working industriously the entire morning in the French and Chinese gardens, digging and mulching, washing porcelain figurines, and cleaning the beds of coloured sand that bordered the garden walks. His black hair clung damply to his head, his deep brown eyes framed with moisture-spiked black lashes. A faint trace of sun-induced colour gleamed along his cheeks and the bridge of his nose, enhancing his considerable attractiveness. For as Rosalie smiled and handed him a tall glass of soothing liquid, Guillaume's smile faded. "Thank you," he said, his thriftless charm replaced by a gentleness that was unusual for him to display. Rosalie seemed to have that effect on everyone, he observed much later to Mireille. Not only did he feel it, but he noticed that even Rand's fierce temper could be calmed with a few of her gentle words and her smile. Everyone jumped to do the smallest favour for it became increasingly obvious that the small community of the chateau revolved around her. Perhaps it had something to do with her intrinsic sweetness and the unexpected tartness that occasionally tempered her wit. Perhaps it was her beauty and the fantastically blue eyes that sometimes gleamed almost violet. Even Jean David, the crusty old man who had come to work as the butler, seemed caught in her spell. "That one," he would say after she had passed by, "is a serene, for a creature who could laugh like a child, sing like an angel, and love like a woman." As Rosalie seated herself gracefully in an embroidered chair similar to Mireille's, she stretched out a hand to receive the stack of calling cards. Busily she thumbed through them after bestowing a gentle smile on Ninette. For not only the notary and the vicar, she said, flipping through the gilt-edged cards with pleasure, but also 2 bankers, a physician, a score of small landowners, and a few members of the noblesse, and assorted wives and daughters. They want to congratulate Monsieur de Berkeley on his contribution to the maintenance of the public well-being. "Really?" Guillaume said, eyeing Rand with interest. "Pray, how did you achieve such popularity?" "For," he spoke on behalf of the villagers, Rosalie said, jumping in before Rand could say a word, "to Monsieur Lefebvre, a scoundrel who had intended to raise the land taxes of the small landowners, depriving hungry people of food, taking money from those who could least afford—" "In short," Rand interrupted laconically, smiling reluctantly at Rosalie's enthusiastic recitation, "I'm being canonized for a 10-minute meeting with a pinch-fisted tax collector. And what is frustrating," Rosalie continued to Guillaume, "is that he won't tell anyone exactly what he said to Lefebvre." "It does not bear repeating in mixed company," Rand murmured. "Nevertheless, you have made yourself extremely popular," she rejoined wickedly, "and I intend to take advantage of it by enjoying the company of our visitors." "I don't know if you're well enough to receive callers," Rand said thoughtfully. For a split second, Rosalie did not know if he was teasing or not.
Not well enough? You of all?
She began, stopping abruptly as she realized what she had been about to say. "You, of all people, know how well I am." Her mind flickered back to those lusty moments in the stable, her skirts pulled up to her waist, shaken by a rush of adrenaline, a soaring elation that could not be confined, the velvet bliss that had deepened after the first feverish desperation. for the heavy languor that had filled her body, their tongues, tasting and exploring. The warmth of his large hand on her hip, his thumb stimulating sensitive nerves along the way to enough, she reprimanded herself, appalled at the path her mind had taken. A bright blush burned in her cheeks as she met his eyes. Rand stared at her intently, a slow smile pulling at his wide mouth as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. "For you devil," she thought in discomfort, and tried to conceal her agitation in a hasty swallow of lemonade. Guillaume watched the byplay with interest.
"I do not think mademoiselle would be tired by a few visitors,"
Mireille piped up in the silence, and Rand released Rosalie from his pinning stare as he glanced over at the young girl.
"Then, bowing to your opinion, we'll let her have a go at the company tonight," he said.
"For, unfortunately, I can only predict that Rosalie will be bored out of her little slippers." At this comment, Rosalie directed a mild, questioning frown at him, wondering what he meant. Mireille interrupted hurriedly, hoping to prevent an argument from brewing, for she was becoming experienced enough to read the signs. "I have heard that there are a few rumours going around the community about Mademoiselle. They are very curious about her." "For probably," Rosalie said, suddenly laughing in a sweet, infectious way that caused even Rand to smile, "they think Monsieur de Berkeley has a mad old crone locked in the attic. Or a treasure," Rand added softly, "that he means to guard quite jealously." Her cheeks coloured even deeper as she averted her gaze from him and directed her attention to the glass of lemonade. As Rand had predicted, the endless round of callers quickly lost its novel appeal for Rosalie. For introduced to the guests as Monsieur de Berkeley's gently bred little cousin from England, she was forced according to custom to entertain the wives, daughters, and womenfolk, while Rand received the men in a separate but adjacent room to discuss politics, current events, and theory. "I think," Rosalie said grimly, on the third repetition of such an evening, "that we should break tradition and all have a discussion together, men and women, like they do in Paris." 4. They stood alone in the receiving room, Mireille having conveniently disappeared after the last guest had taken leave. "This is not Paris, petite?" Rand said, amused but sympathetic. "This is a small district in the country where it has taken hundreds of years for the present customs to develop. I take it, then, that you don't enjoy the separation of the sexes." "Not when mine is so boring." Rand burst out into laughter, his eyes glinting. "I've never thought that, petite. For, heaven help me," Rosalie continued doggedly, "after what happened in Paris, I never thought I'd want to go back there. But much more of this, and I'll walk there myself. The women here are so empty-headed, all they can talk about is how to run a household, how to get the servants to do more work, what to eat for breakfast on a particularly hot day. And the ones who can read, do you think they would waste their time on the weekly paper, or even on something by Molière? For no, they read the fashion pages, so that they can enliven the discussion with information on the new style of hats or hairstyles."
"Pauvre Rose," he said, "I would invite you into our discussions gladly, but I think your presence would prove to be somewhat inhibiting. Not for me, you understand." "I know that," she interrupted, folding her arms across her chest and pacing across the receiving room tiles as Rand leaned against the fireplace mantel and watched her lazily. "For at least you don't mind allowing me the freedom to say what I think. But if these women are so silly that they have to be put in a separate room with their own inane conversation, they certainly wouldn't dare to contradict anything the men have to say. If you're angling to be invited into the men's salon when we call upon the Hurons tomorrow afternoon," Rand informed her unequivocably, "your hopes are in vain, for we won't be in France beyond the end of summer. So our stay is not long enough to justify the breaking of a 200-year-old tradition. Therefore, as the summer continues, you can expect to become an expert on the subject of women's hats." "Then you can expect," Rosalie said evenly, "that by the end of summer I will be reduced to the intelligence of a child." Unsuccessfully, Rand tried to keep a straight face. "Most men prefer their women that way," he pointed out. But not you," she countered, her lips suddenly curving in a smile that faintly echoed his.
Not you, Rand. You have a low tolerance for simpler-minded people. You know me so well, he said, his tone gentle, but somehow mocking. Rather than waste her time trying to puzzle him out, Rosalie sighed and went to the stairs.
Good night, Rand.
Good night, he responded, settling his broad shoulder more firmly against the wall and continuing to smile in that strange, subtly caustic way as he watched her depart. In the days that followed, Rosalie endured the visits they received and the visits they made in return, finding gradually that although they were not intellectually stimulating, there was still enjoyment to be found in others' company. For she and Rand, with Mireille and Madame Alvin faithfully in tow, attended breakfasts and private dinners, listening to occasionally competent instrument players. Sometimes there were entertaining singers to listen to, and sometimes the assemblage would all join in the music-making, raising their voices to the ceiling with a variety of results. For Rand further endeared himself to the community by bringing down a wild boar on a hunting expedition with several country gentlemen, and the huge bloody tusks of the animal were admired and coveted as if they had been solid gold. He only laughed when Rosalie shuddered at Guillaume's vivid description of the hunt. Guillaume had accompanied him enthusiastically and wasted none of his inventiveness in the telling of the tale, for Rosalie had at first been mildly surprised by Rand's decision to take Guillaume along on the hunt. But after thinking on the matter, she decided that a friendship between the two men was not unexpected. After all, Rand liked anyone that he could not easily intimidate, and that aside, Guillaume was eminently likeable. Ready to plunge foolhardily into any situation, any adventure, Guillaume liked to make impossible boasts and live up to them, for he had lived an existence as varied as it was possible for one man's life to be, having dragged Mireille on more than half of his escapades. He did not often volunteer anything more than superficial information about the things he had done and seen, nor did he allow Mireille to say much about the past, to ward against self-incrimination, he explained. And although it was said in a mischievous way, there was more than a touch of seriousness behind his words. For Guillaume liked to live by his wits, and that failing, the sword that he kept well polished and supple through frequent practice. Each day he engaged in a series of exercises in the garden in the early morning hours, while the ground was still half-shadowed and the day not yet begun. It so happened that this was also the time that Rand liked to ride. Rand pulled up Diamond and sat in quiet observation one morning, his eyes narrowing in interest as he watched the flickering shadows of swordplay. For Guerlaume had the mark of an accomplished swordsman, one who had had little classical training but much practical experience. His knees were flexible and his movements lightning quick, a combination that had probably ensured his survival numerous times, despite the poorness of his posture. Over and over he practiced guards and lunges, forming pattern after pattern as the foil flashed in the approaching sunrise. Gradually his movements slowed as he realized that he had an audience, for he turned to meet Rand's eyes. "I hope for your sake that your matches are always this uneven," Rand said, smiling slowly. Guillaume grinned, waving the capped tip of his foil at the empty space in front of him. "Uneven is the way I prefer them, monsieur. May I offer a suggestion with the utmost respect for your considerable skills?" "For Monsieur de Berkeley," Guillaume said gravely, his eyes twinkling. "There have been, and will continue to be times when my life depends on my ability with the sword. All suggestions are welcomed and accepted with the utmost gratitude. I do not like to gamble with my life. It is a possession valuable to myself, if not to others. You present an unnecessarily broad target for your opponent," Rand said, dismounting and winding Diamond's reins around a fragile tree branch. "For on the last combination, your guard was so wide that you could have been skewered neatly after the double feint. If you angle your body more this way, you will change from being difficult to hit to well-nigh impossible."
Damn.
Guillaume said appreciatively, eyeing Rand with speculation. "I have only one foil to practice with, monsieur, but if you could lay your hands on one and would ever care to engage in a bout, it sounds like an interesting possibility," Rand admitted. For in London He was known foremost as an excellent shot, but he was a proficient enough swordsman, having been trained in his youth and teens until he had gained the capability to fight his way out of a rough spot. "I hope you will consider it," the younger man replied sincerely. "As I indicated, the need to improve is always a pressing one for me." "Tell me," Rand said, a mild frown working between his strongly marked brows, "is Mireille often exposed to these situations in which you—" "For only 2 or 3 times in her life," Guillaume replied instantly. "Only when absolutely necessary. I do not like to expose her to brutality or violence." Slowly he added, "Not when she was forced to see so much of it as a little girl. Our mother was a whore, you see." This last was said matter-of-factly, in the way that he might have said our mother had red hair, or our mother liked sweetened porridge. For Rand smiled inwardly, for he had just reason to say the same thing about Helene Marguerite in much the same manner. There were many different kinds of whores, only some were far more hypocritical than others.
We both look like her, Mira and I.
Guillaume continued, "Even though our fathers were different. She is dead now, caught servicing a room full of enemy soldiers in a hideaway in I-8, I-2. It was then that I took Mira under my protection, dubious as my protection may be, for I've never completely abandoned her, though God knows she's had to learn to take care of herself." Guillaume smiled reminiscently. "Feisty little morsel. I saw her for the first time when she was not quite 12 years old, raging in the corner because she had been told that she would have to start servicing customers to take up the slack that our mother had left behind." Rand tried to envision Morel at 12. For if she were this tiny and fairy-like at 15, how could any rational being have suggested then that she could have taken a full-fledged man between her thighs and survived the first night? Guillaume saw the question in his eyes and smiled again, this time less pleasantly. "Female customers," he said. At least that was the intention. Apparently it didn't appeal to Mira, for, outwardly, she seems untouched by all of it, Rand said, taking the foil from Guillaume and absently testing its balance in his hand. "Don't you believe that she doesn't remember every shred of it?" Guillaume said with certainty. "She has a mind like a dry sponge, remembers everything, especially things you don't want her to know, like a little cat creeping around the corners to see what's what. And what's worse, the older she gets, the worse her scrapes are. For, I don't doubt it," Rand said, shaking his head ruefully. "I don't doubt it at all." Rosalie and Mireille had spent the morning altering one of Rosalie's thin white cambric gowns. The weather had been consistently warm and dry for the past several days, and showed every promise of continuing in such a manner. That and the fact that Rand was gone on a trip to Havre had caused Rosalie to sleep poorly, knowing that he was sleeping at the Lothair that night, so far away from the chateau. For so far away from her caused a mild depression to hang over her like a cloud. The minute he had left after brushing a perfunctory kiss on her forehead, a large gap had been created in her world that would not be filled until he was back. During the days that he was gone, Rosalie had endeavoured to occupy herself by fixing her mind on other things, for after asking into the state of Mireille's summer clothing, for the girl seemed to possess nothing lighter than a gown with elbow-length sleeves, she had been horrified to discover the limited extent of Mireille's wardrobe. It contained almost nothing suitable for a hot climate except a brown dress that was shamefully tattered. Unfortunately, after the monumental task of forcing Mireille to accept the gift was accomplished, altering the gown appeared to be yet another mountain to climb, for it was not merely a matter of shortening the hem and taking in the bodice. The entire dress had to be remade to properly fit the girl's diminutive dimensions. After hours of diligent cutting and sewing, careful fittings, and many frustrated exclamations, the job was done. They decided to go for a walk to stretch their cramped limbs. For Rosalie felt no small measure of satisfaction with herself as she saw Mireille promenade carefully along the garden path, lifting the hem of the lace and cambric dress at every grain of coloured sand that strayed in her way. She wondered how long it had been since the girl had had a new gown, but forbore to ask in deference to Morel's privacy. As they neared a patch of Gloire de Dijon roses, they heard the noises of industrious pruning and clipping, for on the other side of the thicket they found Guillaume, who greeted them with a slightly crooked smile and then succumbed eagerly to their pleas to join them under the shade of a cool peach tree for an early afternoon break. Rosalie's unease and unanswered questions concerning the strained relationship between Mireille and Guillaume had long since disappeared. The brother and sister had rapidly gained an ease together that bespoke a long and familiar acquaintance. For perhaps Mireille's first startled reaction to her brother's presence at Chateau d'Angoulême could be explained by the mere surprise of seeing him when she had not expected him. In any case, they had become much more companionable since Guillaume had first appeared. "Look at you, mon Dieu! What a pretty girl!" Guillaume exclaimed, causing his tiny sister to flush with pleasure. "Ah, wait, Mira, seat yourself carefully. You don't want the grass to stain your gown." For as Mireille seated herself inch by inch onto the ground, he spoke in a warm undertone to Rosalie. "Thank you, gracious angel. I appreciate any kindness done for Mira, as if it were done for me." "Oh, please don't thank me," Rosalie said, the delicious softness of her lips curving into a smile as she looked up at him. "I wish I had more to give her. You don't know what she's done for me." As she met his eyes, dark brown and lightened with hues of cinnabar, she suddenly became confused, for in his gaze there shone a flash of hunger, adoration, regret, tumbled in a bewildering way. Then it was extinguished as he turned his face away, as if he were afraid of what she might see there. "Sometimes I don't believe you're real," he murmured, smiling as if to himself. "I gave up believing in angels a long time ago. Rosalie Berkeley." She frowned at the deliberate pause, the subtle emphasis he placed on the last name, forcing her expression to smooth itself out. She went to sit down by Mireille. Soon Guillaume began to entertain her with tales of a troupe of travelling players that he and Mireille had once joined, and Rosalie began to giggle at the ludicrous snippets of verse and dialogue that he recited. Mireille soon joined in, adroitly supplying the parts that he had forgotten over time. Soon the two women were weak with laughter, the humour made all the more piquant by Guillaume's straight face. For and between acts, Mira and I would provide the entertainment, while they changed scenes, he said, picking up 3 peaches from the ground and juggling them as he continued. Mira wore a tasty little outfit, orange, I believe it was, cut right off at the knees, of course. Considering Mira's size, that wasn't very far from the ground. His monologue was briefly interrupted as Mireille threw a soft peach at him, and he dodged it while continuing to juggle. For that move speaks of much experience in evading projectiles. A new voice suddenly joined the conversation. Guillaume grinned at the newcomer. "Very true, monsieur." Rosalie had turned with delight at the first sound of Rand's voice, a strange relief filling her at the knowledge that he was back. She threw him an inviting smile, patting the grass beside her. "We're being decadent, my lord. I see no reason why you shouldn't join us." For, having just returned from the wearying journey to Havre, Rand obligingly let all thoughts of shipping and money slip from his mind, collapsing beside her in a graceful masculine heap. Rosalie wondered how he could seem so fresh and collected after travelling for so long. She could detect the scent of sandalwood soap on his skin and the cool white cotton of his shirt. His long legs were encased in light buff breeches and soft-cuffed boots. "You're late, for I thought you'd be back this morning," she murmured to him as Mireille stood up to help Guillaume with the juggling act. Rand smiled at her, the gold in his eyes mixed with gleaming fragments of jade. He leaned over, as if to whisper a reply in her ear. As she bent closer to hear him, Rosalie felt his teeth catch gently at her earlobe, his tongue tracing the tip, for the diaphanous caress of a breeze teased the slight dampness even after his mouth had left the spot, and she shivered as she stared at him. Slowly she refocused her attention on the performing pair, watching as Mireille posed prettily, handing Guillaume another peach and adopting a vacuous smile as she did so. Then she tossed 2 more peaches deftly into the air as Guillaume juggled, so that he was manipulating 6 pieces of fruit, For Rosalie laughed and clapped her hands in appreciation as all the peaches tumbled to the ground. Contentedly, the performers sprawled onto the grass, Mireille now childishly heedless of her dress. Rosalie allowed herself to lean against Rand, her head against his shoulder as he braced his back against the trunk of the tree.
I am thinking of a rhyme,
Mireille said drowsily, her usually high-pitched voice containing a low musical sound that was not present when she was completely awake. For I adore rhymes, Rosalie replied, thinking that if the other two had not been present, she might have turned her nose into Rand's strong brown neck and nuzzled the warm skin hungrily. Or perhaps she would have enticed him to kiss her. It is French, and I will not say it unless you translate it into English, the girl stated. I have translated every word I know for days, Rosalie said, sagging against Rand as if for respite. Haven't you learned enough English yet? For she meant the remark as a joke, but Mireille took it quite seriously.
Almost, mademoiselle.
But the rhythm is not right yet. I need more. Rand's shoulders shook with silent amusement. Quickly, he managed to recover himself enough to speak to the girl with admirable steadiness. Mireille, why don't you allow Guillaume to escort you to the chateau? I would hate to think that that peach stain won't come out of the hem of your gown, for perhaps Madame Alvin should look at it right. Or peach stain, Mireille exclaimed. Suddenly she was flying down the path, chattering quickly in French. Guillaume threw Rand an ironic glance before following her at a more lethargic pace. Rosalie turned her face into Rand's shoulder, chuckling quietly until she was certain the pair was gone. Then she raised her head and looked at him with shining eyes. That wasn't very subtle, she said, her lungs still taut with unshed laughter. For it is increasingly difficult for me to be subtle around you, Rand replied softly, his gold-tipped lashes lowering as his gaze narrowed. And for me, she whispered. He smiled lazily and moved his head just the fraction of an inch necessary to bring their lips together. And Rosalie felt the laughter dissolve like sugar in water, spreading in cool sweetness through her veins until she was filled with a shining crystal awareness of him. For her emptiness, her separateness, slipped away like a heavy shroud. Blindly she slid a hand around his neck, trying to capture the sensations that fell over her in a gossamer cascade. His tongue dipped leisurely inside her mouth, tasting, brushing over thinly shielded nerves until she leaned against him helplessly, her body trembling. Wrapped in a finely meshed spell, Rand felt his senses, his thoughts and awareness angle sharply toward her until she was the focus of his very existence. For his hands travelled over her slender form with a new sense of discovery, each touch wondering, intimate, loving. He searched for the secrets of her body, learning things she had never known about herself, his fingertips memorizing the ways to draw out her pleasure and passion. She responded to him with a warmth that caused him to shiver in surprise. For her shy touch, the stroke of her tongue against his, and the seeking eagerness of her hands aroused Rand to a state of hot-blooded mindlessness like nothing he had ever known before. Rosalie gasped as his hand plunged hungrily into her bodice, her heart pounding not from fear but from need. Panting, she allowed her head to fall against his shoulder as he levered her onto his lap, and then gently the round weight of her breast was lifted out of her gown. For a thin moan caught in her throat, as Rand bent his head to take the soft peak in his mouth. Her entire body tightened, arching at the velvet rasp and the artful circling of his tongue. Slowly, Rosalie's hand fluttered to his shoulder. It was engulfed immediately in his grip, his fingers laced between hers as he tasted the sensitively moulded flesh of her nipple. For she discovered in breathless confusion that his love-making was different from what she had expected, different from what she had remembered. Rand had been her lover for only 2 nights in Paris. During the first evening, he had kept himself under tight control, aware of her innocence and making concessions to it. The second, he had been driven to claim her, and he had been possessive, domineering. Now there was nothing to prove, nothing to be mindful of, for there were only the two of them and the desire that shimmered palpably between them. Suddenly he raised his head at a quick rush of wind through the leaves, his eyes flickering around the garden in immediate assessment. Rosalie was reminded of their scene in the stable when they had been interrupted in the middle of a similarly intimate embrace. She knew that she couldn't bear it if he left her now. Rand looked down at her and smiled slightly, easing the gown up over her exposed breast, for his eyes had deepened in colour to glittering green, the skin drawn tightly over his cheekbones to show them in high relief, his wide mouth gentle, the lower lip fuller than usual. Afraid that he would deny her, Rosalie curled her fingers into the smoothness of his shirt. "Don't pull away this time," she whispered. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes at the thought of him leaving her empty and frustrated once more. "Not when I need you like this. For please, I've never needed you like this." "Love," Rand breathed, his voice low and curiously shaken. "Whatever you want of me is yours. Didn't you know that?" They remained transfixed, frozen in that dazzling moment until Rand broke the stillness by standing up and lifting her effortlessly in his arms. At first, Rosalie had no awareness of where he was taking her, her sapphire gaze locked on his face as she saw only him. Then their path became twisted and intricate, for she realized that he was carrying her into the maze, a design of hedges that reached to his shoulder, a labyrinth in which it would be impossible for other eyes to see or discover them. He set her down lightly, and as Rosalie stood there, her heart pattered erratically at the sight of him unfastening the cuffs of his sleeves, his hazel eyes fastened unwaveringly onto hers. She was confronted with the hard, bare wall of his torso as he let the white shirt drop to the ground. For her mouth went dry. He was beautiful. Surely no man outside the realm of fantasy could be so perfectly made. But he was real, and for this moment he was hers. Slowly, Rosalie lifted her hands to his chest, jumping slightly at the heat of his body. Her fingertips and the delicate rasp of her nails wandered through the light, silky rough furring of his chest, savouring the solid musculature underneath. For she traced the firm, symmetrical ridges of his collarbone, then splayed her hands over leanly fleshed ribs. Rand's desire raged as he suffered under her cool, drifting touches, his arms stealing around her possessively. Then she stood on her toes, pressing her mouth to the base of his throat, and her tongue stroked over the pulse that beat so heavily underneath his skin. "Rose!" he breathed tautly as her arms wound around his back, her hands barely meeting at his broad, square shoulders, for their loins brushed together, his hard and aching, hers tender and yielding. "Ah, God, Rosalie!" He pressed her down to the ground onto his discarded shirt. She turned her face into the soft material, inhaling the fresh masculine scent that lingered there. Then his body descended onto hers, and she quivered in excitement as she felt the hard, demanding fullness of his manhood pressing urgently against her stomach. Ferran's lips moved over the fragile surface of her neck with sensual artistry, discovering the tiny hollows behind her earlobes, the vulnerable tissues along the side of her throat. One of his hands was engaged in the task of pulling up her gown, and Rosalie crooked her legs slightly as she felt the brush of tender grass behind her knees. He moved off her partly, sliding the skirt up over her thighs and past her hips. "Are you certain that this is—" For Rosalie began tremulously, her voice fading away in sudden doubt. She felt a tiny inner shock waver through her body as she realized where they were and exactly what they were doing. Most people, she was sure, did not make love out of doors on the ground like savages. It was uncivilized. What would Rand think of her afterward for allowing him to do this when— "Shh! Don't be afraid," he was saying, his lips hot against her skin, his voice husky with desire. "For nothing between us could be wrong," he whispered, his fingers easing under her chemise. "I would never hurt you. Ah, sweet, don't think any more. Let me love you." His words, his hands, had a peculiarly hypnotic effect on her, driving everything out except her awareness of him. His fingers combed through the curls at the juncture of her thighs, caressed her inner thighs and urged them to spread apart. Then slowly his body eased downward, and she tried uneasily to shrink away from him. "For no love," Rand murmured, his hands clasping her hips steadily. "Don't hold yourself from me. Trust me." He caressed the hard, tense length of her legs, and then shifted so that they were hooked over his shoulders. His masculinity throbbed hotly, his passion flaring as he stared down at the dainty feminine flesh. "Let me," he said hoarsely, and she relaxed slightly, although her hands were clenched in agitation. He lowered his golden head, for at the first gentle, moist touch of his mouth, she cried out, reacting sharply to the quaking pleasure that seared through her body. His lips opened wider, his tongue searching the fragile, swelling nakedness. It was like a kiss, and yet not quite a kiss. Rand groaned, and the vibration of the sound sent a corresponding vibration through her body. Rosalie's senses careened wildly, for her eyes flickered open for just an instant. The image of his amber-shaded head between her thighs branded across her mind forever. Slowly, his mouth moved and stroked, centering on a tiny cluster of nerves that increased in sensitivity until her limbs were stiff from pleasure. She gasped his name, suddenly drowning in painful ecstasy. Through her plummeting release, the hands cupping her buttocks pulled her more closely against his mouth. For his lips did not leave her until the last tremors had died into glowing embers, and only then did Rand lever his body back over hers. Her face was moist, her translucent skin flushed with gentle colour. Rosalie lifted her heavy lashes to stare at him with unfocused brilliant blue eyes. He kissed her, his mouth tinged with a sweet, musky flavour. She responded unhesitatingly, her head tilting so that their lips could fit together more intimately. For languidly, her fingers moved to the fastenings of his breeches, slipping the buttons from their moorings until the garment gaped open. Rand shuddered, using his knees to spread her legs. He held his breath as he pressed into her slowly, feeling the tightness of her aroused flesh pull him deeper through her body. For a moment he was still and silent, grasping at the shreds of his control. There was no way for him to describe the sensation of possessing her, for the experience was unique. For emotion was layered with physical sensation. Sex had become a matter of instinct, of feelings rather than technique. Even with all his experience, it had never been like this before. Cradling her head in one broad hand, he thrust into her, watching her eyes dilate with pleasure. Then he thrust again, more strongly this time, the action simple, monumental. As he kissed her, he felt her lips tremble against his.
"Bend your knees more,"
he whispered, for Rosalie obeyed, and gasped as she felt him push even deeper within her. Then he moved without stopping, sharply, urgently. She looked up at him, her eyes flashing like sapphires as she stared at his face, which had been carved by passion into sharp planes. Her hips lifted, her toes curled, and then Rosalie was racked with an exquisite sensation that skipped tenderly over her body, like a pebble skimming the surface of smooth water. Ferrand gritted his teeth, his body tight and still in the moments before he shuddered, his breath releasing gradually. As the pleasure of their joining smoothed into a slow current, they relaxed in a damp tangle, hands lazily stroking, soothing, caressing, the aftermath as exquisitely sweet as the passion that had preceded. Lazily Rand raised himself on an elbow and looked down at her with drowsy green-shaded eyes. "It's worth going away to be welcomed home like that," he said huskily, for she let a long moment of silence drift between them before speaking. "Rand, how is it going to be between us from now on?" Rosalie asked softly, her brow creasing. He smoothed her forehead with his lips, ending with a kiss at her temple. "We've had this discussion before," he stated flatly, "and as you'll recall, it didn't end very well, since we both appear to have conflicting ideas about the long-range status of our relationship. We'll have to take it day by day. But sooner or later, we'll have to— it can be later— before we make any decisions, there are other loose ends to be tied up." Yes, I agree," Rosalie said. She had first-hand knowledge of how quickly someone's life could change, how easily fate could turn the world upside down and shake it vigorously. The only thing she could be certain of was that her life would never return to what it had once been.
and perhaps she should be grateful for that. But we still have an immediate problem, she pointed out. What's that? He asked, a curious smile playing on his lips. She looked at the grass stains on their rumpled clothing, on the right knee of his breeches, ground into the fabric of her dress and the material of his shirt. How are you going to take me back to the chateau like this? He grinned down at her as he stroked her hair away from her face. Very stealthily, love. For 12, all my past life is mine no more. The flying hours are gone, like transitory dreams given o'er, whose images are kept in store by memory alone. John Wilmot, Earl of Rochester, true to his word, Rand did manage to take Rosalie back to her room unseen, giving her one last long kiss before leaving. Wondering if evidence of what had transpired was as transparent to others as she feared it must be, Rosalie was very quiet during dinner, for she lifted her eyes from her plate only a few times, not daring to meet Rand's wry gaze for fear that she would spill something or choke on her food. Exasperating man. He did not come to her bed that night. Rosalie spent 2 long hours glaring at the untouched door as she debated whether or not to go to his room. Finally caution won out, and she reluctantly blew out the candle before falling asleep. In the morning, she found a pale yellow rose near her pillow, all of its thorns removed. For holding the delicate blossom to her face, she breathed in its scent and was transported for a moment back to the garden, where the scent of roses had floated in the air as he had pressed her into the soft grass and made her his once more. In a somewhat dreamy state of mind, Rosalie spent the first part of the day with Mireille, whose company was anything but dull. "It's right here," Mireille whispered, glancing furtively up and down the hallway. For Rosalie tried the gold dolphin-shaped door handle herself, finding that it wouldn't budge. "You're right," she said, with gathering disappointment. "It's locked, but why would a portrait gallery be closed up? You think it is a gallery?" "It must be. The rooms on either side of it are filled with paintings and busts of Diangu ancestors." Rosalie eyed the door speculatively, nearly eaten up with curiosity. It was the only room in the entire chateau that she and Mireille had not explored. For meeting Mireille's eyes, she saw that the girl's rampant imagination was busy with possible explanations for why the door was locked. Perhaps someone was murdered in there, the small maid whispered, and Rosalie laughed softly.
Probably it has been locked accidentally.
"Do you think we should ask Madame Alvin for the key?" Rosalie shook her head slowly. "If it is locked on purpose, she'll find some way to refuse us. And then, if we were caught looking inside it, we couldn't plead ignorance." They looked at each other and grinned, sharing the same enjoyment of a potential adventure. "Mademoiselle, do you have a hairpin? Could you do something with the lock if? But tell me if someone is coming." Nimbly Mireille worked at the lock with a slender pin, reminding Rosalie of a squirrel foraging for nuts. "You certainly have a variety of talents, Mira," she said, and the girl snickered. "For living with Guillaume, one learns many things to survive, mademoiselle. He showed me how to do this." It was the first time she had made any reference to her past. Rosalie tilted her head and watched her companion interestedly, her face soft with compassion. She did not know what kinds of experiences Mireille had lived through, but surely having moved from place to place would have made most people rather barred. How had the girl managed to stay so sweet and untarnished by others? For it revealed an extraordinarily strong will, or perhaps Guillaume was responsible for preserving Mireille's innocence. The lock clicked quietly, and Mireille handed her back the pin with a triumphant smile. They slipped into the room like 2 wraiths, closing the door inaudibly. It was indeed a portrait gallery, dark paintings covering the walls like windows filled with quaintly clothed strangers. However, one portrait was separate from the rest. It was placed between 2 framed mirrors, for as Rosalie looked at it, she doubted that it had been necessary to direct attention to the painting in such a manner, for it would have stood out in any type of arrangement. Slowly she went to the curtains and pulled them open to let more light into the room. Helene Marguerite Dangout. Mireille read the engraved plate on the frame, creeping closer to examine the portrait. Rosalie remained in the back of the room, her eyes round and inexplicably misty.
For she knew without question that this portrait was the reason why the room was locked, yet it was not clear why Rand would not simply take it down. What private memories were locked in this room with the image of this woman? She is beautiful, Mireille said. Who? His mother, Rosalie replied. Not so very beautiful. Mirror. Perhaps it was her feelings for Rand that coloured her impressions of the portrait. In some ways, Mireille was right. Helene Dangout was physically attractive, for her face was perfectly proportioned, her lips delicate and precisely curved in a way that reminded Rosalie of Rand. That faintly mocking expression around the eyes was also something familiar to her. The eyes were not quite the same, but close. Helene's were perfectly green, whereas Rand's were indeterminately hazel, sometimes green, sometimes golden. They were shaped similarly, slightly narrowed at the inner corners. It was almost eerie to see the elements of Rand in the face of this woman. But there was much of her classical beauty that he had not inherited, possessing instead the strong, stubborn features that Rosalie accurately accredited to the Berkeley side of the family. There were many things that Helene Marguerite did not appear to have in common with her elder son. She did not have his wide, expressive mouth, nor did it seem that she could have produced anything resembling his wry, flashing smile, for she did not have faint laugh lines radiating from the corners of her eyes, nor the brilliant mixture of sun and amber in her blonde hair. There was no gentleness in her expression. Helene Marguerite looked capable of passion, mockery, and even anger, but not love. You hurt him when he was vulnerable to you, Rosalie thought, and that simple, basic reaction overrode her every other impression of his mother, for she could find no sympathy in her heart for a woman who had carelessly hurt those who loved her. She turned away, casting the portrait a glance of purely irrational dislike.
Interesting,
Rosalie said, her voice dry. Unfortunately, it was probably a good likeness. Mademoiselle, let's go. There are 100 other things I'd rather look at. 4. We could go to the kitchen to see Madame Alvin, Mireille suggested, happily abandoning her position in front of the portrait to open the door with care. Why? Rosalie asked as the girl peered down both ends of the hallway. Perhaps, Mireille said, popping her head back into the room, you would like to ask her for an English tea today? An English tea? Why? Rosalie paused, wondering where the girl had gotten the idea from. For in France, tea was brought out only in the dire circumstance that there was no coffee to serve. Then she chuckled softly. Is it because of the description in the book we were studying from today? Don't tell me you've never had one before. I have not, but if you say to Madame Alvin that you miss this custom of tea, I would be happy to join you for— Of course I will, Rosalie said. The range of things that aroused Mireille's curiosity never failed to amuse and surprise her. 4. Let's go to the kitchen, then. They crept out of the room furtively, closing the door on the portrait of Helene Dangout. The kitchen was unusually calm, its only occupant being the solid figure of Madame Alvin. After spending the morning organizing the servants to clean the chateau, she sat with a cup of coffee, stirring crushed sugar in it, and regretting the lack of cream to be had with it, for the girl who comes by with the milk each morning is late, she informed the 2 visitors, taking a sip of the brew and sighing. I'm waiting for her. That girl is so slow, talking to every man on the way, and waiting to flirt with Jereme after he cleans the stables. That Jereme needs no encouragement, Mireille said, her chocolate-coloured eyes dancing. One little smile, not even a very friendly one, and he sticks like a fly in honey. For, as Madame Alvin laughed uproariously in agreement, slapping her plump knees with both hands, Rosalie cast a glance of new understanding at Mireille.
So that's why you're so cool to him, she murmured. Yes,
the girl replied in disgust. But like all men, that makes him cling even more. Ah, he thinks he is a man full-grown, and he is only a year or 2 older than me, conceited boy. for he tried to kiss me the first time I visited the stable, as if I were to be had there with all the horses looking on. Can you imagine it? Dreadful, Rosalie said, flushing with sudden discomfort. Just then a knock sounded at the kitchen door, and Madame Alvin bustled down from her stool with the pronouncement that it was the hapless milkmaid. For after berating the girl for her worse-than-usual tardiness and sending her on her way, Madame Alvin skimmed a little cream for her coffee and set the milk on a counter. As a warm, comfortable conversation ensued, the subject of an English tea was brought up and soundly approved. Madame Alvin thought it would be an entertaining project, since she herself had never done it. They discussed the menu with increasing enthusiasm.
In the book,
Morel said.
they had little things,
For sandwiches, Rosalie supplied. Cucumber and watercress, and perhaps cheese would be nice. And they had gingerbread, Morel continued, seeming very young in her excitement, and little cakes and sugar buns, and—
Madam,
Rosalie interrupted gently, do not go to trouble. Whatever you wish to provide will be more than adequate. This is just so that Mira can see what it is like to have tea the way they do in England. For, like the grand ladies, Morel said, beaming mischievously, I will be the Comtesse, and Madame Alvin will be the Duchess. And you, what would you be if you married Monsieur de Berkeley? If I what? Rosalie asked faintly. Mira, Madame Alvin exclaimed, and proceeded to scold Morel for having asked such a tactless question, even if it had been meant as teasing. For Rosalie coloured, reflecting on the fact that marriage to Rand was fast gaining in appeal, no matter what the drawbacks. It was becoming rapidly apparent to her that if he asked her to be his wife again, Spee would most likely accept before he could finish the sentence.
I would be Lady Berkeley,
she said gravely. Just like Helene Marguerite, Morel mused. Non, Madame Alvin said sharply, shaking her silver-brown head for emphasis. Not like Helene, not at all. For Morel and Rosalie waited with bated breath for her to continue. But Madame Alvin appeared to be completely through with the subject. Now, Mira, she inquired, what else did the book say about English tea? What do you mean, not like Helene Marguerite? Morel countered, sighing. Madame Alvin compressed her mouth into a tight, firm line. I should not say more. There are no strangers here, Morel said persuasively. For why would it hurt to explain to Mademoiselle something that she is curious about? There is nothing to explain, Madame Alvin replied, her eyes taking in Rosalie's absorbed expression. You, Mademoiselle, are not the kind of woman that Helene was. You were here while she was growing up? Rosalie asked, her serious tone contrasting sharply with Morel's cajoling. Since she was born. For I was here when Monsieur Robert de Berkeley came to France to court her, and when they were married, and also when she brought her first son to show to the Marquis. I was here during all the times that she came back here to visit. She did not like England except for London. The more time she spent there, the more she changed. I have often thought that London must be a very evil place. Not really, Rosalie said thoughtfully. No more so than Paris. Parts of it are bad, I suppose. Especially for an impressionable person. It is fast-paced and full of people who have nothing to do except amuse themselves. Helene was brought up here in a very quiet way, Madame Alvin said. In the style of the old French noblesse, she was very sheltered, a good girl, but she longed for excitement and wanted to move away from the quietness of country life. She married as soon as possible to the first man who asked Monsieur Robert de Berkeley, for Rosalie nodded, feeling a reluctant twinge of understanding for Helene. She knew how it felt to be stifled by monotony and to dream of change and excitement. But surely a husband and children, and all the activities that are involved with occupying her position, should have satisfied her, Rosalie remarked. For it would have been a very busy and full life. Not only would there have been hundreds of responsibilities involving her family and the community, but countless parties, fêtes and balls. She did not like the responsibilities, Madame Alvin said, smiling with wry sadness. But she did like the parties. I have heard that there were many scandals in London that she was involved in. I will not repeat any of the stories, for I do not know if they were true or not. For but almost every 2 years or so she would come back to France to stay without her husband or children, and I think it was to let the gossip and troubles die down before she went back. And you noticed during these visits that she had changed? Rosalie prompted, fascinated. Ah, oui! She began to think of no one but herself, for she had the chateau redecorated in the latest fashion and the grounds landscaped many times, spending huge amounts of money, and worse, executing the corvée to do it. Mireille clicked her tongue in appalled shock. "What? What is a corvée?" Rosalie asked. "I've never heard of it before. That is because they no longer have the wretched custom," Mireille replied, her small face wrinkling with disgust. For a corvée was the right of the French nobility to command the peasants from all the neighbouring villages to work for them without pay. Whenever they wanted a road built, or a garden laid out, or additions built onto the chateau, the nobility forced the peasants to leave the fields, even if it was in the middle of harvest time. The food and grain would rot out in their fields as the peasants worked on the lord and lady's pretty garden. "How awful!" Rosalie murmured. "For yes," Madame Alvin said, her voice lowering with a touch of shame. "Many people starved in the winters because of Helene's whims. She was not a popular figure here, but the Marquis, her father, would refuse her nothing." The elderly woman sighed deeply. The unhappier Helene Marguerite became, the more cruel she was. She finally abandoned her sons and husband, coming back here to have a child. She died in labour, and the baby along with her. For my husband and I have wondered for years how her children were. I'm glad to see that Monsieur was not badly affected by all of it. Rosalie was silent for a long moment. Not badly affected by all of it, she thought with bitter distress, wondering what Madame Alvin would say if she knew the kind of abuse that Helene had left her sons to face. What would she say if she knew that Rand had been a drunkard when he was only a boy, and that he and his brother had survived a deplorable childhood? For Rand had grown up to be a reckless hellion, while Colin, from what little she had been told, had become a fastidious dandy, a fashion plate. "I do not think many women are good mothers," Morel finally said, resting her chin on her hand and staring distantly at the copper pots and pans on the wall. "Mine has been good to me," Rosalie replied, thinking of Emile and feeling an ache in her chest. "She is a very kind woman. And she has always despaired of the fact that I am not easily contented with what I have. She said it would lead to trouble. I think she was right." Suddenly Madame Alvin chuckled in a jolly way, breaking the tension that seemed to have settled over them. "Mothers always like to think they are right," the older woman said. "Yes," Rosalie agreed with a quick smile. Rand walked into the sitting-room, pausing in front of the glass-pane doors to regard the scene with warm interest, for it was 4:30, and Rosalie and Mireille sat at a lace-covered table having tea. Serenely Rosalie poured the freshly brewed liquid into china cups as Mireille carefully dabbed a scone with clotted cream. The picture they presented was quaint and charming, as they engaged in a language lesson, causing Rand to smile slowly. His eyes travelled over Rosalie appreciatively, for she was dressed in a flowing pale blue gown, the colour enhancing the blue of her eyes until they were almost painful to behold. Her hair was pulled on top of her head in a deliciously demure fashion that tempted him to sink his hands into its gleaming softness and pull it all down. She looked like a perfect lady, and there were few signs in her appearance that betrayed her lively temper and passion, few signs, unless one knew where to look. For gradually his gaze moved from her face and settled on the trim, neat curves of her figure and the swell of her breasts. He would have trouble keeping the men away from her in London, for hers was the kind of fresh, passionate beauty that no one could resist. "Would you like some sugar?" Rosalie asked in slow, clear English, and Mireille wrinkled her brow before replying in the same language. "Not only would I like some sugar, but I would like more sandwich," for Rand laughed at Mireille's answer. Spoken like a true Englishwoman, he said, and Rosalie looked up at him with a dazzling smile. "We read about tea in a Jane Austen novel recently," she informed him. "Naturally, it was an experience that Mireille wanted to try for herself. Naturally—" Rand was about to say something else when they were disturbed by a minor commotion. Outside the transparent French doors, sounds of cursing and scuffling floated from the direction of the garden, for Rand's eyes narrowed as Guillaume appeared with a wiry middle-aged man in tow, having twisted the stranger's arm behind his back. Although Guillaume was built on a larger scale, he was having difficulty in dragging his captive toward the chateau, for the man was stiff with fury. Rand twisted the door handle and sent the portal swinging open widely. "Guillaume, what the hell is going on?" he inquired none too gently, and Guillaume's prisoner froze at the sight of him. "Sorry, monsieur," Guillaume said, grabbing hold of the man's collar in order to prevent him from bolting. He was poorly dressed and appeared to be a lower-class sort. A downfallen farmer Boo's face was deeply lined. I caught him stealing a bag of peaches and other articles from the garden, and was certain that you would have something to say about it.
Indeed,
Rand drawled, stepping outside to join them, for Mireille and Rosalie left the tea-table to draw closer, watching the men through the half-open doors. He also had a string of fish with him, Guillaume added, his velvety brown eyes crackling with the light of exasperation as the man struggled briefly. "Taken from Dangu property, I am certain." "You must know that poaching is against the law," Rand said to the stranger, whose bony face twisted with hatred. "I am not an ungenerous man, for I would have freely allowed you to fish or hunt on my land if you had asked for permission. However, I draw the line at being robbed. I am not an idiot," the man rasped. "Also not a beggar. You think any man like me would ask a Dangu for anything?" He was cut off as Guillaume made a sound of irritation and tightened his hold on the collar. "Tiens," Guillaume said. "Show some respect for monsieur." "I'm not a Dangu," Ron said, for the man laughed bitterly, staring at him with bright, feverishly excited eyes.
"You cannot lie about it. My family and I have been ruined by the Diongoose. I would know one anywhere. It is in your eyes and face and in your black soul. Devil's children, all of you." "A little melodramatic, don't you think?" Guillaume inquired, but he was ignored as Rand regarded the man thoughtfully. "How have you been ruined?" he asked. "For I once had a comfortable home, a large family with many sons who helped me to farm, even some money to save. We lost everything because of Helene Dangu and the Marquis. He drained the village of everything in order to pay her bills. He took the peasants' grain and charged us for storing it in his warehouse. We had to bake our bread in his baking ovens and pay him for it. We were taxed for everything except breathing. For my wife died of hunger because of the Diangus. That is the legacy you inherit, monsieur. And you do not have the right to judge me for taking a handful of food from you." Rosalie held her breath, wanting to cry out as she saw Rand's face whiten. He felt responsible for the sins his family had committed, and the man's words had added to the invisible burden of guilt that he carried on his shoulders. "For it's not your fault," she wanted to tell Rand, but held her tongue in fear of wounding his pride. "He should not blame himself," Mireille whispered. "He already does," Rosalie said softly, her heart aching with sympathy. Cool and emotionless, Rand looked over the poacher's head to Guillaume. "Let him go," he said, as Guillaume released the man with distaste. The thin peasant glanced at Rand with glittering eyes before fleeing, as if the devil were chasing him. For Rand turned to see Rosalie silhouetted through the myriad of glass panes, and his expression became even more remote.
my lord, I would like to speak with you.
She said, fighting to keep the urgency from her tone.
Later, perhaps, he replied, sounding indifferent. I'm going for a ride.
Guillaume spoke then in an unusually subdued manner.
I'll saddle Diamond.
Mireille gently pulled Rosalie back to the tea-table. "For I've got to talk with him," Rosalie murmured, her emotions stirring tumultuously. "I do not think he would listen at the moment." "Damn!" Rosalie breathed, folding her arms around her middle and staring vacantly at the bountifully heaped plate of scones. Damn all of this. I'm not sure what I'm going to say anyway. Oh, I wish I had asked him when he was going to get back. Would you like a glass of wine? Mademoiselle Morel asked tactfully. Yes, and no water in it, Rosalie said, sitting down in the embroidered chair and scowling. Rand did not return for supper. The silence around the chateau became so thick and tense that Guillaume finally left for the village, taking the bay. He returned around 11 o'clock, smelling of ale and tobacco, wearing a pleased expression that betrayed an hour or two spent with sociable companions. "It is a beautiful evening," he announced, walking into the parlour with a relaxed, loose stride. "For warm and—" "Guillaume!" Mireille exclaimed. "How can you go out to drink and flirt, knowing that mademoiselle is concerned about monsieur? He is fine. I suggest that you both retire for the evening," Guillaume said, smiling as Rosalie stopped pacing across the room. "You found him?" she demanded, her blue eyes dark and troubled. "I happened to see him briefly. He is in one of the upper club rooms in the village. Gaming and drinking," Guillaume said. Rosalie froze. For, oh, nothing more than the average man would have on a warm summer night in a village tavern. Guillaume hurried to assure her. "Why, I myself could not resist tippling here and there. They had this kind of brew that I've never had before." As he continued, Rosalie's brow creased deeply in worry. Guillaume had not known Rand long enough to realize that his habit was to avoid drinking, that Rand disliked any loss of his control. For the incident with the poacher had affected him badly, just as she had feared, but she could not help feeling that it should not have driven him to something so out of the ordinary.
"You did not speak to him?"
she asked evenly, and Guillaume shook his head.
"Then there is no telling when he will return."
"I believe I will retire, Mireille."
"Oui,"
the girl replied quietly, hovering near her heels as they went upstairs. Rosalie undressed and slipped into a simple white nightgown, for as the candlelight burned steadily, she turned the pages of a book and focused on the words without reading them. The silence stretched and thinned, surrounding her insidiously until she gave up all pretence of reading. "Rand," she whispered, looking straight into the candle flame until the edges seemed to turn violet, "you're so proud, so independent that I hardly know how to deal with you. For you've shown me that you care for me a certain measure, and yet you left me today without asking for any kind of help. You've told me that you want me to warm your bed, to make love with you. You've told me that you want me to depend on you. I can give you all of that, but I want to give you so much more, and unless you think of me as woman enough to offer you comfort, I won't have you. I will be more than a plaything to you." For she clenched her fist as she made the vow, her fingertips whitening. It seemed to be hours Tibat passed by as she waited, until finally she heard a faint scraping noise. She slid from the bed and padded on bare feet to her doorway. A light flickered from the edges of a door, not Rand's door, but the far one at the end of the hall. The portrait gallery. The door opened easily. Ferrand sat in a chair in front of the portrait of Helene, his long legs stretched in a lazy masculine sprawl, the neck of a brandy bottle held gently between his fingers. She could smell spirits from the doorway. His head turned, his hair gleaming dully in the lamplight with the movement. Silently he regarded her as if she were a stranger. So this was what Rand was like when he had had too much to drink, not engaging or boyish, but morose quiet, for his eyes were faintly glassy, his voice low and raspy. "Get out!" He would never know how much the words had hurt. Rosalie felt the sting of them, like the blow of a whip, and for several moments afterward she felt ridiculous and foolish, offering help that wasn't asked for or needed. The Rosalie Bellow of a few months ago would have fled the room immediately, faster than any startled rabbit, for the uncaring look in his darkened eyes frightened her, but somehow she managed to square her shoulders and remain where she was. Sitting here and brooding isn't going to change a thing, and drinking certainly won't. He made a gesture with the bottle and spoke with the patience of an adult addressing an obtuse child. "It's making me feel a hell of a lot better. So get. Yes, I can see how wonderful it is for you," Rosalie interrupted acidly. "For you don't understand a thing, not nearly enough to stand there and pass judgment. I understand a few things about you, including the fact that you've tried to run away from guilt for a long time," she said, "and that now you've done a turnabout and seem to prefer wallowing in it." Her voice gentled as she stared at his averted profile. "Why not try letting it go?" "The sins of the father," Rand quoted, shrugging grimly and taking another swig from the bottle, for he grimaced until the fire of it eased down to his gut. "It's in the blood. The only thing in your blood besides a misguided conscience is an overload of spirits." Rosalie approached him carefully as she spoke. "None of it was your fault, Rand. You aren't accountable for anything your mother or father did." "I know," he said, his voice suddenly raw, "but I am accountable for what I've done." He lowered his gaze to his hands, gripping the brandy bottle between them. "For I see both of them in the things I've done," he muttered, and cast a brief glance at his mother's portrait. "Can you imagine what it's like to know that half of her is me? She was faithless, and she was incapable of telling the truth, just as you are incapable of lying. She was heartless beyond anything you could imagine. God, someone like you would never begin to understand. And then there was my father, a drunken bastard with don't, for Rosalie interrupted, torn equally between vast anger and sympathy. Don't say it any more. Don't think it any more. I don't see her in you. I don't see your father in you." She sat on the arm of the chair and framed his face with her hands, her eyes meeting his in an electric gaze. "I've trusted you to take care of me, and you have. There are other people who need you, who depend on you. Don't sit here and be consumed by self-pity. It's not like you. 4. He set down the bottle and took hold of her wrists in an effort to push her away from him. But Rosalie clung to him with determination. In the fleeting struggle she slid onto his lap, and he stopped moving as her warm silk-sheathed body pressed against him. "She's just a memory that you have to let go of. How can she have any influence on you now? For this is a lovely home, a beautiful place, and with all the sunlight that pours in. Don't look in the corners for shadows that aren't even there. Get rid of her. Let her go." Her last words seemed to strike something responsive in him, for Rand looked at her as if really seeing her for the first time. It seemed as if he were about to speak, and then he shook his head slightly, staring into her bright sapphire eyes. "Why do you feel as if you have to blame yourself?" Rosalie asked in a whisper. "For what is it in your past that makes you feel so guilty?" "Rose," he said huskily, "I don't want to talk tonight. Not about the past. Go back to your room." Her eyes searched his, and her arms went confidingly around his neck. "Perhaps I am very wrong in this assumption," she said softly, "but I think that you don't want to lose me by revealing things I would not like to hear about you. But understand, you'll definitely lose me by keeping your silence. I won't let you shut me out, for tell me about the things you've done. Oh, Rand, they can't be that terrible." The alcohol and the weariness seeped through him like poison, leaving him light-headed and vulnerable in a way that he had not been for years. He felt too soiled and tainted to be in the same room with Rosalie, much less hold her so closely, yet it would have taken the combined strength of 100 men to force him to let her go. "For please, Rand," she whispered, her hands softly touching the harsh, cleanly cut line of his jaw. The arms around her waist tightened, and then tightened more until Rosalie fell against those wide shoulders with a gasp, allowing him to hold her so tightly that she could hardly breathe. She smelled brandy and the scent of his skin, and felt him bury his face in the loose, thick mass of her hair, for she heard him begin to speak, muttering words that she could barely hear, saying things that she did not understand. His hands clenched in the folds of her gown and in her hair, fingers entwining in the softness, flexing as he murmured hoarsely. Once he began talking, he could not stop, the burden of keeping it all to himself, The blots of his past, the shameful exploits in London, became too heavy to endure, and he bared his soul ruthlessly to her. For she would not have believed him capable of the things that he accused himself of. If the words had come from someone else's lips, she would have thought them to be lies. He told her things that he had never shared with another living soul, secrets and admissions, fragments of stories that bordered on incoherence. Someone he had killed in a duel, a circle of friends that had been nothing better than a conspiracy of dishonour, someone's marriage he had helped to destroy. For he mentioned the names of people she had read about in the London papers, and he mentioned his brothers and his parents' names. It seemed that the litany would never end. Stroking the back of his head and neck, Rosalie comforted him with meaningless phrases, for her cheeks were hot and flushed with embarrassment from much of what he said, things so intimate that she would never have mentioned them even to Emile, ribald and bawdy confessions that degraded the ears as much as the words that were used to describe them. His arms became desperate around her, a bruising vice that she accepted willingly. Most women would have run from the room in horror, for no lady would have endured such a scene. For Rosalie listened without pulling back from him, her tender clasp becoming fierce as if she sought to absorb his despair with the tightness of her grip. She had heard that the young bucks of London usually led sordid lives, seeking adventure, pressuring each other into reprehensible acts of cruelty. She did not think that Rand had been any worse than those he had kept company with, but her heart ached for his remorse and self-condemnation.
"It's all right."
"For I understand," she murmured over and over again, and Rand shook his head tiredly, his eyes gleaming with liquid gold. "God, how could you understand? You're too innocent. I never should have touched you." As his outpouring faded into harsh, bitter whispers, the night matured and ripened into the deep lavender that preceded dawn. Rosalie lay quiescently in his arms, cradled against the hard, compacted muscles of his chest, for her forehead was tucked in the sloping juncture of his neck and shoulder, her fingers inserted between the buttons of his shirt to touch the warm skin underneath. Rand's chest moved evenly and steadily as he sighed quietly, feeling as if he had been battered by a storm. "You're the only one who remembers?" she whispered, finding his heartbeat with her fingertips and letting them rest on that vital pulse. "Most people can't afford to think about the past, for they don't care about what's over and done with. I don't care what you've done in the past. You see, I'm still here. I haven't left, because I understand that you had to survive, but it's not important now. It has nothing to do with you any more. If I can forgive you so easily, can't you forgive yourself?" He was still for several long minutes, and she could tell without looking that his eyes were fastened on the portrait. For then he moved, gathering her more closely in his arms and standing up from the chair. Rosalie was surprised at the smoothness of the movement, because she knew that his muscles had to be cramped. The muscles of his shoulders swelled under her cheek, full of latent power that mocked her frail hold on him. She clung to him wordlessly as he carried her down the hall to her bedchamber, unable to see his face, for she said his name with careful quietness, but he did not reply, and then he laid her on her bed. He stared at her for a few seconds, his hazel eyes taking in every detail of her face, which had been ravaged by the lack of sleep. She did not know what to say to him any longer, and so held her silence, her hands dropping reluctantly from him. Rand lifted one of her slender hands in his and brought it to his mouth, holding it against the warmth of his lips as he looked down at her, for she caught her breath, her fingers fast and tight around his. Then he left, his soft, cuffed boots making no sound on the floor. The last thing Rosalie expected to be wakened by was the distant clanging of the village bell. She tried to ignore the persistent sound and rolled over to bury her head in the pillow. Moaning, she finally lifted her head and squinted in the afternoon light that pushed past the half-open curtains. For judging from the enthusiasm with which the bell was being rung, something significant was happening in the village. "I wonder," she mumbled, pushing the dishevelled locks of sable hair out of her face and holding a hand to her head. "Either a disaster has occurred, or the King of France is passing by." Sighing, She struggled from the bed and staggered over to the window to peer outside. For the sunshine was brilliant and glaring, bleaching the rich greenness of the grass to a pale whitewashed hue. In the distance, toward the village, the hot blue sky appeared to be brushed with a thin, hazy film, thinning clouds.
Smoke!
Rosalie frowned and left the room without thinking, instinctively heading toward Rand's room. He was not there.
Morale?
She called, the edge of her gown billowing out behind her as she went down the stairs, for there was a minor commotion on the ground floor. People flying across the front entranceway, the door knocker rapping sharply against the portal, voices raised in fast-paced debate. Rosalie halted halfway down the curbed staircase as Mireille appeared at the bottom. "What's happening? I heard the bell." "Mademoiselle, there is a fire in the village. It is spreading very quickly, and it is heading toward the shops, the main square, the church. They are asking all the men to come and help." For Rosalie felt a premonition that boded ill. Doubt and unease spread rapidly through her. "How can they do anything against the fire in this dry heat?" she asked, her eyes flickering around the huge hall in search of Rand. "I've heard the Loire is several feet lower than usual. There's hardly enough water to drink, much less to put out a large— Rose, what are you doing?" For suddenly Rand, who had been passing by in the entranceway, swept past Mireille to bound up the stairs, a scowl crossing his handsome face. Rosalie remained where she was as he approached her. The white of his shirt and the light coffee shade of his strapped trousers emphasized the tawny hues of his skin and hair. She stared at him in apprehension.
You aren't going to the village, are you?
She asked, and he hooked a steely arm around her waist to drag her up the stairs. "For what possessed you to stand there in your nightgown?" he demanded, and she fought to keep from tripping as he hauled her ruthlessly to her room. "Damn it, just standing in that little see-through costume for all the world to see." "I wasn't thinking," Rosalie protested, her feet moving at double pace to keep up with his stride, as usual. In her worry over him, she let his comment go undebated. They reached her room, and Rand closed the door behind them. For Rosalie stared at him in growing concern, her stomach clenching at the sight of him, so large and healthy and perfect. She wanted him to stay that way, and she wanted to keep him from tempting fate by placing himself in danger. The thought of him burned by fire or crushed by crumbling walls frightened her acutely. "Please, please don't go," she said, prepared to beg shamelessly if he refused. "For there are hundreds of others who can fight the fire." "Nothing's going to happen to me," Rand said, his voice firm and reassuring. "I'll take no risks, but I couldn't stay here knowing that my help might be needed. I'm a man, Rose, and only a coward would stay safe in his home when that bell is ringing." "It's not even your village," she said, and as she met his unyielding eyes, she felt a mist of tears blur her vision. "You don't really even live here. Please stay." "Petite," for Rand said, and his arms slid around her. Rosalie was stiff with resentment at the fact that he was refusing her, and yet she was so afraid of what might happen to him that she allowed him to pull her against his big, warm body. What if that were the chateau bell ringing? He bent his head to murmur in her ear. She could tell from the sound of his voice that he was smiling as he spoke. "For I don't think we would appreciate it much if every man decided to let his neighbour be the one to come and help us." "This isn't funny," Rosalie scolded in a muffled tone. You said that whatever I wanted of you was mine. I want you to stay here." He was suddenly still. "That isn't fair, Rose," he said gravely, the amusement leaving his voice. She knew in her heart that he was right, but that did not appease her anger and fear. "Please." "For?" "No," he said softly, an odd glow in his eyes as he looked down at her. Her temper blazed. "Then go! Forget everything I said. I should have bitten my tongue before asking you for anything." She tried to pull away, and his arms tightened around her. It was ridiculously easy for him to hold her right there where he wanted her, and so Rosalie stopped struggling. "Don't turn your face away from me," Rand said. "Leave me alone." For He lowered his mouth to her down-turned face, nuzzling the softness of her cheek until he found the dampness of a flaring tear track with his lips. "Go away," Rosalie choked out, but the feel of his mouth moving against her skin was more than she could bear. She became still and docile. As the silence deepened, she turned her face with a sob to meet his lips. The room around them seemed to wither away as he kissed her. For Rosalie was surrounded by darkness, consumed by it, until he became the only reality that she could imagine. Aware that his mouth pressed more firmly against hers, she lifted her arms around his neck and clung tightly. She had never felt so alive, so human and vulnerable. The cool, sensual darkness filtered through her, spiraling headily, causing her to tremble at the shadowy pleasure of it. For she breathed his name as he brushed gossamer kisses along her neck, and her voice seemed to come from some remote distance. Then he was unfastening her arms from around his neck, and Rosalie felt as if her body were being torn in two. "Hold me longer," she whispered, the darkness swirling around her in an exotic mist, his masculine scent filling her nostrils and mixing intimately with the air that she breathed. "Don't leave me, Rand. Love me." For he shivered and opened his eyes, wondering in the next hovering moment if she had meant those last two words in a physical or emotional sense. The reply he wanted to give was blocked in his throat. Rand had never spoken of love to anyone in his life, and now did not seem the right time or place. Coward! He railed at himself and forced his arms to loosen from Rosalie's slender body. "I'll come back soon," he said huskily, for her lashes flickered upward to reveal eyes that were as dark and blue as a troubled sea, stunning in their unrelenting intensity of colour. "Don't leave the chateau," he continued, giving her a little shake to make certain that the words left a strong impression on her. "Don't set one of your little feet outside the chateau, Rose. Do you understand?"
I understand,
she murmured, quivering a little as his strong hands left her. Rand loved me. Four thick, compressed sobs congealed in her chest, but she would not let them out. She would not cry in front of him. She would not beg for his love or his pity. She would not let him guess at the extent of her fear or the reasons behind it. She turned her back as he left the room, keeping her back resolutely stiff. The sky darkened as the hours passed, and as Rosalie stared out of the sitting-room window with Mireille in silence, they noticed a fascinating illusion, for the fire in the village became visible as night settled over the land, and the setting sun hung over the leaping blaze. It dropped lower and lower until the sun seemed to pool into the fire and fuel it with new strength. Hour after hour the women in the chateau waited for all of the men, including Guillaume, Jeremy, Eleazar, and Monsieur Alvin, had gone to the village to help. For around 10 o'clock, most of them decided to retire, and Rosalie paused before the window, her blue eyes fastened unblinking on the glow that broke the line of the horizon. Surely half the village must have burned by now. Mixed with her pity for those who had lost their homes, and probably some of their loved ones, was the cold fear that Rand might be hurt, for he no longer struck her as being quite as reckless as she had once considered him. But she knew that it was very likely for him to volunteer for the riskier tasks. What if he were trapped somewhere this very second, smothering from thick smoke and thin air? What if he was being scorched by the flames that were so hot she could see their light even from this distance? For valiantly, Rosalie tried to wait patiently, waving all of the others off to bed and repeating to herself what Rand had told her. He would be incensed beyond reason if she left the chateau. She could picture his rage if he discovered that she had even considered disobeying him. But if she had to wait in suspense much longer, then Randall Berkeley would have to institutionalize her at Bedlam, the insane asylum north of London. For she could not tolerate the buzzing anxieties that plagued her in the silence, any more than she could have held still while a swarm of flies tried to settle on her. "Please forgive me," she whispered, closing her eyes and wrinkling her nose in agitation. She already had misgivings about her next actions. "I won't go near anyone. I won't go near the fire. I won't even get off the horse. I'll just go and make sure that you're all right, and then I'll come straight back. For God willing, You won't even see me, and I'll never do anything like this again, I promise." Feeling relieved at having made a decision, she blew out the candle beside her chair and turned out all of the lamps. Quietly, Rosalie opened the glass-panelled door of the sitting-room and slipped outside. The night air was cool as it blew against her throat, and she gathered her shawl more closely around her bare arms. Her dress was pale yellow and sleeveless, one of the simplest garments she owned, for as she went into the stable and heard the nickers of the horses, Rosalie found herself exceedingly grateful for the experience she had received at Robin's threshold, the Winthrops' country estate. Baron Winthrop had insisted that she and Elaine learn how to ride when they were young, and Rosalie silently thanked him. "Hello, Spook," she said softly, patting the gelding's nose. "Don't be offended, but I'm going to take my chances with Lynette tonight." For the stars and the moon lent enough light for her to make her way through the shadowy interior of the stable, and she managed to saddle Lynette. It was perhaps inexpertly done, but at least the cinch was tight and the mare was gentle. Rosalie led the horse outside, swung herself lightly into the saddle, and hooked her knee around the pommel before urging Lynette quietly toward the village. The night air smelled of fire and burning wood the closer they came to the little community. For Rosalie saw the mare's ears twitch nervously at the sounds of shouting and screaming coming from the village, and when they were close enough to hear the roar of the blaze, Lynette began to prance agitatedly. "Pretty girl, don't worry," Rosalie soothed, jumping down and winding the reins around the frail branch of a small tree. They were far enough from the scene so that the mare would not be threatened by man or fire, for it was easy enough for Rosalie to travel the rest of the way on foot. The fire had a peculiarly voracious sound, and it thundered against her ears with the rush of a pounding waterfall. Rosalie's eyes darted from place to place, encountering the blackened, smoking remains of homes and shops. Sticks of furniture and burning tufts of cushions and mattress stuffings were scattered in the streets, for the fire had passed through this section of the village and had been more or less beaten out. But it seemed to be growing in strength in other parts of the community. Cautiously, she walked along the outskirts of the buildings, her eyes touching sympathetically on the prone figures of the wounded. How had it all started, she wondered, and moved toward the areas where the sky was brightened into grey and purple by the glow of the strongest flames. For suddenly a woman ran down a small street screaming, and Rosalie realized with panic-induced speed that the poor creature's skirt had caught on fire. Whipping off her shawl, she ran to chase after the woman. "Stop! I'll help you!" Rosalie cried, but the woman did not listen, and it was a mere trick of chance that she tripped on a stone and fell to the ground. Rosalie reached her in an instant, beating out the smouldering cotton with her shawl, for the woman was motionless even after the fire was extinguished. It did not appear that she had been burned, for although the skirts of her dress had been destroyed, there had not been time for the flames to reach her skin. "Are you hurt?" Rosalie asked, turning her over, and the woman stared at her vacantly. Rosalie realized that she had asked the question in English. "Oh, damn," she muttered, unable in situations of duress to remember a single word of French. "Ayez-vous?" For the woman burst into tears and then staggered up to move to the side of the street. Looking after her hesitantly, Rosalie gathered up her own skirts and the shawl before continuing down the street. The church bell, now ominously silent, was silhouetted against the sky by stretching flames. The fire had not yet reached the church, but it was approaching invincibly. Rosalie murmured under her breath, hoping that the church would not be destroyed, for it was the focus of the community, the centre of most of the family and social activities in the village. The damage left in the wake of the fire was already of disastrous proportions, but the destruction of the church would be the worst part of the catastrophe. She tried to get out of the way, for men were rushing by her with sloshing buckets of water from the well and from the feeble streams that branched from the Loire. Others were beating out the fire with small rugs, for a man collapsed nearby, dropping a bucket of precious water, which soaked immediately into the warm ground. His arm had been badly burned and did not appear to have been attended to. 2 or 3 women rushed to drag him out of the path of the men who continued to battle the fire, and Rosalie took one of his arms to help them pull him across the ground, for they reached an area where several other wounded people were resting, and one of the women patted Rosalie's arm in silent gratitude before turning away to bandage yet another gory burn. Rosalie looked across the group but could detect no sight of Rand's dark gold hair, and she swallowed hard before walking away to continue her search elsewhere. The cottages near the church were now being evacuated, the sounds of wailing children rising above the curses of the men and the roaring fire. For Rosalie could not see anything resembling Rand's tall, broad-shouldered figure anywhere. Her eyes began to water and sting from the smoke, and she coughed to clear her throat of a dry, kindling itch. She wiped her wet cheeks with the back of a hand, and immediately afterward was confronted with the pitiable sight of a bawling child, who could not have been more than 2 or 3, for it was a little girl whose hair was curly brown, her mouth nearly as wide as her face, as she screamed for her mother. "Shh, little one, be quiet," Rosalie murmured, picking the child up and casting a glance around the street. No parent or relative was in sight, and she wondered what to do as the girl clung to her like a little monkey. Patting the small, cushiony back gently, Rosalie turned in indecision and ran into what felt like a solid stone wall, for the child began screaming anew, this time directly into Rosalie's ear, and she squinted at whatever it was she had run into. A pair of hands clasped firmly over her shoulders, steadying her.
"Mademoiselle Rosalie, is that you?"
The girl was removed from her arms and lowered to the ground, and Rosalie let out a relieved sigh as she recognized the handsome soot-streaked visage above her.
"Guillaume," she said.
Tears coming anew to her eyes as a smoky breeze engulfed them, for his puzzled expression disappeared as he grinned at her. "I thought it was you," he said, shifting his leg slightly, as the child wrapped her arms securely around his knee. "And then I thought, no, it could not be. Not unless you had lost every bit of the good sense I previously considered you to have. Mon Dieu, Mira didn't come with you, did she?"
"No."
"Thank heaven. Now, the next question is, whose baby is this? For, I don't know. I hope there would be a place where they are keeping stray children until the parents can find them. There is. I will relieve you of this." He looked down ruefully at the little creature clinging to his leg. Charming burden. But even though the worst of the fire is over, it isn't safe for you to wander off alone.
"What do you mean?
The worst is over. The church, the fire won't reach it, for they will be able to confine it to the cottages. Dew, I can't really believe you're here. I couldn't wait at the chateau. I had this terrible feeling. Lady Angel, you aren't supposed to be here," he said, the bittersweet colour of his eyes shining with subtle lights of amusement. "I've been looking for Rand," she said. "I haven't seen him anywhere. Is he all right? Have you seen him? When and where do you think he? Slower, Jolie Ange? For don't worry. The last time I saw him, he was helping to move the children from the vicar's cottage. He is fine. I don't see him. Which cottage? That burning one? Ah, zoot, Guillaume said, following the direction of her trembling finger. Oh, hell, yes, that one. So it has caught fire. I hope everyone is out. Rosalie fled from him, picking up her skirts to run faster toward the blazing structure. 4 flames filled the windows on the 2nd floor, making the cottage look like a multi-eyed demon. If Rand was in there, he was trapped in an inescapable inferno. She was paralyzed as she stood there in the light of the blaze, one hand pressed to the base of her throat. With a sound of thunder, the roof fell in, sending up a shower of sparks that danced and floated like thousands of fireflies. Rosalie started, her stomach caving inwardly, all the air leaving her lungs, for her lips moved in a soundless prayer, and then she felt her legs turn to rubber. "Was anyone in there?" she whispered, as she staggered to an old man who stood nearby, his eyes fastened on the mountain of burning rubble.
"Was anyone in there?"
Rosalie repeated, tugging at his sleeve, and he turned to her with empty black eyes. For she backed away from him in panic, thinking that it was all an awful dream, and from then on everything changed into a succession of pictures that moved with quicksilver speed. Something hit her hard around the waist and wrapped around her so tightly that she could not make a sound. At the same time, a string of foul curses floated about her head, and she was turned like a rag doll as someone began to tug and beat at her gown. For dazedly Rosalie began to understand that the garment had caught on fire, that one of the sparks must have set the fragile material burning, and that if her rescuer had delayed 1 second longer, she would have been devoured in an immediate, fatal blaze. She was uprighted and held firmly against a hard, tightly muscled surface, the arm that had been cutting around her waist loosening, so that a large masculine hand could splay across her hips and press her closer. For Rosalie's face was pressed against the warm, golden skin of a man's throat, and as she smelled the familiar scent of it, she relaxed into trusting stillness. Her arms lifted to clasp his broad shoulders, her upper body leaning against his powerful chest as she listened to the disturbed quickness of his breathing. "Rand," she said, her terror subsiding as she felt his inexhaustible strength enfold her protectively, and the nightmarish sickness fell away from her. For after the most blissful moment of her entire life, she pulled her head back to look up at his face. His skin was smudged with soot, which ringed under his topaz-coloured eyes and gave him the startling appearance of a lion. The firelight flickered over his dark face and illuminated the singed ends of his gold-streaked hair. "He's unharmed," she thought, and stared at him with a diamond-bright gaze. It did not take long for her to become aware of the fact that he was not at all happy to see her. 13. In all my being is no ripple of unrest, for I have opened unto you the wide gates of my being, and like a tide you have flowed into me. Author unknown, God-damn-it! Rand snarled, his grip biting as he held her away from him and kept her at arm's length to take a quick and thorough inventory of her condition. "If that dress wasn't half burned off already, I would lift your skirts and thrash you for an hour." For, before she could reply, he shook her roughly, and Rosalie gritted her teeth to keep them from clacking together. Then Rand was still, holding her so close that they were eye to eye.
"I told you to stay at the chateau! It is dangerous for you to be here! Damn you!"
She was subjected to another vigorous shaking, and Rosalie thought dazedly that her bones would start to rattle together if he didn't stop soon. She decided to throw in a word or two on her own behalf. "For I wasn't planning to get this close to the fire," she began. "To hell with your plans. I look around the first moment I have to rest, and I find you lit up like a candelabrum." Rosalie opened her mouth to answer, and found herself being shaken again. Unfortunately, it seemed that Rand planned to continue the pattern for a considerably long time, and she threw her arms around his neck to make him stop.
"Why?
"Why did you disobey me again?" "For," he demanded, and she cut through the haze of his rage with a few soft words. "Because I love you." Rand froze, staring at her as if he did not trust his ears. His grip loosened as his fingers became lax with surprise. "You!" he began to repeat, and the hard edge of anger fled from his expression. It was almost more than one man could bear, to be afraid for her and infuriated with her at the same time, and then to be overcome with a wave of love so intense that he could not speak, for suddenly his mouth was on hers, his hand framing the side of her face and pressing her head against his shoulder. She parted her lips, accepting the plundering of his tongue, the blood surging fast and hot through her veins in response. It seemed that he kissed her for hours, and when he lifted his head, she felt as though she was floating.
"I'm still going to thrash you,"
he whispered, his lips brushing against hers as he spoke, for everything around them, the fire, the crowd, the smoke, was forgotten in the wonder of momentous discovery.
"I love you,"
Rosalie repeated, discovering with delight that her statement elicited a new surge of warmth to gentle his expression. His mouth twitched wryly as he contemplated her small face. "You think you found a magic phrase to calm my temper?"
Rand said huskily. I'll admit it does much to soothe the ire. But I intend to keep my word, and you won't escape completely free for having ignored my wishes. I was afraid that something might happen to you, she said in a small, apologetic voice. When I saw the roof of that cottage collapse, I thought that you might have been inside. I wanted to die. He understood exactly how she felt, more than anyone else could. His fingers played lightly at the nape of her neck, tranquilizing the tightened nerves there. For as Rosalie allowed her head to rest against his shoulder, Rand murmured in a soothing tone, I know, sweet, but have you stopped to think that all of that, including the damage done to your gown, would have been avoided had you listened to me before? Tonight you've aged me another 10 years, Fleur, and at this rate I don't have much longer to last. Please take me home, she whispered, drifting in the warm pleasure she derived from the sensitive touch of his hands. For I want to make love with you. Rand's mouth curved in a reluctant smile, his eyes gleaming with tiny golden lights. God, you have a hell of a way of ending a lecture, my love. Rosalie sat in front of the fireplace in her bedchamber, staring absently into its vivid depths as she curled her feet more tightly underneath her silk-clad form. For she held a lacquered brush in her hand and drew it through her newly washed hair, brushing over and over again until the warm length of it formed a lustrous curtain around her shoulders and back. The wavering light and the rhythmic motion of the hairbrush served to calm her overwrought nerves, for it had been a trying night. After riding home alongside Rand and Guillaume, she had been subjected to an impassioned lecture from Madame Evin and reproachful glances from Mireille. For a steaming bath had followed, as well as a thorough scrubbing to rid her hair and skin of soot and smoke. There had been no word of good night from Rand, an optimistic sign, for Rosalie guessed that, when all of the residents of the chateau retired, he might come to her room. Wistfully she tilted her head and brushed the sable waves over one shoulder, preparing to braid them into a thick skein. "Leave it loose!" for the soft request came from the doorway, and Rosalie turned to face the visitor as the door closed with a quiet sound. Rand stood there in a wine-silk robe, leaning back against the portal as he regarded her steadily. His hair was damp and freshly cropped, the singed ends shorn off to reveal a shine of pure amber. A log in the fireplace crumbled with a rustling sound, giving off a brief flash of white-gold light that played over his face and eyes with a peculiar luminescence. For Rosalie caught her breath as she stared at him, knowing that something was different about him, but unable to identify it. For an instant he seemed like a sleek, handsome stranger, and she was motionless as his hazel gaze swept over her. Then he smiled slowly, and she flew to him with an incoherent sound, suffused with love for him. Rand enveloped her in his arms, smiling against her hair as she stood on her toes to accommodate his height. For I assumed you'd be asleep, he said, in a muffled tone, lacing his fingers in the silky curtain of hair that provided a constant temptation to him. I'm not tired at all. I'm so glad to hear it, he replied, his smile tinged with wryness as he lowered his head to kiss her. His mouth slanted passionately over hers, and the next thing Rosalie was aware of was that she was lying by him on the bed with no memory of how they had gotten there. For he made no move yet to undress her, but his hands wandered over her with unhidden curiosity and more than a touch of possessiveness. "I love you," he whispered, and Rosalie flushed with the surge of joy that his words elicited. "I've loved you," she replied softly. "Since the first night in Paris we were dancing, and your arms were around me. And suddenly I realized that I didn't want it to end." She lifted her eyes to meet his, and Rand answered her unspoken question without hesitancy. "For that first time, I left you," he said, his voice low and quiet, "when I came here to break up the Dongwu holdings. I couldn't stop thinking about all that I had told you that morning. I had no idea of what had prompted me to tell you that much about my past. I was irritated by the fact that I kept thinking about you, and even more by the realization that I couldn't wait to get back to the Lothair. For my mind was filled with countless schemes to get you into bed, but as well as wanting your desire, I wanted your trust,
your affection, things I had never asked from anyone before. I felt as if you belonged to me, and I went a little bit insane each time you denied me." The firelight shone on his golden skin with a candescent warmth, his thick lashes casting a shadow on the cleanly moulded edges of his cheekbones. "For you have such little hands," he murmured, lifting one of them and examining her dainty palm before pressing a kiss there. "It stunned me to realize that you held my entire world in them." Rand's thoughtful smile faded as he looked into her eyes. "Why did you refuse when I proposed to you?" he asked slowly, and Rosalie frowned, turning her face to the side. In silence, she struggled to find the right words to express herself. "Sometimes I'm overwhelmed by you," she whispered. "You're all I could ever want, but we're so different. My life has been quiet, sheltered, and I know my own heart, and you think I don't know mine." Rand raised himself on an elbow, staring down at her intently. "You're used to excitement, variety. I was afraid of being merely a novelty to you, interesting but temporary." "Damn it, Rose," he said, his expression edged with exasperation. "A novelty? I asked you to marry me? For if that isn't a declaration of long-lasting intentions, I don't know what is. You know as well as I do what marriage means to a member of the aristocracy," she said levelly, "especially one as high-born as you. After producing a suitable beer, I had no guarantee that you wouldn't install me in the country and proceed to forget about my very existence. For considering the disparity between your disposition and mine, I thought it very likely that you would tire of me, and the quiet life that—" "A quiet life," Rand said grimly, "is something I would welcome, but I don't consider it very likely. Not when I haven't had a moment's peace since first meeting you. Somehow I can't picture our married life together descending from the level of tumultuous until we're both in our 70s. For especially," he added meaningfully, "if you persist in dashing into every dangerous situation that I try to keep you out of." "It has nothing to do with trust," Rosalie said in a rush, endeavouring to placate him. "Especially not what I did tonight. I trust you completely. Truly, I wish I could follow your requests to the letter." "If only," Rand said to the room at large, the wish was supported by deed as well as sentiment. "But I couldn't stay here any longer. For you wouldn't sit here and do nothing if you were afraid I was in danger, would you?" It was an effective point. Rand stared at her contemplatively, his mouth twisting. "You're going to continue using your own judgment when you decide it's necessary," he stated, one eyebrow lifting in inquiry. I can't behave any other way," Rosalie admitted, tracing a fingernail on the stitching of his robe and averting her gaze from his— "For what about?" he inquired softly. "In an extreme case, if I asked you to do something without questioning why." She looked at him directly, her voice steady and firm. "Then I will trust you enough to do whatever you ask," she vowed. "You can depend on that, but would the reverse hold true? If I ever asked you to do something for me without questioning it, would you?" He half smiled, a glint of admiration lightening his hazel eyes. "Of course, mon cœur." The pact was made, for Rand's answer was heartening to Rosalie, for she began to see that he was willing to treat her as a partner, someone he would trust as well as love. Most women were not so fortunate, for most men would not tolerate the kind of debates and discussions that she engaged in with Rand. After a moment of pleasurable reflection, she dared to ask something else. "I have always been determined," she said, "that the man I married would want me for forever. Only me and no other women. For I will want you until every stone and brick of this chateau has crumbled into dust. You were meant for me, and I have no desire for any other woman." Rand pulled her body closer to his large hands moulding her buttocks and pressing her to the hard, burning length of his manhood. "This," he murmured huskily, "is all because of you, and of late has promised to become a permanent condition. For, sweet, we could spend the rest of the night deciding on stipulations and provisions of our marriage. But since we have the rest of our lives to do that, I have an alternative to suggest." Rosalie's temperature seemed to escalate several degrees as he shifted her hips against his. Her skin had become oversensitive and hungry for his slightest touch, her breathing shallow and fast as she struggled to accommodate an overload of messages. For she wanted to be rid of the soft, clinging material of her gown, which was an unwanted barrier between her skin and his hands. She wanted to feel his hard, naked flesh against hers, for nothing in the world seemed as glorious as the multitude of differences between their bodies, rough and soft, aggressive and yielding, strong and pliant. "Yes," she said, trapped in the brilliant colour of his eyes, the indescribable mixture of hues that blended together in darkness overlaid with light. "For whatever you were going to suggest, I'll agree to it." "Ah, wait," he said with a sudden chuckle. "I'd better take advantage of your mood, since I don't know when you'll be so amenable again. Put my heart at ease, petite fleur. Tell me you'll agree to be my wife." "Yes, I will," she answered breathlessly, her mouth seeking his. Yes, with a smothered groan he kissed her, his desire careening out of control. For she sighed in mounting desire, pulling at the slick material of Rand's robe until the brawny lines of his shoulders emerged, and her hands splayed lovingly over the smooth-muscled expanse. The hair at the nape of his neck was much shorter than before, the newly shorn locks like thick silk against her fingertips. Wanting him fiercely, Rosalie wrapped her arms around him and arched against the lean firmness of his body. For the robe parted, and the only barrier that remained between them was the filmy layers of her gown. Impatiently she fumbled with the silken knots that held the garment in place. But desire had made her clumsy. Panting with frustration, Rosalie began to pull the sheer material upward over her thighs, aided by Rand's questing hands. He inhaled sharply as he encountered the bareness of her hips and realized that she wore nothing underneath the gown. For Rosalie's slender legs parted as she lifted her hips, a gasp escaping her throat in the moment that her naked loins brushed against his. The searing heat of his masculinity pressed against the delicate cradle between her legs like a brand. She felt the warmth and power of him, the slight throbbing of his flesh that drove her wild with the need to feel him inside her. Yet he held himself back, refusing to enter her. "Why are you waiting?" For she asked, her voice sounding strangely low and throaty to her own ears. She knew that Rand wanted her as much as she wanted him, for he was gasping and flushed, and he was full and heavy against her dampening flesh. "Not like last time," he muttered. "Not with your skirts bunched around your waist, as if we had no time. Please, I don't care," she begged, her hair tangling over her face and neck as she writhed underneath him. "I just want you to— Shh! For we have all night," he said soothingly, pulling away slightly as his fingers went to the knotted ties of her gown. Rosalie swallowed convulsively and then closed her eyes, forcing herself to be patient as he worked at the tiny silken ribbons. Her thundering heartbeat slowed a little as she waited, but it was with intense relief that she felt him undo the last of the knots and spread the gown open. For the wine-coloured robe and the nightgown were thrown to the floor, the edges of the garments fluttering like moth wings. Rand looked down at Rosalie, pulling her hair away from her face and spreading it carefully over the pillow. The sable locks formed a thick, luxuriant spill, glistening with deep colours that seemed to burn within each strand. The tender paleness of her breasts gleamed with a pearly sheen in the firelight, causing Rand's breath to shorten considerably, for he lifted a warm hand to the perfect curves, fitting his palm to the young, sweet flesh, stroking the peaks with the tip of his index finger until they responded to his touch and contracted. "You're so unbelievably beautiful," he said huskily. "When I try to remember you as you are now, I become desperate with wanting. And yet the memories are poor imitations of the reality. No dream, no thoughts, no memory could ever do justice to you." For his hand moved over her breast in one more exquisitely textured caress before sliding down to the soft line of her waist. "So small, so feminine," he whispered, lowering his lips to her breast. "So sweet." She gave a thin cry as his hot, devouring mouth covered her nipple, his tongue flickering artfully around the excited nerves and sending sparks through her body in a violent rainfall. She opened her thighs at the touch of his hands, feverishly straining to lure him closer.
"For is this your retribution for what I did tonight?" she asked fitfully, tracing the hard, wide muscles of his upper arms and gripping the tops of his shoulders.
"Making me wait until I die with hunger for you. You'll recompense me for all I went through," he said, his voice sounding like a lazy purr as he tasted the smooth valley between her breasts, "by forgoing a night of sleep. And although we'll both be exhausted tomorrow, I promise we'll be too sated to care." For his fingertips seemed to have an acute sensitivity to the most inflamed points of her body, wandering from nerve to nerve and drawing incredible sensations of pleasure up from her skin. One by one the connections between her thoughts were severed, leaving her only with the capability to respond to him like a mindless creature. For Rand knew exactly how to pleasure her, stroking firmly in some places, brushing as softly as cat's whiskers in others, muffling her pleading cries with his kisses, and showing her how to please him in return. They drew nearer to a wavering precipice, their bodies flexing and smoothing and gathering against each other. Several times Rosalie waited in confusion and anticipation for him to possess her, for it was obvious that she was ready for him. For still he held back, choosing instead to tease her with sinuous caresses. After long minutes of the refined torture, Rosalie reached the limit of her endurance. "Enough!" she gasped, tired and aching with the need for relief. "I can't bear it any longer. I don't know how you can." In response, his hands grasped her hips firmly, and Rosalie realized with shock that he was turning her onto her stomach, for her breasts were flattened as she lay on the mattress, her face turned to one side as she endeavoured to look at him. An odd, excited chill chased over her skin as Rand kissed the nape of her neck and nibbled lightly at the fragile hollows of her spine. Although she had never imagined it before, instinctively Rosalie sensed what he was about to do, and she quivered in nervous expectation. For Rand's velvety voice teased her ears, dark and erotic whispers that filled her mind with vivid, earthy pictures. Smoothly his fingers slid between her and the mattress, splaying under her hips and lifting her upward, her knees folded underneath her body, and she was hazily aware of the friction of his hard, lightly furred chest against her back. "Rand, for?" she asked dazedly, her mind swimming as she heard the taut flow of his breathing, and then she sobbed as he thrust into her, large and potent, the sensation stringent and forceful as it rampaged through her body. His arms were braced on either side of her, and she clung to his wrists tightly, filled by his driving power until there was no separation between her flesh and his. And, although his passion was violent, it was also loving, for she was dimly aware that her satisfaction was paramount to him, and that every movement was designed to increase her rapture. The sensations welled inside her until she gave herself up to them helplessly, arching against him as she was transfixed by shattering bliss. His hand reached underneath her body to stroke her, furthering the sweet gratification as long as possible, for Rosalie felt him surge inside her hotly, and Rand pulled her hips more tightly against his as he shuddered with the white heat of fulfillment. It took a long time for Rosalie to recover herself, her mind and body drugged with a pleasant weakness that wound around her like velvet fleece. Turning to face Rand, she pressed her face against his shoulder and was enclosed in his embrace, the safest haven she would ever know. For she was not aware of falling asleep, but she knew when she opened her eyes again that hours had passed by. Stretching and yawning, she luxuriated in the mingled warmth of their bodies and snuggled against Rand. As she lifted her gaze upward, she saw that he was clear-eyed and awake, and evidently had been watching her for some time. "It's dawn," he said, stroking the soft skin along the side of her face with his thumb, for he was fascinated by the tumbled beauty of her face tinged with the pink of the frailest seashell, her tender and well-kissed lips, and the eyes of a blue so rich and deep that they approached the shade of midnight. Drowsily she smiled at him, her gaze taking on mysterious depths that caused his heart to skip a beat. She seemed to have some secret knowledge that pleased her greatly, and he wondered what silent thoughts were going through her mind. For Rosalie brushed her mouth over his heart, searching and finding his steady pulse, her tongue touching his skin until she sensed that his heartbeat had increased to a faster rhythm. Raising herself up onto her elbows, she climbed halfway onto his large body with the graceful precision of a cat, her hands delicately placed to steady herself as she bent her head to his throat.
Rose.
For he began with a husky laugh, but his amusement disappeared rapidly as she licked and nibbled at the base of his neck. Her weight, slight though it was, served to press his wide shoulders flat against the mattress, the soft peaks of her breasts brushing against his chest. In a matter of seconds, his desire for her catapulted to an excruciating level. His lashes lowered as he felt the insistent, nagging desperation sweep over him in an unruly tide. For he was hard and hungry for her, and his hands came up to her elbows as he prepared to pull her under him. "No," she said, and he let go of her, momentarily surprised by the firmness of her voice. What game had she decided to play, he wondered, and his eyes narrowed as he stared at her. Bestowing a promising half-smile on him, Rosalie pulled the pillow from underneath his head and tossed the downy cushion to the floor. For completely prone, Rand gave her a measured look, his eyes full of curiosity, desire, and perhaps even a touch of frustration. He slid his hands behind his head and continued to watch her, deciding to wait a minute or two in order to discover what she intended. Rosalie resumed her slow, careful attentions, her lips wandering up to the rim of his ear and back down his neck again, for she felt her own excitement increase. For it was a novel sensation to feel his powerful body so still under her ministrations, all of his strength and masculine urges held in check, leaving her free to explore him unhindered. Kissing his lips warmly, Rosalie touched her tongue to the corner of his mouth, smiling as she felt his chest rise and fall with a deep gasp. For his hands came on either side of her face as he kissed her hungrily, a soft purr vibrating in his throat as her tongue slipped inside his mouth. He began to say something, but the low sound of his voice faded abruptly as he felt her fingers trace over the well-sculptured side of his waist and stroke over his abdomen. The tip of her tongue left a moist, warm trail over one flat male nipple, then the other, and suddenly Rand could not remember ever aching with such need in his life. For, "I've got to have you now," he rasped impatiently, and Rosalie pulled away before he could reach her, turning the covers further down the bed. He was a splendorous sight, lean and perfectly made, each part of his form etched with grace and masculine vitality. For, bending over him, she pressed her mouth to the taut surface of his midriff and left a downward trail of kisses along his skin, pausing at the tightly knit flesh of his abdomen and feeling him shiver as she pressed her teeth there in a small crescent. Her hair trailed over him silkily, as soft and precious as rivulets of mercury. The tinge of passion illuminated Rand's cheekbones. His eyes were closed, his skin tightly drawn over the strong, elegant lines of his face. For suddenly Rosalie reached the object of her quest, and as her mouth and tongue tentatively caressed his throbbing masculinity, he reached a plane of sensation that he had never dreamed possible. Biting his lip, he clenched his trembling hands, a hoarse sound issuing from his throat as he felt the whispery warmth of Rosalie's wondering sigh against him. Rand's mind went blank, and he was driven so mad with desire that he barely remembered what happened afterward. For he gathered her in his arms with a punishing grip, his arms as tight as steel bands around her. Rosalie gasped at his unanticipated reaction, her gentle reverie interrupted rudely, as he flipped her over onto her back, his grip so tight that she could barely breathe. He ignored her indignant protests, pushing into her with one greedy shove, huge and demanding. Then Rosalie groaned, arching against him repeatedly as he rode her hard and fast, for helplessly she exploded in his arms just before his low growl of ecstasy vibrated in her ears. Clad in a demure white and salmon-striped gown, Rosalie sipped at the remaining coffee in her china cup. She was extremely grateful that Rand had devoured breakfast quickly and left to go riding, for she had found it difficult to face him this morning without flushing uncontrollably. For although everyone behaved as if it were an ordinary day, she sensed that many speculative looks had been cast in her direction. She had no doubt that Guillaume and other residents of the chateau community had seen and reported her extraordinary behaviour at the sight of the fire, including the demonstrative kiss she had shared with Rand. Mireille was unexpectedly quiet, asking no questions, but seeming to be very content. For and Madame Alvin seemed to alternate between an approving tone of voice and a suspicious one. They all knew that there was much more to Rosalie's relationship with Rand than had previously been revealed, but no one was certain to what extent they were involved or in what way. Rand's attitude was a cross between amusing and maddening, for in the past hour, after coming downstairs and making some mundane remark about having a hearty night's sleep, he had treated Rosalie as if she were an indifferent acquaintance. However, every now and then he would make a double-edged comment, timing his remarks so that they invariably caused her to choke on her coffee and croissant. After he had gone, Rosalie and Mireille finished breakfast, spreading the last of the hot rolls with fresh butter and eating them leisurely, for Mireille excused herself for a few minutes, and after the girl left, Rosalie stood up from the table to walk over to the window. Guillaume passed by with an armload of dead primings from the rose bushes. He was whistling in a carefree manner, his eyes slanting with the intimation of a smile, just as Mireille's did when she was happy. Rosalie noticed with concern that there was a heavy white bandage swathed about his upper arm, and she went to the sitting-room doors to meet him as he walked by. For Lady Angel, he greeted her, his smile dazzling in its cheerfulness. "I did not notice last night that you were hurt. You were occupied with many other thoughts, all of them more pressing than my little burn." She refused to accept his facetious attitude, her expression retaining a touch of seriousness. "Burns are dangerous if they are not well tended, Guillaume. Was it properly? For Mira saw to it," he said, with a slight shrug, taking care that he did not drop any of the clippings he held in his arms. "She is very good at such things. I have sworn many times that her touch is magic. Have you ever seen the little bundle she keeps in her room? All kinds of foul herbs, oils, and pungent salves? No, I didn't know that. Then Monsieur de Berkeley hasn't mentioned anything about it to you?" For no, he hasn't, Rosalie replied, wondering why Guillaume seemed so inordinately interested in her answer. Why would he know anything about Mireille's talent at healing? "There is no reason why he should," Guillaume said quickly, and his dark eyes smiled into hers. "I am just making a poor effort at conversation, mademoiselle." "Guillaume, please don't work hard today," Rosalie said. "Be very careful of your arm, and if it starts to bother you, come in right away." But what if, monsieur? Monsieur might have been too preoccupied this morning to remember your arm, but I am certain that he wouldn't want you to exert yourself." "You are very kind, mademoiselle," Guillaume said, and his wide smile faltered as he looked into her innocent blue eyes. "The kindest woman," he added, "that I have ever met." He looked at her in a manner that made Rosalie feel flattered, bashful, and faintly uneasy. "I have many faults," she said softly, "for I'm far from being an angel, Guillaume." He stood there in indecision, usually so facile with words, struck dumb by the sweet compassion in her face. He did not deserve even one smile from her, much less her concern, yet even knowing that did not stop him from bringing her hand to his lips and pressing a reverent kiss to her fingertips. "You have no faults," he said, releasing her hand gently, "except that you trust too easily, Jolie-Ange." For with that he left her, the sun playing over him so that his hair shone like a raven's wing. Thoughtfully, Rosalie walked back into the sitting-room, shaking her head as she wondered if he had been trying to tell her something. The foils flashed in the sunlight, scissoring together and then clicking apart. Guillaume's face was set in concentration as he parried Rand's smooth attack, his injured arm serving to balance his movements, while the good one wielded the blade efficiently. For Guillaume cursed under his breath as his triple feint was blocked, for he realized then that through a series of subtle manoeuvres Rand had led him from one engagement to another with the ease of a puppeteer. "What was that?" Rand inquired, flashing a sudden grin as he sought to find an opening in the other man's weakening defence. "A commentary on your performance, monsieur, or perhaps on my own. I am not certain which." Rand chuckled, for he enjoyed fencing with Guillaume because it presented an unusual challenge. Guillaume was not always a fair player, and whether it was from a lack of classical training or practised cunning, he bent the rules slightly. It took a great deal of concentration to form an adequate defence to such unorthodox moves, forcing Rand to switch from automatic and reliable methods to equally inventive ones. The exchange was halted by the appearance of Rosalie, for out of the corner of his eye Rand could see the tenseness of her body and the way she had wound her hands in the folds of her skirts. Rand held up his left hand in a commanding gesture, stilling his foil after the last block and glancing at her white face. "Some mail has arrived," she said, her eyes dark as they fastened onto his. "A man brought it up from the village. Do you have some francs to give him?"
"Yes,"
Rand interrupted, his voice deliberately calm, for he knew why she was so agitated. The answer to her letter must have arrived from England. He knew also that she did not want to open Emil's letter alone. "Guillaume, we'll continue this later." "Certainement," Guillaume said, his gaze travelling from one to the other of them in subtle curiosity. He took the foil from Rand and flicked the rubber cap, absently, watching as the other man went into the chateau, for Rosalie waited in her room, sitting down on the edge of the bed and clasping her hands in her lap until Rand closed the door. "It's from Emil," he stated bluntly, handing her one of the two letters in his hand and reserving the other for himself. "Shall I stay here while you read it?" "Please," she murmured, her hands trembling as she broke the wax seal. "You received one also. Who sent it?" "My brother Colin." "Oh!" For Rosalie paused, taking a deep breath and closing her eyes as she gathered her courage. The paper that she clutched in her hands held the secrets of her past, her birth, her heritage, and the information that it contained was of such importance that she was almost afraid to read it. She thought briefly of Emil writing it, and suddenly Rosalie missed her so much that she felt a physical ache inside her chest. Rand's voice intruded on her building tension and anxiety. "For what is written in that letter will not change anything. You will still be the same woman, with the same talents and strengths, and I'm extremely grateful to whoever fathered you. And whether you're the daughter of Beau Brummel, Georges Belot, or Father Christmas, I will love you just the same." She nodded silently, bending her head over the folded parchment and opening it carefully, for she spread it over her lap as she read, her eyes becoming wet with tears at the first sight of Emil's familiar handwriting. "My dearest Rosalie," she turned away from Rand as she read the letter slowly, only pausing halfway through it to take the handkerchief that he handed to her wordlessly. Rand leaned against the wall and watched her, crossing his long legs and folding his arms, for his eyes rested on the centre of her narrow shoulders, and he stifled the urge to go over to her again, knowing that she had to face the contents of Emil's letter by herself, without intermediaries, giving her time to absorb whatever secrets Emil had brought to light. Rand opened his own letter from Colin, scanning it, and then rereading it with an odd expression on his face. Rosalie blew her nose noisily, looking up at him with blurry vision.
"Well?"
he asked softly.
"She?"
For Rosalie cleared her throat and wiped underneath her eyes with her fingers. "She wasn't my natural mother." Suddenly she half smiled at the odd sound of those words, and she looked upward to contain the fresh, welling tears of emotion. Her forehead creased as she levelled a brilliant, glimmering gaze at him. "She was Lucy Doncaster's governess. Lucy was my real I'm Lucy's daughter." Rand nodded slightly, leaning his head back until it rested against the wall, for his eyes remained on her intently. "Your father," he prompted, and Rosalie sighed in something approaching disbelief. "Brummel. It's all true. Emil's story corresponds to his exactly. Something in me cannot quite comprehend that Beau Brummel is my father. Brummel, she repeated, as if to convince herself. The favourite of the Regent, the centre of London society, the eccentric dandy. He's a man, Rand interrupted quietly. A man like any other. For according to the letter, Rosalie said, drying her eyes before locating a certain passage, he was the most handsome, shallow, and charming man Lucy had ever met. Emile writes that he was fond of Lucy, but that he didn't have the capability to love deeply. She implies that he was too self-centred.
It seems quite likely,
Rand said dryly. And then the story becomes a little foggy. Rosalie continued, lifting the handkerchief to blow her nose once more. For there is a paragraph about the Earl of Rotherham. Have you ever?
No, I've never met him or heard much about him. He is a reticent sort.
Lucy was promised to him, but even after her affair with Brummel had ended, she showed no inclination to marry the Earl. It says here that she was frightened of Rotherham's obsession with her. I wonder exactly what it was that frightened her. In any event, she conceived a child by Brummel. How strange it is. For that, I can't think of that child being me, Rosalie said, pausing in wonder. I suppose I'll get used to it. Your existence was kept a secret from outsiders. Yes, I was born in France, where Emile and Lucy went to escape from the gossip and rumours, and also from Rotherham, whose obsession with Lucy apparently hadn't decreased. Did he know about Lucy's baby? I don't know. I don't think so. Once more Rosalie scrutinised the letter. Emile doesn't really explain, for she writes that Lucy was very frail emotionally and succumbed easily to depression after her affair with Brummel. She never really recovered from losing his love, and she killed herself a month or two after I was born, I wonder. I wonder what my life would have been like had she lived. It is possible, Rand said thoughtfully, that she would have given Emile most of the responsibility for your care and upbringing anyway. For she was just a child herself, Rosalie said, nodding pragmatically. I feel so sorry for her. She sighed, bending the corner of the parchment with her fingertip and letting it flick back. After Lucy died, Emile decided to keep the child a secret. She told the Doncasters that the baby had died also, and then she took on a new name and new position, inventing a fictional husband to make her situation seem more respectable. And that is how I grew up as the daughter of the Winthrops' governess. Rosalie looked at Rand with eyes as round as saucers. How odd chance is, she said. If there hadn't been a fire in the theatre that night, and I hadn't met you, I would probably still be living with the Winthrops, never having found out any of this. You don't think Emile would have eventually told you? It says right here she felt there was no reason to, for she feels that only trouble will come out of the knowledge that I am Brummel's daughter, and she says near the end, "Oh my." What? I didn't really read this part before. How unlike her it is. She has heard the rumours that I am staying with you, and she urges me to stay under your protection as long as possible. May I see the letter? Rand asked, his tone sharpening. She handed it to him, and he scanned the last few sentences. He relaxed slightly, but continued to frown. For Emile had not written anything that would explain the drugging in Paris, yet it bothered him that she seemed so concerned about someone lending protection to Rosalie. "I'll be glad," he murmured, "when we are back in England. I would like to speak with Emile. There are a few things she will be able to explain further." "Back in England?" Rosalie echoed. For suddenly she noticed something strange about his expression, and her preoccupation with the letter and its contents disappeared to the back of her mind. She stood up from the bed, walking over to him slowly.
What's wrong?
She murmured.
The news is bad?
Yes, Rand said, and it tore at Rosalie's heart to see the shadowed bitterness in his hazel eyes. How soon do we have to go back? She inquired, reaching out to stroke his arm.
2 days, no longer than that.
For Rand? She asked gently, somehow already knowing the answer. What was in your letter? What did Colin write to you? There was an odd look about him, as he stared down at her. His face, Rosalie noticed absently, was pale underneath the tan of his skin. "My grandfather passed away," Rand said. She laid her head on his chest and slid her arms around him, offering silent comfort, for Rand did not shed a single tear, but he held her tightly, and something about the desperation of his grip betrayed his sense of loss. They stayed together for long minutes, swaying slightly. Finally, Rosalie sensed the lessening of his grief, and it was then that she spoke with a watery sigh, her voice unsteady. "This means that you're the Earl of Berkeley? Did I really promise to marry you? It's too late to back out. Where did I put my handkerchief? For Lord, it's been a day for startling news." Reluctantly, Rand released her, finding that his pain was greatly dulled by the fact that she was there to offer as much solace as he needed. He leaned his back against the wall once more, taking pleasure in the sight of her as she hunted for the handkerchief and dried the last of her tears away. "My grandfather badgered me incessantly about my bachelor status," Rand murmured. "For my only regret is that he didn't live to see what a perfect woman I found to wed." Rosalie suddenly chuckled. "Perfect woman?" she questioned. "With an unequalled crop of debutantes to pick from this year, and scores of rich, eligible society women longing to accept your name, you chose a woman with the most singularly creative bloodlines imaginable." "Not one word more," Rand warned, his eyes warm as he beheld her. "For this is the one subject, sweet Rose, on which I won't allow you to question my taste." She smiled and went back to him, needing suddenly to have him hold her again. Much later, Rosalie left the letter on her writing desk and went to tell Mireille about their imminent departure. There was much organization and packing to be done. She found to her surprise when she returned to her room that evening that the letter from Emile was gone. For after checking every inch of the room without a clue as to its disappearance, Rosalie went to the library in search of Rand. He sat at a mahogany table, drafting several pieces of correspondence. "I've been thinking," Rand said, blotting a letter deftly. "There is no one to whom I'd particularly like to sell the chateau. There have been some offers, but nothing quite suitable. Is there really a need to sell it right away?" For Rosalie asked, filled with inner delight as she realized that he had become attached to the Dongu estate in the same way that she had. Rand shook his head, his mouth lifting at one corner in a lazy half-smile. "It might be enjoyable," Rosalie commented, "to come back every now and then for a spell of privacy." They exchanged a long, intimate glance, which Rand finally broke with a soft inquiry. "When you came in, you looked as though there was something you wanted to ask." "Oh, yes. For I can't find the letter from Maman. I thought perhaps that you had it." "No, I don't." Rand frowned and stood up from the table, stretching his broad shoulders and flexing his fingers. "I'll help you look for it." They went upstairs and into Rosalie's room, a breeze catching at the door and closing it gently behind them. As Rosalie's mouth fell open with surprise, Rand located the letter underneath her desk and held it up for her to see. "For it must have been blown from the desk to the floor," he said. "This is very odd," she replied, her forehead creasing in a perplexed manner. "I looked under the desk, I looked everywhere, and it wasn't here." She took the letter from him and gave it an accusatory glance. "I think," Rand said, looking down at her with dancing gold-green eyes, "that you intended to lure me up to your bedchamber." "I didn't. She began in an indignant tone, and suddenly found her mouth occupied with his... "For, didn't you?" he murmured against her lips. His head moved over hers, turning so that her mouth was helpless against his invasion, and Rosalie forgot all about the letter, her arms lifting as her fingers laced through his hair. 14. Art thou gone in haste? I'll not forsake thee. Runst thou ne'er so fast? I'll o'ertake thee. O'er the dales, o'er the downs, through the green meadows, from the fields through the towns, to the dim shadows. Anon. Monsieur, for you wish to speak to me?" Rand looked up from the library table as Mireille came to a halt in front of him. Her features were perfectly composed, as Rand stood up and motioned her toward his chair.
Please sit down,
he requested, sighing as she obeyed him timidly. She looked apprehensive, her brown eyes blinking. Half sitting on the edge of the table, he regarded her steadily. "Things have happened very fast," he said, "for I would have handled all of this differently if there had been more time to prepare. I would have preferred to talk with you before the general rumours started." "That would not have changed anything, monsieur," Morel said, her long ebony hair coming forward to conceal her face as she looked downward. "It would have saved you a little unhappiness, perhaps. I wanted to ask you—" "I am not unhappy," Morel blurted out quickly. "Not at all. You and mademoiselle are happy out?" "Very," Rand said. Then he grinned, his face startlingly attractive, as it was whenever he smiled. "She has accepted my proposal of marriage. I suspected something like that, monsieur." "I'm sure you did. You belong together. Anyone could see it." "Morel," Rand said with a soft chuckle, "I agree with you completely, but I would like to return to the original direction of our conversation before you sidetrack me further. For you seem to be under the misapprehension that Rosalie and I have not included you in our plans. But we have discussed the matter, and we would like for you to come to England with us as Rosalie's companion." For once Morel was speechless. Slowly she stood up. "Rosalie is very fond of you," Rand continued, contemplating her silence in a thoughtful manner before his tone became even more persuasive. "We both are fond of you, and I know that you would enjoy England. Are you very certain you want me there? My first concern is Rosalie. She is facing a new life, a new home, people she has never met before, new kinds of responsibilities. Unfortunately, I would be very busy at times, and I don't want to leave her alone in a large house without knowing that there is someone there whom she trusts and has affection for. Would you come to England with us, Morel?" Slowly, she nodded and smiled.
"Yes, I will be very glad to."
"For if Guillaume wishes to come with us as well, we'll find something for him to do," Rand said. "I don't know." Morel gave a small sigh. "He never likes to stay in one place very long. He is not happy doing the same job for more than a month or two. Please, let me talk to him first. Then talk to him soon. I must leave tomorrow morning on a trip to Havre to make some last-minute arrangements. I will have to know his answer before I go."
"Yes, thank you, monsieur."
"For Rosalie will be very pleased that you are joining us," Rand said. "I am so happy that she taught me some English." He smiled suddenly. "Now you'll be able to practice it to your heart's content." "My heart is already content," Morel said simply, and then she left the room as quietly as a wraith. "Please." Rosalie drew out the word slowly, sliding her arms around Rand's waist and walking her fingers up his back. Her lower lip was pursed in a beguiling pout as she looked up at him. "For say yes, or I'll do something drastic." "Drastic?" Rand questioned, grinning lazily and winding one of her stray curls around his finger. "That's a promising choice of words. I'll be so lonely while you're gone," she said, resting her forehead against his chest. "You should know by now how much I hate the thought of leaving you," he replied, kissing the top of her head. They stayed like that for a long, delicious moment, clasped securely, love exchanged in the silent vow of closeness. "For it's only for a few days," Rand murmured. "While you're packing everything here, I'll be in Havre arranging for our passage to England and making certain that the shipping office is in good trim. I'll come back as soon as possible, and we'll leave for good with Morel and Guillaume in tow. Morel and I have almost everything packed now, and I'll die of boredom without you here. Please say yes. For, sweet, I don't understand why you want to go to a village fair so badly. That's because you're a man. I want to see what it's like and how the ones here are different from the ones in England. And everyone here is going to go, including Madame Alvin and Ninette, and Guillaume said he would stay right by Mireille and me the whole time. This soon after the fire, I doubt it's going to be as spectacular. Many people from other villages are going to participate, for it's for such a good cause. Did you know that most of the merchants are going to give a small part of their profits to help rebuild the vicar's cottage? There are going to be so many things to see and hear.
And buy.
Rand said ruefully, beginning to relent despite his initial opposition to the idea. Rosalie lifted her face from his chest and smiled at him enchantingly. "Oh, hell," he muttered. "If Guillaume will promise to escort you and accompany you every step of the way, I'll consider it. For only consider." Rosalie's hands curved around his back and over his shoulders as she stood on her toes to press closer against him.
"Before I say yes,"
Rand murmured, "I want to find out what drastic measures you had concocted to persuade me." Rosalie's smile deepened. "In the worst possible scenario," she whispered, brushing her mouth temptingly against his, "I'd intended to trade my favours for your consent." "For then I should warn you," he replied, his blood warming rapidly as her body curved sweetly against his. "I'm in a difficult mood this morning." "How much time do I have to win you over?" "About an hour," he said. Her smile held a seductive promise as she pulled his head down to hers demandingly. As they kissed, he combed strong but supple fingers through the smoothness of her hair, his thumb lingering to trace the rim of her ear. But at this rate," he added, his passion now fully roused, "I can be persuaded in a very short amount of time." The village fair would have been more appropriately termed a festival. There were palpable signs of celebration and thanksgiving, no matter where the eyes happened to alight. The village square was ornamented with lanterns, fans, rich quilts, and other articles offered for sale, the merchants' stalls doing much to disguise and camouflage the destruction left by the fire. For a cacophony of noise greeted Rosalie's ears, for bawdy music came from several different sources and was most often accompanied by dancing and singing. Her stomach was reacting appreciatively to the fragrant scents of a wide variety of food. There were rissoles, savoury mixtures stuffed into a crust and fried in fat, and there were pies filled with apples and figs or sugar-stuffed pears. For tables were loaded with large Rems gingerbreads, breads filled with chocolate or coffee creams, sugared almonds, marzipans and petits mestiers, sugar and honey wafers that dissolved in Rosalie's mouth after each crunchy bite. Mireille was especially fond of the caramel-glazed oranges, eating so many that Guillaume and Rosalie began to entertain the fear that she would make herself ill. For Rosalie was enjoying herself thoroughly. But there were many times when she stopped to think of Rand and his departure yesterday morning. She wished that she could have pointed out the more entertaining sights of the fair to him. She would have loved to see him laugh at Mireille's gluttony, and the portly jugglers, and also at the spindly musicians who competed against one another to outdo themselves in their enthusiasm. For by now Rand was nearing Havre, a thought that cheered her, because the sooner he arrived there, the sooner he would return. In the meanwhile, she chattered and laughed with Guillaume and Mireille as they strolled about the village square. At midday, Guillaume glanced casually at the sky, noting its perfectly centred sun. "Did you see the gypsy wagon over there?" he asked, and Rosalie followed the direction of his gaze. "A fortune-teller. Has anyone ever predicted your future, Jolie-Ange?" "No," she replied, her eyes gleaming with immediate fascination. Having her fortune told appealed to Rosalie's rampant love of mystery and fantasy, which had been engendered by reading countless novels. Fortune-tellers often played a significant part in such stories, looking into the future and predicting dark, terrible, and wonderful secrets that never failed to make Rosalie shiver with delight. "Guillaume, do you think it would be safe to— do you think we could?" "For anything you wish," he said, chuckling at her eagerness. A cooling breeze ruffled his shining ebony hair as he looked down at her. Rosalie smiled at him, her eyes gleaming with a vivid daylight blue. Inexplicably, Guillaume hesitated before offering her his arm. Mireille fell into step with them as they pushed through the congested square and jostling crowd. For Monsieur de Berkeley said that Mademoiselle should not be left alone for even 1 minute. Mireille said, her voice becoming higher as she sought to make herself heard above the noise. "And so she will not be," Guillaume replied. "You and I, Mira, will go with Mademoiselle to witness the foretelling of her destiny." Rosalie laughed lightly. "For I already know part of what she'll predict. I will be going on a long voyage, on a ship destined for a distant land. You will marry a rich and handsome man, Morale added, giggling, and you will teach more of your language to a dark-haired girl and her dark-haired brother, Rosalie said, glancing mischievously at Guillaume. Now you will have to learn English, Guillaume. I have always gotten through life very well with French, merci, he answered politely. For I am certain that your French will entrance many English women, Rosalie said, but they will not understand a word of it. Oh, then for the women of England, perhaps I will learn a little. Guillaume's concession was uttered in so noble a fashion that Rosalie and Mireille could not help laughing. They neared the gaudily painted wagon, but as he placed his foot on the first tiny step leading up to the door, Guillaume stopped and frowned. Mirror? For he began, and groaned in a self-disgusted manner as he made a quick search of his pockets. Mira, do you remember where the caramel oranges are sold? Assurement, she said, nodding emphatically. Why do you— I think that I dropped the money purse there. Zoot, when I paid for the last oranges you ate, I must have mislaid it. You have quick little feet. Would you run back there to see if it is still on the ground? Yes, yes, but what about the fortune? For I will accompany Mademoiselle while her fortune is being told, and we will be waiting here when you return. Is this agreeable to you, Mademoiselle? Yes, Rosalie said, but if you would prefer to wait until Mireille— No, don't wait, Mireille said, shaking her head and sighing with mock impatience. Guillaume, this is not like you. Then she smiled at him with warm affection. I suppose you are merely excited about leaving tomorrow for England. That is very true, he agreed. For now, hurry, before some local peasant profits from my carelessness. Mireille scampered away quickly. Rosalie looked after her. I hope she finds it. If anyone could, she will, Guillaume replied, and helped her up the rickety steps to the gypsy wagon. Rosalie entered the shadowy interior of the vehicle cautiously, blinking in the darkness until the effects of the sunlight faded from her eyes. A small table draped with a shawl stood resolutely in the centre of the enclosed space. For it bore the weight of charts and maps, a crystal ball, and an unlit candle. Other articles of furniture were lodged in the sides and corners of the wagon, but they were only dim shapes. A woman sat in the corner, her hair confined by a scarf, her lips curving in a faint smile. Welcome! It was too dark in there, the air still and suffocating. The fair and the sunlight seemed miles away. For Rosalie felt agitation fluttering inside her body as she looked at the woman, agitation which grew until it began to throttle her. She backed up a step until Spee felt Guillaume's chest against her shoulder blades. Clamouring instinct told her that she was in the presence of danger, and she wanted nothing more than to leave the wagon immediately. Guillaume, take me out of here, she whispered, for his hands moved from her narrow shoulders to her elbows in a gentle caress, and then suddenly she felt him clasp her wrists in an iron grip. In confusion, she tried to pull away, crying out as Guillaume pulled her arms behind her back and bound her wrists with a sinewy cord. Stop it! What are you doing? As she struggled, he cuffed her lightly across the jaw, stunning her for the fraction of a minute necessary to immobilize her completely. For he gagged her efficiently, knotting a handkerchief behind her head so firmly that there was no chance of its coming undone. Then her feet were bound, and she was trussed up, like a helpless fly in a spider's net. Guillaume picked her up easily, clucking in reluctant sympathy as he felt her body stiff with rage and fear, her pulse hammering. Easy, Lady Angel, he soothed, laying her down on a thin mattress on the floor. For Rosalie was vaguely aware of the movements of the woman in the wagon, who was busy clearing away all of the articles on the table. You won't be hurt. Listen to me well. No one will hurt you. He did not look into her turbulent gaze as he wiped the streaming tears off her cheeks. I'm sorry, he whispered. The world is not good to those like you, is it? for but angels don't belong on earth, for there are too many poor sinners here, like me and Mira and your beloved Rand, all scrapping over what we need to survive. I had to do this for Mira and me. We are rich now, and I'll be able to take care of Mira far better than you would have in England." She made a slight sound and then closed her eyes, refusing to look at him any longer. "You're thinking of her," he said. "I know that you care for her, for you did not mean to be cruel to her. But you were cruel, Angel, in letting her think that she could be more than what she is, teaching her English, showing her how to crook her little finger at tea-time, giving her a nice dress. She has begun to dream your kind of dreams, and while they might have come true for you, they would never for her. Do you think any man would ever want her for something other than a night of whoring? For more rivulets of water slipped from beneath her lashes, and she nodded defiantly.
"Then keep your eyes closed, Joliange, for you are blind."
He stood up and left her, pausing to murmur something to the gypsy woman before opening the tiny door. Rosalie tried to scream as she saw the portal swing shut, but she could make no sound. Mutely, she turned her head and was enclosed once more in darkness to contend with her turbulent thoughts and her racing heart, for Mireille's steps slowed as she returned from her unrewarding search for the purse. She knew exactly where the gypsy wagon had been, but it was gone now. It had disappeared. Her sparkling coffee eyes narrowed in sudden confusion, and she walked over to the spot where the wagon had been located. There were fresh tracks in the ground left by the metal-rimmed wheels.
"Mademoiselle?"
She spoke aloud, hesitantly.
"Guillaume?"
To her vast relief, Guillaume seemed to appear out of thin air, for he looked tired and a little angry. "I could not find the money," she told him. "I am so sorry. I hope there was not much in—" Her voice trailed off into bewildered silence as she cast a quick glance around the scene. "Where is Mademoiselle?" she asked. He did not answer, his face turning blank and expressionless. "Where is she?" Mireille demanded, panic, seizing her quickly. "She is well, Mira. Calm down, or I will lose my patience. I have already lost mine. Take me to her. For that isn't possible now. Come with me, and I will explain what happened. I have made some arrangements, Mira, and we are going to receive lots of money, enough money for you to have whatever you— I don't want money. I want to see Mademoiselle. You've done something with her, haven't you?" Mireille stared at him, her face looking sickly as all the colour left her skin. "Oh no, Guillaume. Why?" For she began to cry, and he darted his eyes from the right to the left in order to see if anyone was watching them. "Mira, shut up and come with me, or I promise before God that you'll never see me again." "What good are your promises?" she sobbed, but dutifully she followed him until they were a great distance from the village square. Then he stopped to talk to her privately, cursing, as he saw how red and swollen her eyes had become. "Murd, don't weep any more, Mira, for this is not worth crying over, unless those are tears of happiness. We are rich, do you understand? Where is she? Did you hurt her?" "No," he said, in disgust. "Do not worry over her." Mireille could not seem to stop crying as she stared at him, although she put a small hand to her mouth and tried to keep her tears inside. She had never been afraid of her brother until now. For something inside, her heart died as she realized what he had done. But some part of her still loved him, and another part grieved for him, for herself, and especially for Rosalie. "You were the one in Monsieur's hotel room," she whispered. "You were the one who cut him with the knife. I did not dare even think about it until now, but in my heart I was afraid it had been you. I only used the knife because he was trying to kill me. That was because you were trying to kidnap Rosalie. For," she cried. "Why? I have made some important contacts," Guillaume said. "Very important, Mira. They have influence that reaches across the channel. It was something that they told me to do because they knew I had been working at the hotel and that Monsieur de Berkeley was staying there as well." "Why kidnap Rosalie? To hurt Monsieur?" No, no, no. What you don't understand, Mira, is that they have both been lying to you since the beginning. For her name is not Rosalie Berkeley, but Rosalie bellow. I myself have seen proof of it in a letter from her mother's bewildered. Myrael shook her head. She is not Monsieur's cousin. She is the illegitimate daughter of Beau Brummel. Rumours about it have gone all through Paris and most of England. I'm not certain why someone wants her, but whoever it is has offered a staggering amount of money for her, and now you and I have a large share of it. I don't want any of it. For Myrael said fiercely, You deserve most of it. I had no idea you were going to manage to get so close to her. Or to Monsieur de Berkeley, for that matter. You're invaluable, Mira. How can you do this? She demanded, her eyes wild. How can you, when they have been so good to us? Good to us? Guillaume sneered. You don't know what you're talking about. They've offered us a few crumbs of benevolence and pity, but money, Mira. For money will feed and keep us much better than the shreds of kindness they offered us. I am going back to the Chateau d'Angoulême, Myrael said, in a voice that trembled with sharp emotion. You don't have to. We'll buy new things for you, whatever you need. I am going back, she repeated, her voice hardening, and I will wait for Monsieur, and when he comes back, we'll find Mademoiselle and go to England. Don't be such an idiot, Guillaume snapped, his voice rough with exasperation. For don't be a fool. It's over. Do you understand? You will never go to England. You will never find Rosalie.
I will,
Myrael shrieked and fell to the ground, sobbing hopelessly. A few minutes later she repeated the words, her voice weary and defeated. I will. Mira, you are all I have, and I am all you have, Guillaume said softly. That is the way it always has been, and it will never change. For even if you did manage to keep Monsieur de Berkeley from killing you before you explained that this wasn't your fault, even if by a miracle you found Rosalie, they would never forgive you. Rosalie blames you now. She is lying on the floor of that wagon with her hands and feet tied, cursing you and me both for what has happened to her. And she'll brood about it the whole journey across the Channel, her hatred growing. And you know Monsieur well enough to be certain that he would never forgive anyone who had helped to take his woman away from him. Yes, Myrael said dully, lifting her head from the ground and watching her tears sink into the dry earth. Her voice was low and suddenly steady with dark emotion. Guillaume, will you stop this, can you? It's too late. Then I never want to see you again, she whispered. Mira. For little Mira, he said, laughing a little at first, and then looking uncertain as he realized that she meant it. You cannot be serious. You are my sister, the only one I care for. This was all for you and me. You don't want to part from me. You would be alone. Rosalie is alone, she said, getting up from the ground and turning her head away from him. At least my hands aren't tied. He began to follow her as she walked away. For she stopped, turning to pin Guillaume with a direct, glittering stare of hatred that caused him to freeze in disbelief and say her name pleadingly. And then she walked away, from the village, from him, from all that she had once been. The Alvins greeted Rand at the door with pale faces. Madame Alvin's features were haggard with distress as she looked at Rand, whose hair was darkened from the late-night rain and his expression taut with foreboding.
What's going on?
He asked curtly, and Madame Alvin wrung her hands. Monsieur de Berkeley. They did not return from the fair. They have disappeared, all three of them. I returned with my husband in the afternoon, and when I realized that they had not yet come back, I sent Jérôme and some of the other boys to look for them. Jérôme found Myrael, who gave him a note for you. Where is Myrael now? Rand demanded, casting a glance around the great hall as if suspecting her to be underfoot. For that foolish boy Jérôme. Monsieur Alvin spoke up, clearing his voice miserably. He said that Myrael would not come back with him, and he did not force her to return. I sent him back yet again to get her. She is gone now, too. Rand muttered an explicit obscenity and took the tiny scrap of paper from Madame Alvin's trembling hand. Monsieur, I did not know until it was too late. I weep for the part I have played in this. I am guilty for my actions, if not my intentions. For I wish I could help you. But all I know is that Guillaume was the one who wounded you in Paris, and that someone has paid much money for Beau Brummel's daughter. Guillaume said that they will take Mademoiselle across the Channel to England. I pray that you will find her and that the Lord will forgive me. God Mirail, Rand muttered. Why did you run? Why? He bent his head and turned away from the Alvins, his fingers clenching around the note. For he gave a short, harsh laugh at the irony of the situation, for he had housed and fed the very man who had conspired to steal Rosalie away from him. The sound was strangled in his throat. He wondered if Rosalie was hurt or frightened. "By God, I'll kill you for this, Guillaume," he whispered. "I'll hunt you down like the scraggly fox you are." For Rand had experienced complete rage before, the blinding hot emotion that raced like fire in the veins. But this went beyond that point, to a frozen state in which he could think with ice-cold clarity. Methodically, quickly, his mind sifted through a dozen possibilities and selected a course of action. Monsieur Alvin watched him uneasily, shifting from one foot to the other. Rand stood in thought for a moment longer, and then he lifted his head. For tell Jerime to see to the horses, he said to Monsieur Alvin, who flinched at the odd, chilling look in his eyes. I'm leaving for Calais. Neither of the Alvins dared suggest the idea of sleep to him. The couple was almost relieved when he left, for his glacial manner and appearance had unnerved them both terribly. Rand arrived in Calais and went straight to Brummel, knocking at the door of his apartments incessantly without hearing a response. For then he warned, in a low voice of sincerity, that he would break the portal in if not admitted immediately. There were quick scrabbling sounds from inside, and then the door was opened timidly. Selig stood there in hastily thrown-together attire, his wiry figure stiffening with surprise. "Lord Berkeley, come in. Is something amiss?" "Brummel's daughter has been kidnapped," Rand said bluntly, striding into the room, because of his loose tongue. "For and after I find out what I need to know from him, I'm going to make certain that he never speaks again." From any other man, in any other type of condition, Seligway might have considered the words to be an exaggeration of intention. However, Randall Berkeley looked completely serious, a fact which caused Brummel's valet no small amount of alarm. "He did not mean to let the secret out," Seligway said, his voice trembling. "For having some small knowledge of Brummel, sir, you can understand what it was like for him, of all men, to discover that he had sired a daughter who looked so much like the only woman he ever loved that he— Love, Rand repeated, making the word sound like a profanity. Comparing his kind of love with the real emotion is like measuring a glass of water against the sea. Small, diluted, useless. For I do not hold his abandonment of the woman he loved against him. For that has little to do with me, but exchanging his daughter's safety for the sake of a few manly boasts that I do hold against him. For his carelessness has served to take away from me the one thing that I value." "Where is he?" "He is indisposed, sir. He is lying in the next room, exhausted and near delirious." Rand laughed dryly. It was not a cheerful sound. "A sudden illness?" he inquired. "For begun about 5 minutes ago, perhaps." "Sir, please, he is genuinely ill. Take a closer look at our surroundings. We have had to rely on the kindness of benevolent foreigners in order to secure the basic necessities. We have not enough coal for fire, not enough food to eat, much less the articles needed to preserve human dignity, such as soap and fresh linen." Selig paused before adding softly, "And it all started after he let out the secret about Rosalie Belle-Lô." For, from the way Selig spoke, Rand knew that the valet was aware that it had all been his doing. "I warned him," Rand replied, shrugging indifferently. "He has shrunken away to a shadow of what he was," Selig cried. "Then let us hope his pride and foolish vanity have shrunk as well." The valet was stricken by Rand's cool words. "I had figured you for a better man than this," he finally managed to say. "Have you no pity or kindness, no compassion?" "For pity, kindness, and compassion," Rand replied slowly, "are the nobler elements of man's nature, serving to balance the other half: spite, cruelty, callousness. It is Unfortunate, he suddenly smiled, tigerishy, that my better half has been stolen away from me. For now, I find there is nothing to check the baser part of my nature. What do you want? Selig whispered, bowing his head and clasping his trembling fingers. The sight should have moved Rand, but it did not, for something had gone dead inside him, and it would not be reawakened until he had Rosalie back.
I want 2 lists,
he said grimly.
one of every man and woman he may have told about Rosalie Bellow since I was last here.
Second, an accounting of every creditor Brummel has in London, whether he owes someone a small fortune or a box of snuff.
Yes, sir, and I want the lists tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock because I'm leaving for England.
For you'd better wake him up now and put your heads together. I don't care if that's his deathbed. I'll follow him to hell and drag him back if I have to. Yes, sir. Rand turned and left without a goodbye, his mouth tightly set. Colin Berkeley idly turned the pages of an accounting book, marking off his debts with a goose-quill pen. He sat in the library, having avoided his grandfather's empty chair in lieu of a less comfortable but far more preferable one. For he did not envy the duties that lay in store for his brother, Rand, for although the money and the power were attractive, the accompanying responsibilities were not. Colin sighed, closing the book gently. A profitable night of gaming had reversed his run of bad fortune, enabling him to settle all outstanding debts, but he found none of the satisfaction that he had anticipated from the prospect of beginning his established cycle anew, for he was tired of landing himself into debt and hauling himself out repeatedly. For the first time he seriously contemplated the alternatives. Wasn't there some other way for him to live? Was there any streak of respectability in him that would allow him to lead a less reprehensible life? A streak of respectability, he murmured, running a hand through his blonde hair distractedly, a gesture quite unusual for the appearance Eontius Colin. For from which side of the family would it have come, I wonder? His emerald green eyes were weary, his face etched with grief. He had not expected the Earl's death to take such a toll on him. One corner of his mouth curled upward as he thought of his grandfather, the old sinner. Just an older, peppery version of Colin and Rand, with a bit more common sense. Colin! A husky voice came from the doorway, and he jumped slightly.
What? Oh, God, Rand, it's you! You're back!
For damn my eyes, I don't mind saying I'm glad you're back, but don't sneak up on someone that way. Thought it was my conscience speaking. After a 24-year silence, Colin grinned and stood up as Rand came into the room. Zounds, my conscience hasn't put in more than an occasional word or two, but I've never known yours to raise the roof with its volume. Rand smiled slightly as they clasped hands briefly, and then his expression became more grave, for I had meant to get back before he finally went. They looked at each other intently. It dragged on for bloody weeks, Colin replied, sitting down again with a sigh. Rand went over to the fireplace and propped an elbow against the mantel. Though you kept him entertained till the last, Rand, you embroiled yourself in a nice little scandal, didn't you? Did it upset him? Rand inquired, stone-faced. For he actually laughed about it, the old bird, and you know how he hated to laugh, said it was undignified, and tried to stop, laughed some more. What exactly did he find so amusing? He seemed to think that you took after him as far as the ladies are concerned. Tell me, why do they find a brutish, dark-skinned bugger like you so attractive? And on top of that, how did you manage to get involved with Brummel's daughter? Colin paused as Rand turned and walked a few steps away. For, are you going? Just to the bar, Rand answered dryly, opening the decanter of brandy. In spite of your tactless questions, I find you less annoying than usual, so we'll prolong the conversation. You're drinking, Colin said, his mouth hanging open. You never drink unless you're in bad straits. True, Rand admitted, taking a warming swallow and closing his eyes briefly. You want something from me? For Rand's eyes flickered to the window, and he stared outside bleakly as he replied, Rosalie Bellow has been kidnapped. God's nightgown, why tell me? I don't have her. Colin exploded. She's been kidnapped because she's Brummel's daughter. Rand continued, his voice hardening slightly. But I'm going to get her back. I don't know what you think I could. Brummel used to belong to Wartiers. That was where he gamed the most. That is the place known as the Dandies Club, for you frequent Wartiers, and therefore you can help me get information. Damned if I know why I should help you, Rand. Ignoring his younger brother's sulkiness, Rand thrust a sheet of paper toward him so insistently that Colin accepted it automatically. The names on the first list are already being checked out. Look at the second. Those are Brummel's top creditors. Which ones would be most likely to want Brummel's daughter? Colin stared at him with dawning understanding and repugnance. Oh, I see, you want me to point the accusing finger? He snorted in amusement. Not likely, Rand. I'm still in hot water with a few of these macaronis, enough so that— Which ones? Rand repeated, his face hard and cold. Why should I? Because if you don't, I'll be damned if I hand 1 cent of the inheritance over to you, and I'm certain you're aware that your allowance depends on my goodwill. Colin stared at him bitterly. Oh, this is too much. Phew, you'll hang that threat over my head for the rest of my life. I won't dangle from your purse strings, dear brother. If you help me, Rand said softly, I'll never threaten you with it again. Never thought I'd see you so torn up over some little toy. Egads, Colin remarked, eyeing him with wonder. She must be as beautiful as Sin, or remarkably good in— Which one? Rand interrupted, and Colin examined the paper. Could be Edgehill, for he still complains about Brummel quite often, mad as hell about the beau skipping the country. Edgehill has damned funny notions of justice, and such, I'll bet he could have taken her and considered it rightful payment, or Mountford. Now, there's a funny card. He's in deep, up to his neck in debt in and out of the club, lost his sense of humour, and looks rather desperate. Maybe he went snappy and went after her for revenge. Or it could conceivably be, then let's go. For you can tell me about the rest on the way to Wartiers, Rand said abruptly, nearly dragging his foppish younger brother by the collar. He did not accompany Colin into the gaming club for 2 reasons. The most important was that he did not want to take the chance of his presence, inhibiting any confidences that might be told to his brother. For the second was that if any members of his own club, suspected that he was anywhere near the arch-rival institution of Wartiers, it could impinge his honour, cast doubts on his loyalty, and result in exile from White's. Damn the situation, Rand thought darkly, longing to get out of the carriage, go into Wartiers, and knock wigs together until someone revealed something about Rosalie's whereabouts. For he disliked the Dandies Club, having few doubts that one of them could have taken Beau Brummel's daughter to get back at the beau and the cowardly way he had run from his creditors. They were a spiteful lot, worse than a group of jealous women, comparing fashions and testing the workings of their puny minds against each other, preening and admiring each other and then stabbing each other in the back. In Rand's view, nothing meant much to them except money and pin curls, for he rather preferred his own crowd, which at least was not hypocritical. If they were going to stab one of their own in the back, they gave advance warning. Colin emerged from Wartiers in an hour, wearing a lazy smile. He sauntered slowly to the carriage and got in, crossing his legs at the ankle and inspecting the polish on his boots. I'd lay money on Mountford, he said calmly, for he hasn't been in for 3 days, and then suddenly he appeared last night with a huge wad of cash, playin' like he was the regent himself. Someone told me that Mountford didn't crack a smile, but placed bet after bet until every farthing was gone. Peterson joked to him about it, said he figured Mountford was broke. And what do you think the reply was? My comfort is waiting at home, Mountford said, and left as if he didn't have a care in the world. For now. That sounds to me like he had a woman waiting for him, and I know for a fact that he isn't married. Then shut up and let's go, Rand suggested tersely. Gad, you're sounding as uppity as the Earl used to. I'm beginning to understand him a great deal more than I ever thought possible, Rand replied, and leaned out the window to confer with the drivers of the carriage. Mountford did not live far from London. only a half-hour's drive or so. For Rand leaned his head back during the journey there, the silence broken only by the noise of the carriage, the horses' hoofbeats, and the vaguely annoying, rasping sound of Colin buffing his nails. Rand breathed deeply of the air that blew through the open window, the heavy coolness of it filling his lungs. There was nothing like a misty English evening, for the further they retreated from the city, the more delicate the atmosphere became, permeated with freshness and the unique scent of green hills and young heather. The very air of England helped to restore his hold on reality, to remind him who he was, and to impart a welcome feeling of familiarity. But at the same time it induced a faint sense of panic, for he felt so far away from Rosalie and the memories they had created in France that he began to wonder if they had been real at all. For she had not been his in the scent of England, or in the darkness of mist. She had been his among the scent of Gloire de Dijon roses, under the blue skies of Brittany, in the stillness of a hot summer's day. He stared sightlessly at the window, remembering, savouring, needing. Finally, the carriage wheels made crackling sounds on the gravel drive up to the Mountford estate. As they stopped, Colin looked out of his side of the carriage and gave a low whistle.
What the deuce?
For he's worse off than I suspected, he remarked. Rand lifted a brow inquiringly and leapt out of the vehicle, his booted feet landing softly on the ground. The estate had indeed a dilapidated appearance, a worn, weary look that spoke of months of neglect. The Palladian front needed several repairs and a good washing. There was no sign of activity around the estate. I heard he had dismissed most of his servants, Colin whispered, except a valet and a cook, for Rand nodded, going up to the front door and using the knocker impatiently. His stomach was tight with apprehension. As there came no response, he tried the handle and found that the door opened easily.
No one's here, Colin muttered. Let's come back tomorrow? No, he's number 1 on the list.
Rand walked inside and looked around curiously, for there was a notable lack of ornaments and knick-knacks inside the building, a curious circumstance considering the age of the estate and the formerly conspicuous wealth of the Mountfords. The heirlooms and sundry possessions must have been sold off quietly to cover Lord Mountford's gambling debts. No wonder he was so popular at Watier's. Rand breathed cynically. He didn't need to bother gaming, Dieu. He should have just handed it out free. For Colin threw him a dirty look, understanding exactly what Rand was implying. I don't spend half the time at the club that he began. Suddenly Rand heard a faint noise from behind one of the closed doors nearby. Over the portal was etched a book, indicating that it was the library. Rand burst into the room, sending the door swinging crazily, and was confronted by the sight of Lord Mountford standing in front of a window with a revolver raised to his head. For tormented brown eyes met gold green. In that split second, Mountford pulled the trigger. The explosion echoed in Rand's mind with the sound of belt-strap thunder. He turned his head, a slight gasp escaping his lips as he saw what was splattered over the entire room. The most appalling aspect of Rand's memory of Lord Mountford's suicide was the emptiness inside himself. He was encased in ice, viewing the scene as dispassionately as if looking over an illustration in a book. For then he fled up the stairs, opening and slamming doors in search of any sign of Rosalie. In the last room, Rand stood amid the threadbare furniture, with his feet splayed apart, his hands by his sides as he bowed his head. It had been a false lead. Mountford had never had Rosalie. He was just a poor wretch who had not been able to bear the wreck he had made of his life.
Rose, where are you?
Rand whispered, despair settling on him like a black frost. For he took a deep heaving breath and then regained control of himself. Walking down the stairs slowly, he watched with a frozen face as Colin backed away from the library doorway. "Oh, God," Colin said, wearing a revolted expression. "I've never seen anything so disgusting." He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped a suddenly clammy brow, turning a pale shade of green. "Rand, I don't want to pay calls with you any more. As you wish." For Rand continued down the stairs and headed toward the front door. Colin followed with alacrity.
But what are you going to do about Mountford?
Cross him off the list, Rand replied shortly, his emotionless tone inspiring no little awe in his younger brother as they left the Mountford estate. With each minute that ticked by, Rand felt that his chances of finding Rosalie decreased, for he knew that he would spend the rest of his life searching for her if necessary. But it was important now that he move quickly, think well, find the right answers. Now, while the iron was hot and the coals were glowing, it was only on the point of exhaustion that he returned to the Berkeley mansion, sprawling on his bed in a state that more resembled unconsciousness than slumber. The next afternoon, Rand went to White's, no longer finding it the place of ease and comfort that he once had, for he had erased the most obvious signs of strain about his countenance with a shave, a good scrubbing, and several cups of coffee. Immaculately dressed in a bittersweet chocolate-coloured coat, a cream vest, tan trousers, and shining Hessian boots, Rand walked through the Club Whitby an effective imitation of good-natured ease. He greeted old friends and struck up conversations with two newly accepted members of White's, for when ribbed about the rumours concerning his involvement with Brummell's daughter, Rand chose to smile mysteriously, while inwardly despising those who dared mention her name. Foremost in his mind was the first list Brummell and Selig had given him, the list of those who had visited Brummell in Calais and learned of Rosalie's existence, for some of the men on that list were present at this moment, and he made it a point to talk to each one of them, asking subtly leading questions and gauging their reactions in the midst of a deceptively lazy conversation. A bewigged waiter came up to him with a simple message. "Beggin' pardon, sir, but there's a lady at the door wanting to see you. A young lady?" Rand questioned, his eyes narrowing. "I don't think so, sir. For then I have no interest in her," Rand replied, the unchivalrous remark causing a huge roar of laughter from his companions. George Selwyn clapped him on the back in hearty affection. "By God, you'll never change, Berkeley!" Rand smiled slightly, and then he glanced down at the uncertain waiter, who voiced a timid question. "Sir?" "Hang it," Rand said, sighing and raising his eyes heavenward. "I'll go see her for a minute." "Oh, to be so put upon," for George murmured, grinning as Rand left the jovial group. Rand's smile disappeared as soon as he left them, for he was annoyed at the unknown woman's interruption. It was probably Clara Ellesmere playing at some silly game, or perhaps one of her cronies who had accepted some sort of dare, yet some quiet impulse prompted him to investigate the little mystery, and he gave the waiter a generous tip after following him to the front door of White's, for a small woman stood just outside, her face concealed by the hood of her grey cape. One long curl of dark hair strayed from the hood, and at the sight of it Rand's heart started hammering madly as he stepped outside with her. The door of White's closed, the noise, light, and laughter fading abruptly as he faced her. "Who?" he began with a curiously airless whisper, and the hood fell away as she turned to him and lifted her face to look at him, for an ache of disappointment seared through Rand as he saw that the woman was a stranger. She was probably in her middle 40s, her skin almost unlined, and her eyes dark and kind. She was too warm, too inviting to be a member of the aristocracy, for there was no touch of pride or haughtiness in her face. She was, however, a woman of some circumstance, because her elaborately arranged hair and her well-cut clothes betrayed large expenditures of money. "I am so sorry to have disturbed you, for you are Lord Randall Berkeley?" she asked. Her voice was compassionate and almost motherly, and it had a curious effect on Rand. He had never been so drawn to a stranger, not since he had first set eyes on Rosalie. Illogical thoughts seized hold of his mind. He felt that she knew him, that somehow she understood him.
Yes,
He answered inaudibly, and his head moved in a slight nod.
I went to visit you. Your brother said that you would be here.
"For I have heard of the rumour that Rosalie is missing. I believe I can help you find her." Rand stared at her as if hypnotized. "Who are you?" he asked, hoarsely. "Lord Berkeley, I am Amelia Courtois Bello. She She talked about you to me very often, he managed to say, his eyes fastened onto her as if he were afraid that she would dissolve into the air. For just the fact that Emile was standing there before him, that she was real, made Rand feel that he had come closer to finding Rosalie. She wrote a letter to me from France, asking about her parents, Emile replied, taking a step closer to him as if sensing his fear that she would slip away. Her gaze locked steadily with his, searching and sympathetic. She wrote about you and how things were between you, and that is why I took the liberty of— I am glad you did, Rand interrupted, for I must talk with you right away. Would you care to return to I think, Amelie said slowly, that perhaps we should go to my terrace house. If our conversation is to be useful, Lord Berkeley, it must be conducted in a frank manner, and there I will be assured of no prying eyes or ears, if it will not make you uncomfortable for you to be seen. Rand started to say, and then he paused in surprise. Your terrace house, Madame Belleau? But are you not the governess of Baron Winthrop's? No, Emile said, slipping her hand through his arm and inclining her head toward a gilded carriage drawn by 2 chestnuts. She gave him a small smile, looking very French. Not any longer, she said. My carriage is waiting. Why don't you come with me, and I will have you brought back bare when we are done talking. I do not live far from here. He nodded mutely, and when they were seated and safely enclosed in the vehicle, Emile continued. For Rosalie told you of the night we were separated, the opera fire. Yes, I assume you met her shortly after that. She did not tell me in the letter what happened after that, nor do I wish to know anything about it, but obviously some set of circumstances caused the 2 of you to go to France together. Yes, Rand said in a low voice, his lashes flickering down to conceal the expression in his eyes. For after, being unable to find her, I returned to Winthrop House, hoping that Rosalie had found her way back there on her own. She had not. Baroness Winthrop is not an understanding woman, nor a particularly kind one, and the next morning she discovered Rosalie's absence. The Baroness felt that if I had raised my daughter with what she called moral leniency, then perhaps I had done similarly by Elaine Winthrop, her daughter. I was dismissed that morning. I'm sorry. For I am not, Emile replied, suddenly smiling. The dismissal brought about a long-awaited change in my life, one that has brought me much contentment. What the Baroness did not know, and what Rosalie does not know, is that for years I have been the mistress of Baron Winthrop. We have had such an understanding for a long time, and for many years the Baron has wanted to establish me in a residence of my own. For I insisted on keeping our relationship secret, however, because I wanted a respectable childhood for Rosalie. The education, the horses, the rudiments of a fine upbringing were all things I wanted her to have. I intended to allow my relationship with the Baron a freer rein once Rosalie was married or old enough to understand. She'll understand. Emile smiled at him. I know that now, for in unspoken agreement they avoided discussing the most urgent questions until they reached the privacy of Emile's terrace house. It was a most luxuriously furnished residence, replete with tasteful silk-wood furniture, rich carpeting and upholstering, beautiful embroideries, and delicate china. Emile handed her cape to a plump, cheerful-looking girl as they walked in. For Martha, would you bring us some tea in half an hour? She requested softly, and seated herself gracefully on a mint-green velvet sofa. The girl cast Rand an admiring glance before leaving. A former employee of the Winthrops, Emile commented, casting Rand a mischievous smile. The quality of her smile, and not the actual shape of it, reminded him of Rosalie, and he stared at her absorbedly. I have lured many of the best ones, including the cook, to work for me, for with promises of better salaries and kind treatment. Now, Amelie said, companionably, I will have more than enough time to tell you what you need to know, all before Martha returns with the tea. Rand nodded cautiously, sitting down in a nearby armchair. The story, Amelie mused, pursing her lips slightly, need not be long or complex. I will tell you the facts, and I will elaborate on whatever points you wish to be made clearer. I was the governess to Lucy Doncaster, for although Rosalie favours her in appearance, she does not in temperament. Rosalie is far stronger, more intelligent, and more confident than Lucy could have ever imagined being. Lucy was a sweet girl, however, and I was fond of her. I still do not understand why she was able to attract men so strongly. Perhaps it was her helplessness. The fact is that many men were completely obsessed with her, especially the Earl of Rotherham, for he and she were promised to wed, and all might have ended well had it not been for the interference of a vain, handsome boy who took a fancy to Lucy.
Bill Brummel?
Rand said grimly.
Yes.
Lucy returned his feelings 100-fold, for although Brummel was merely fond of her, Lucy loved him so deeply that she never recovered from it, despite my best efforts to prevent them from seeing each other. Lucy conceived a child by him. It was at this time that Brummel, unaware of her forecondition, lost the edge of his desire for Lucy and fell in love with another young woman, and after her another, and after that one yet another. Each one used to add a layer to the shell of his ego. Lucy was consumed by heartsickness and depression, swearing that she did not want to live any longer. Her family was unaware that she was going to have a child, for I persuaded them to let me accompany Lucy on a trip to France, telling them that she was suffering from a nervous condition and needed new scenery. My family in France is quite respectable, and the Doncasters were satisfied with our declared intention to stay with my relatives. And did you in fact stay with them? Yes, with my parents, who were sworn to secrecy about Lucy's baby. They have since passed away with the secret still intact, for I had planned to leave the child with them until we could find someone to adopt it.
A tidy plan,
Rand said, casting an admiring glance at her. I thought so, a miller admitted wryly. But not only did I underestimate the depth of Lucy's love for Brummel, I underestimated the Earl of Rotherham's obsession with her. He was incensed at the postponement of their marriage and consumed by his passion for Lucy. Somehow he discovered where we were and went to France. For after going to the market one day, I came back to my parents' cottage to find him there, staring like a madman at Lucy, who was at that time 8 months pregnant. He said many things to her, Lord Berkeley, dreadful things which made a girl as fragile and sheltered as Lucy scream and cry. And then, before rushing out of the cottage and back to England, he made it clear that he still wanted her, that he was still going to marry Lucy, if only to punish her and the child for what they had made him suffer. He felt that he had been betrayed, no, profaned, and he swore he would satisfy his need for vengeance. For the dread this created, on top of her anguish over Brummel's desertion, caused Lucy to go a little mad, and shortly after Rosalie was born, Lucy climbed upon the parapet of the Quai d'Augustins and threw herself into the Seine. And you decided to keep Rosalie. Emile smiled. I loved her from the first time I saw her. To protect her, I took a new name and pretended to be a respectable widow. For I have never regretted keeping her, because she has brought me as much joy as a daughter could give to a mother. Rand was suddenly still, his body stiffening as the realization hit him.
God, I've been asking the wrong question,
he said huskily, over and over again. Why would someone want Brummel's daughter?
Brummel's daughter.
That is right, Lord Berkeley, Emile said, and her eyes were shadowed with a peculiar combination of emotions. For I have been afraid of it ever since the rumours and articles began about Rosalie's identity and her involvement with you in France. Rosalie has not been kidnapped because she is the daughter of George Brummel. She has been kidnapped because she is the daughter of Lucy Doncaster. 15 only joy. Now here you are fit to hear and ease my care. Let my whispering voice obtain sweet reward for sharpest pain. Take me to thee, and thee to me. Sir Philip Sidney. The door was bolted, for Rosalie swore at the discovery, throwing down the hairpin clutched between her fingers. Angry, frustrated tears threatened to spill from her eyes, but she held them back as she paced from one end of the over-elaborate room to the other. After working at the lock for hours and finally hearing the blessed click that had signified freedom, she had found that the door still would not open. There were no windows, no tools that would aid her in escaping, no fireplace. For, in short, there was no way out except for that door. The fact that the room was luxurious did not comfort her, for it was still a prison. The embroidery, fancy work, filigree, posies and bouquets, ruffles and rosettes did little except to irritate her. This room had none of the well-organized flamboyance of the Chateau d'Angoulême. Instead, it possessed a cluttery English prettiness that threatened to suffocate her, for a lit oil lamp perched on one of the small tables by the frilly bed. A basket of perfect fruit posed on the other. Rosalie walked over and selected an apple, biting into it cautiously. The fruit was firm and sweet, and she chewed it slowly, as she reflected upon the events of the past 3 days. Forever, since Guillaume had left her in the gypsy wagon, she had been bound or locked up, transported from place to place by a succession of strangers who had not mistreated her, but had not spoken a word about her eventual fate. Escape was always made impossible, for her abduction had been conducted with care and an obvious amount of forethought. Part of the journey had been by ship, for even though they had landed at night, and she had been blindfolded, Rosalie had recognized the scents of the English docks, English air, and the sounds of English voices. It was slightly comforting to know that she had been brought back here instead of transported to some foreign country where the language and the people were unfamiliar to her, for judging from the sombre stillness of her surroundings, Rosalie guessed that she was in a house located deep in the countryside, no traffic, no horses, whistles, or voices. Occasionally she would hear the scuffling sounds of servants' feet just outside her door, but it was evident that they had been told to ignore her stubborn pounding and her shouted demands. Cowards! She gritted between her teeth, throwing the half-finished apple into the nearest receptacle and resuming her pacing. For all of you are cowards. At least have the courage to face me and tell me why it is I'm being held against my will. Her voice rose in helpless fury as she directed it toward the bolted door. I don't know if it's night or day. I can't breathe in here. I have no books, no papers. Damn you all. I'm sick of waiting.
Silence. I'm going to go mad.
Rosalie whispered, pressing her hands against her temples and taking a few deep breaths to calm herself. For unbuttoning the front of her high-necked lavender dress, she lay down on the bed and stared up at the ceiling, liquid pooling in her eyes until she closed them and tried to occupy her mind with sane, sensible thoughts. She wondered where Rand was, and if he was as distraught as she, and if he had caught Guillaume and made him confess where she had been taken. He will find me, she told herself. He will take England and France apart until he finds me. For she did not doubt his love for her, nor his strength and persistence. Rosalie even managed to smile as she thought of him in a rage, although the sight was awe-inspiring. A small part of her was always excited by his anger, for the intensity and wildness of it reminded her of his passion. Then she thought of him laughing, his teeth white against his copper skin, eyes glowing, his amber hair shining with layers of gold and brown. She remembered him as he told her that he loved her. For how wonderfully gentle his mouth would become, how strange and compelling the mixture of colours in his hazel eyes was. Sighing, Rosalie found that her body had relaxed in temporary peace, her nerves now tranquil. Neither you nor I will let anyone part us, she murmured, dragging her fingers back and forth across a neighbouring pillow. You are my life, and separated from you I am nothing. Bring me back to life, Rand. For Rosalie turned her cheek into the pillow and slept, immersing herself in more thoughts of him. The lamp was low as she struggled to wake from comforting dreams, but a brilliant flood of light entered the room. The door was open, she realized, and she snapped into wakefulness. The light was from a massive chandelier in the main hall beyond this room. Rosalie shot up from the bed, freezing in place as the door was closed again. For turn up the lamp, please, a gruff male voice requested, and with trembling hands she complied, nearly burning her fingers on the hot glass. The darkness was banished to the extreme corners of the bedroom, lamplight filling the air with a sultry white-yellow glow. The man in the room was easily twice her age, his face pale-skinned, his hair startlingly dark in contrast and frosted with charcoal grey. For he was a large man, with a spare, fit physique, dressed in expensive, fashionable clothes and a formal white cravat. His features were vaguely saturnine, his nose thin, his brows thick and black, his mouth slender and dark in colour. What frightened Rosalie was not his build or his features, but the expression in his eyes. They were black and gleaming, like two onyx stones, for his gaze travelled over every inch of her, widening with bewilderment and then with a hunger that caused a deep recoiling inside Rosalie's midriff.
Lucy,
he said, his voice corrugated with emotion. She regarded him with wide eyes, her lungs expanding and contracting deeply, her skin gleaming like pale satin in the light. Lifting the back of a slender hand to her perspiring forehead, Rosalie brushed away the collecting dampness there, still watching him with a trapped, hypnotized gaze. "For I'm not Lucy," she said. He shook his head slowly. "No, you're her daughter." Yes, she would have started inching toward the closed door, but he was still standing there, staring at her as if about to devour her. "I've been locked up, tied and gagged for days," she said, her voice strengthening into tautness. "Why have you done this to me? Who are you?" "I'm sorry about that, Miss Doncaster. That's not my name," Rosalie said sharply, "for I am Rosalie Bell." "It doesn't matter what your name is," he interrupted, moving a few steps closer to her. She shrank away from him, moving to the wall as she avoided the bed. "Lucy belonged to me, and you're her daughter, and you belong to me." "Lucy belonged to you?" she repeated in a whisper, her face mirroring her confusion. What did he mean? He was far too young to be Lucy's father. "Are you? A Doncaster?" He snorted at the idea, shaking his dark, grey frosted head. "For I am the Earl of Rotherham." Rosalie could feel her face fade to a sickly hue. "I don't understand," she managed to say. "She never belonged to you. She was in love with George Brummel. Be silent." He exploded, and his face went through a terrifying contortion before he regained control of himself. Rosalie quivered, but kept her gaze fastened unflinchingly on his, and slowly his mouth curved upward in a thin smile. "So fearless are you?" he questioned. "Was my mother afraid of you? For had she been faithful, there would have been no reason for her to fear me. I loved your mother very much. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. I loved everything about her with a passion that no one could understand, certainly not your coward of a father. I loved her shyness, her serenity, her soft skin, and her long hair." He reached out to a lock of Rosalie's hair and kept it in his hand, fondling it with his white, slender fingers. "For your hair is even longer than hers was, and you have her eyes. Did you know that?" Rosalie shook her head, jerkily. "Doncaster blue," Rotherham continued. "Only the Doncasters have eyes that colour, dark blue, almost violet." Oh, Rosalie breathed in surprise. "I thought they were from—" "You thought that since his are blue that your eyes were his," Rotherham finished for her, and he gathered another lock of her hair in his hand. "No, not at all, for Brummel's eyes are not so bright as yours, not so passionate and expressive." "Say whatever you like about him," Rosalie said, her skin crawling as she saw him wind her hair through his fingers. He was planning to bed her, she realized, and the thought turned her stomach. A picture appeared in her mind for a fleeting instant of his white hands running over her body. Her lips twisted in a trembling half-smile as she continued, "For nothing will change the fact that he is my father, and that Lucy chose him over you." Rotherham swore at her, his hands pressed on either side of her head, framing her face in a tight vice. Ineffectually, Rosalie tried to bolt away, gasping as his body pressed hers against the wall. He was aroused, and she felt the straining shape of him against her abdomen. As she let out a disgusted sob and tried to pull his wrists away, he jerked her hair tighter, for her eyes were slitted from the pressure of his hands near her face. "Why don't you scream?" he asked, his thin mouth so close that she could feel his breath on her cheek. "Would it do any good?" she whispered. No, I will not scream, because you wish me to be afraid of you, and I am not. I am merely revolted by you, just as my mother was. You are a whore, just as your mother was, Rotherham spat, bringing his body so tightly against hers that she expected to hear her bones crack. For I know all about your affair with Berkeley. Everyone knows about it. But now you're my whore, and I will have you for all the times that I wanted Lucy and could not have her. You're insane. I am not my mother, she cried hoarsely. You are. You're part of her, he contradicted, and his eyes closed as he moved his pelvis against her. You feel like her. By God, you feel like Lucy. He groaned and pressed his mouth to hers, seeming not to notice that her teeth were tightly clenched. For I've looked for you ever since I lost Lucy, he muttered. I've known about you all these years, ever since I saw her in France swollen with you. Little whore, her belly full with Brummel's bastard when she was promised to me. He kissed her neck and muttered Lucy's name again, his coarse hair brushing against her cheek. Suddenly, Rosalie could not stand it any longer and screamed, trying to strike him. He caught her wrists easily, his grip so tight that her fingers went numb. For you'd bloody well better enjoy this, she said thickly, barely recognizing her own voice. Because you'll pay for it with your life, and if I don't find a way to kill you first, someone else will. You mean your lover? Rotherham said, his fingers delving into the valley between her breasts. You will never see him again. You will never lie with him again. And if you ever escape from me, I'll have him killed within an hour of your disappearance. No, for she fought him in blind panic, squirming away from his engorged manhood and managing to wrench one hand away from his grip. Flailing at him in a desperate attempt for freedom, Rosalie managed to strike him in the throat. Immediately her other hand was released as he choked for air. Running to the door, she scrabbled at the knob and sobbed in gratitude as it opened. She could hear him behind her, his heavy footsteps seeming to thunder in her ears. For a silent scream echoed through her insides, and she ran like a mad wild creature into the cavernous main hall and toward the endless slope of steps that led to the front door. The scene was a mere blur before her eyes, the paralyzed figures of a manservant and a maid barely impinged on her mind as she passed by them. For Rosalie half fell, half ran down the steps, her thoughts in a tumbling whirl as instinct took over her body, forcing her feet to move faster and pumping adrenaline through her veins. Halfway down the stairs she fell on the landing, her palms hitting the hard marble with a loud smack. Every bone in her body was jarred behind her. The sound of Rotherham's boots came close, for, with a harsh breath, Rosalie picked herself up and prepared to run down the remaining stairs, when suddenly a dark shape obstructed her path. Helplessly she collided with it, her feet slipping on the marble. In a fraction of a second she knew that she was going to fall and die. No one could survive a tumble down those hard, gleaming steps. Shocked, she felt herself being snatched from the fall, pulled upright, and held lightly, securely against a hard body. For dumbly she quivered and remained there, gripping her rescuer's coat lapels in a desperate bid for protection.
Rosalie, be still, my love, and don't tremble so.
She heard Rand's voice, and uncomprehendingly she looked up at him. Have you been hurt? His hazel eyes moved over her face in careful assessment. Collecting her wits in a fumbling attempt, Rosalie stared up at him with dilated eyes. Rotherham? Guillaume? For she stuttered, trying to tell him. Everything in a confused flurry. He cut her off by placing a forefinger on her lips. I understand. He was so calm, so wonderfully calm and strong. Rosalie hid her white face against his coat. Rand looked up at Rotherham, who was only a few feet above them on the stairs.
My greatest pleasure,
Rand said to him evenly, would be to kill you with my bare hands. If you have a preference for any other method, I'll be glad to oblige you. For, equally controlled, Rotherham cast him a slight smile. Are you competent with a straight sabre? I am considered to be, by your fledgling contemporaries, Rotherham questioned, or merely by yourself? Why, both. The weapons are downstairs in the first room, if you care to follow me.
Of course,
Rand said politely, a frosty, feral gleam in his topaz-shaded eyes. He shrugged out of his coat and handed it to Rosalie, who clutched the garment in a death hold. For the sabre, she thought numbly, was probably the best weapon for them to duel with, for it would ensure that the contest of abilities would be finished quickly. It possessed a blade of triangular section, wickedly sharp on the front edge. Requiring strength as well as skill, it weighed more than a pound and tired the forearm easily. Fear-stricken about what might happen, she wanted to beg Rand to take her away from here and forget about Rotherham. Yet she knew that he would have refused her, for she did not speak to him, biting her lower lip as he walked down the steps after Rotherham. Rand paused and turned back to her with a mocking, "Hold the railing as you come down." Rosalie nodded, meeting his quick glance and abruptly seeing all that she had missed before. In his eyes burned a stark blend of love, pain, and fury, but he dared not relinquish his control, or he could not accomplish what he had to do. For both men had removed their coats, but not their boots, each seeming to be satisfied with the handicap as long as the other was equally encumbered. Afraid of being a distraction to Rand, Rosalie stayed almost out of sight, remaining at the bottom of the stairs to catch what glimpses were available through the open doorway. "A good piece," Rand commented after pulling a sabre off the wall. "You will not need to use it long, for I'll cut you down before you know what has happened," Rotherham said, his onyx eyes piercing. "After 20 years I will not lose her again. She was intended for me. My God, are you well in the head?" Rand inquired, the course of his blood increasing with rage. "What delusions do you suffer from? You don't know a thing, you insolent pup." Rotherham sneered. "She understands well enough, although you don't. Understands what? That she rightfully belongs to me, for she will pay for being the same whore that her mother was." "Your conversation is tiresome," Rand interrupted with a snarl, "as well as irrational." They lifted the heavy weapons in salute, the briefness of the gesture a studied insult on both parts. Rosalie held her breath as the engagement began, the sabres clashing edge to edge. They fought with cutting strokes and strangely swift attacks launched immediately after the parry, for it was a type of swordplay different from anything she had ever seen before, for the mock battles staged in the plays she had attended were conducted with the light, scratching, manoeuvring, and delicate offence of the foil. There was nothing light or delicate about the real-life duel she watched so intently. It was direct, simple, and acute. For Rand discovered immediately after the fight had begun that his opponent was well experienced at sabre fencing, and he fielded Rotherham at a distance while sizing up the situation. Rotherham guarded all of his lines well, his technique strong, and his lunge impressive. They were both tall men, which made agility essentia in defending against each other's long reach. Rotherham's advantage was experience, for he had obviously practiced the sabre riposte until it was second nature, able to deliver an instantaneous reply to each attack. Rand had to rely not on practice but on instinct, forcing himself to subdue his emotions and concentrate on trusting his own reflexes. All of his recent fencing experience with Guillaume now became a disadvantage. Dueling with foils was a different art from sabres. For this was quickly apparent as he engaged Rotherham in quarte, a technique which Rand had used so successfully in besting Guillaume. It was not well suited to the sabre. The blade of Rotherham's weapon bit into his unprotected arm, causing Rand to inhale sharply with pain.
Any more damage done to his forearm and he would become disabled? Competent?
Rotherham sneered.
That you are, but nothing more.
For Rosalie sat down abruptly on the stairs as she saw the scarlet blossom on Rand's white shirt sleeve, her legs unable to support the rest of her body. The blades flashed like streaks of lightning, swinging through the air and meeting with sharp, whipping sounds. Rand's concentration became complete as the engagement wore on. He forgot about his arm, his anger, everything but the mathematical precision of the strokes of the sabres. Feint, parry, riposte, low tierce to protect the flank, follow corte to protect the stomach. The attacks became faster, the fight quickening until the only defence was to redouble the attacks. It seemed to Rosalie that they fought for hours. She saw every detail of what was happening as if it had been slowed to a snail's pace, yet there was nothing she could do to help Rand. She could only watch, her hands clenched around the stair railing until her knuckles were white from the pressure. For her life was suspended on the outcome of the duel, just as Rand's was after 2 feints and tierce yet again. Rand interrupted Rotherham's attack with a single lunge. The sabre sank deeply through Rotherham's flesh, ending his life with startling promptness. He dropped to the floor without a sound, his body thudding gently onto the flat surface. Slowly Rosalie stood up and went to the doorway, stopping a foot away from Rand, for his thick lashes lowered as he looked away from her and dropped the sabre. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his body retaining the tensed, charged energy of the fight. Then, silently, he stared at her, his face expressionless as he sought for some word, some action that would help to banish the icy control he had built around himself. Intuitively, Rosalie pressed her body against his rigid muscles, curving to him and sliding her arms around his waist. "I love you," she murmured, clinging to him, "for I knew you would find me." "Oh, your arm, Rand." As her warmth and soft whisperings gradually slipped under his guard, Rand wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in her hair. A faint, incoherent sound left his throat, and he pulled her tighter. He was whole again. Rosalie stirred in her husband's arms, her skin pinkened with pleasure, her eyes half closed with feline contentment. For the first time they had made love as husband and wife, and although the experience was as lusty and breathtaking as ever, a new element had been added. Now they were joined by God and ceremony as well as love, and henceforth the world would never look upon either of them as a single entity. She was sorry that Emil would never know this particular kind of completeness with Baron Winthrop, yet in spite of that, Emil seemed to be happier than Rosalie had ever known her to be. For the 2 women had spent a long time together the day before, talking about all that had happened and recognizing that although they were not related by blood, they were nevertheless mother and daughter. Smiling in contentment, Rosalie turned her attention back to Rand. "Maman once told me that a woman's duty was to give man pleasure," Rosalie said, her silken legs twined with his pleasantly rough ones. "But she never told me that he returned the obligation." "For," Rand chuckled, lifting his mouth from her tingling skin and looking at her with an intimate glow in his eyes, "I must admit, before meeting you, I never expected to find such pleasure in the marriage bed." "Why is it," Rosalie wondered thoughtfully, "that a man is supposed to find fulfillment only in the arms of his mistress and not his wife? Because unlike me, the average man does not marry his mistress." As he had expected, the taunt roused her ire. For uttering mock threats of revenge, Rosalie slammed a pillow over his mischievous face and shrieked with laughter as Rand rolled on top of her to keep her still. They engaged in such play for long enjoyable moments until the tickling and cavorting changed into inquiring strokes and unrestrained caresses. Rosalie felt the irresistible magic of his love-making saturate her senses, for she returned his kisses eagerly, still unable to believe that he was hers, and that he wanted her with the same insatiable hunger that consumed her. Boldly he possessed her, his shoulders rising above hers in flexing power. Rosalie sighed in pleasure, her arms encircling his neck. She loved this moment above all others, when she knew that she was his entire world, and that his every thought, his every sensation centred upon her alone. For after their passion was sated, they talked with uninhibited freedom, sharing their thoughts. "Do you suppose," Rosalie asked quietly, "that we'll ever see Mireille again?" "It depends," Rand replied, shrugging. "If she's still with Guillaume, I'd say it was likely." "Why are you still planning to look for Guillaume? At this moment I have men scouring England and France for any sign of him." "I don't care about him, but I would like for Mireille to be found." For Rosalie was quiet for several minutes after that, until Rand kissed her forehead and voiced a gentle question.
What are you thinking about?
Brummel, Rosalie answered hesitantly. I wonder how often he thinks about me. Or Lucy. He probably tries not to, Rand replied, and I'll wager that it haunts him every day. Rosalie nodded wistfully, laying her head on his chest and drawing from his steady comfort. For they were quiet and content in each other's embrace, until the sun began to rise, its gentle light shining through the luminous mist of dawn. My first day as his wife, Rosalie thought, and her eyes glittered with sudden tears of bliss. Rand took his contemplative gaze from the window and looked down at her, understanding her with the acute perception that love brings. They smiled at each other, and then their lips met in a passionate kiss.
Rose!
Rand breathed against her mouth, for no more adventures for a while. None, I promise. A year's respite is all I ask. Now that we're married, we'll set up a household, have a child, go to an occasional ball. Yes, my dearest love, Rosalie agreed, smiling secretly to herself. Somehow she knew that adventures would find them anyway, where passion leads. Lisa Kleypas, produced by Caliber, Mort 6.44.